I have to start, Asma? Okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير. My name is Lubna Al-Mohammadi. I'm the head of operation of the Chartered Institution of Procurement and Supply Chain, SIPS. Today, we have a critical subject regarding ethics. So under the title of ethics, ethical procurement in the digital age, we have Mr. Sam Achampong, the Regional Director of SIPS Asia, Middle East, and Africa. So let's start this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lubna. Good morning and welcome to you all. A pleasure to be here, to those here and to those online, of course. As Lubna said, from SIPS, we work globally on procurement and supply chain matters. And today we're going to talk about ethics. Why are we talking about ethics? The main reason is because in a forum like this, in a technology-based forum, we realize that there is a perception that technology provides transparency that eradicates issues of ethics or corruption. Because we have a system and you take away the human element, there's a perception that you eradicate that behavior. And of course you do. There's a lot of good things in relation to technology and the internet that allow us to provide transparency around transactions, especially in procurement, because procurement is when you are buying things for your company. However, what I'm going to point out is some of the ways in which we can try and avoid those ethical situations or certainly mitigate against them. So, and the reason why we're attacking this subject is basically this comment saying, does technology by itself prevent unethical behavior? And we as an institute know that actually it doesn't entirely, because as this quote at the top there says, 80% of fraud within procurement, within buying things, is carried out at what we call the specification stage. In other words, before you input your specification or your procurement into a purchase order and things along those lines, those behaviors can have already taken place. So it's still very important that we understand some of the issues. As an introduction, here we just talk about the fact that despite digital interventions, the issues of fraud and corruption unfortunately are growing. So social media, technology platforms are not eradicating that. It's actually growing. And what COVID, the pandemic, pointed out was that actually there are additional vulnerabilities due to the fact that people are using more and more digital platforms. So it's not less, it's more, which is quite surprising. So out of this, what we're going to cover are these main points. We're going to talk about, first of all, we're going to define what fraud and corruption is, because many people have different views, but we're going to define what I mean by fraud and corruption first. What are the implications? But importantly, the practical steps in trying to avoid that. That's really what we're here to do today. Just to put into perspective as to why we think this is important, is that fraud and corruption in itself costs 6% of global GDP. So if you imagine what we're talking about trillions of dollars. That's what the implications of fraud cost to us as human beings across the world. And almost half of the people who were surveyed in the survey that we carried out, almost half of these people acknowledged that they had experienced fraud or corruption in the last 2 years. Okay, which is quite staggering, as well as more than 10% of people saying that these kind of scenarios of fraud and corruption are commonplace, are normal in organizations that they're aware about. So that's the scale of the problem. But let's just define what I mean by fraud. That's the important thing. So fraud is when you mislead another party for financial gain. That's the definition of fraud. Bribery is when you give something of value to somebody because you want to influence them. Okay, so we're being quite straight here. And corruption is when you use your position to gain credibility, or you to gain an advantage, an unfair advantage. So those are three definitions, just so we're all on the same page here. Those are the definitions of fraud, corruption, and bribery. To mitigate against fraud and corruption, there are lots of laws and legislations around the world. So here in the kingdom, there is the royal decree. That's the latest decree relating to fraud and corruption. That's here to mitigate it. If you look at other parts of the world, in the UK, from where I'm from, for example, you have the UK Bribery Act. So these are the laws that are here to protect people and here to mitigate against some of the issues that are happening. So that's what we have around the world. And there are lots of other pieces of legislation to also help to combat some of these issues. And when you look at the actual types of fraud in relation to procurement, now when I mean procurement, I'm specifically talking about when you are buying things, buying goods or services for your company. Okay, so whenever I say procurement, I'm specifically saying that when you're buying goods or services for your company. So procurement fraud can happen in many different ways. These are some of the examples, and the definition of those examples are, for example, personal interest. What does that mean? That means that I'm purchasing items for my organization for my own use. So I use the company money to buy, instead of buying a laptop, I buy an Apple iMac, right? That's for me, right? I know it's not for the company. And undisclosed interest, so maybe you have an interest in an organization and you then give that organization a contract. That's undisclosed interest. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but you just have to be clear to acknowledge that, yes, I have an interest in this company, so everybody is aware. Receiving gifts, undeclared gifts, travel, entertainment, etc., where suppliers work with each other to allow each other to win contracts. That's also another issue. And variation of abuse is interesting. So variation abuse is where companies bid for a contract at a very low price, and throughout the course of the contract, they will keep issuing variations to get more money out of it. Okay, so they won't declare the initial price. They'll keep saying, oh, and if you want this, okay, you ordered a pen, but if you want ink, that's more money, right? You know, that sort of thing, right? That's variation abuse. And contract specification, of course, contract specification abuse is where an organization or an individual will ensure that the specification favors a specific company. So your company have asked you to buy a car, but the specification you put out says it has to be a BMW, has to have these wheels. Only BMW can provide that car. So that's specification abuse, when actually you should say, we will buy a car, has to have 4 wheels, has to be able to travel at this speed. But if you specify certain things, then that's specification abuse. So what do we do? So there are a few ways to get over that, and one of them is to assess the risk in your own organization. And there are various steps. And by the way, these slides will become available to everybody, so you won't digest everything now. But there are 7 steps in which you can assess the risk within your organization to prevent some of these things happening. First is to establish the process. So you need to have a workshop. You need to set up what's called an anti-corruption policy, and with all the people within your organization, so that everybody understands some of the things I'm talking about today. Once you've done that, when you're identifying the risks, these are some of the kind of questions you'd ask. What arrangements do you have in place? How could corruption occur in your organization? That's what you need to assess. Where does the risk lie, and which locations within the organization are these issues likely to happen? Is it in the warehouse? Is it in HR? These sorts of things are what you need to think about at that point. And then you need to rate something called the inherent risk. Now, this is quite detailed, and I won't go into it in too much detail, but the inherent risks is the risk relating to the impact it could have. So there's a tool that's provided, and within the SIPS website, you can go to www.cips.org, www.cips.org. You can find this framework, and that can help you assess what the inherent risk is. So what you look at is, if you look at, for example, bribery of tax authorities. If you want to assess how important it is to deal with this, what you do is you say, what's the probable impact? If somebody in your organization bribed the tax authorities, the impact is very high, okay? But what is the probability of it happening? Very, very low, okay? So what you'll do is you would say, right, it's very, very low, the chances of it happening, right? Because it's very unlikely that somebody can bribe the tax authorities. You know, go see zakat is very unlikely. But if it did happen, the impact will be high. So in that particular thing, the inherent risk is yellow. So that's how you kind of make the assessment as you go along, as an example. And then you need to look at the controls. What do you have in place to prevent certain things happening? So what you do is you calculate what's called the residual risk. So what that means is, if there is a medium, when you look at the controls you have in place, the controls will be medium if the residual risk is medium. However, if that changes, if you have strong mitigating controls, then the residual risk, the risk remaining, the risk of it happening, will then be low. Okay, if you have strong controls. But if your controls are very weak, then the residual risk or the remaining risk becomes high. So that's the kind of framework you use, right? So that kind of brushes it over in quite a high, in quite a speedy fashion. However, that's the principle behind it all. And of course, you can go into detail on this. We can share that with you. So once you've done that, you need to develop an action plan or a response plan. So any risk that has not been dealt with within your organization, you have to say, we haven't dealt with this, what's our action plan? What are we going to do about it at that point? And then once you've done that, you need to make sure that you have a monitoring plan to make sure that you're monitoring all these risks, identifying any trigger, and also importantly, what the risk tolerance of your organization is. That's the important thing. Okay, how tolerant are you of risk in the organization, or of risk occurrence or fraud occurrence in your organization? And different organizations will have different tolerance levels, and that's important. It all depends on your organization and what you do. Okay, if you're a government institution, your tolerance level will be very, very high. Why? Because it's public money you're dealing with. Okay, so if you're a private organization, that may be slightly different. So the tolerance level is very, very important. Also, your organizational culture will play a big part in preventing risks happening. Okay, so obviously, in this subject, in terms of fraud, senior leadership and their culture are very, very key to what happens in your organizations and what the residual risk is. Which country you're in will also define what the residual risks are as well, because the framework of the country you're in may either help or hinder how you're dealing with ethical issues, and that can differ around the world. Your organization, if you provide regular compliance training, regular monitoring and auditing, and ensure that all individuals can report inappropriate behavior in an appropriate way, then that will also influence how your organization deals with it. Okay, so if, for example, there's a lot of inappropriate behavior happening in an organization, but there's no way that people can report it, then that's going to influence how often these kind of things happen. And recruitment. This is quite interesting, because every time you bring someone into your organization, that's good, but it's also a risk. Okay, because you don't know these people yet. All right, so recruitment becomes an area that you actually need to ensure is very, very stringent in terms of mitigating risks. So company checks, not just on the character of the individual, but what undisclosed holdings do these people have? You know, if you operate a car company and you bring somebody in who actually their father owns a company that provides parts for cars, you need to know that, okay? Because that's an undisclosed holding, and that could be a problem further down the line. So these things are important to know. Obviously, reference checks and criminal record checks are important. These are basic, but let's be honest, you have to do these things because otherwise you're leaving yourselves open to risk. Training is essential, obviously. You can't assume that people are aware of some of the issues we're talking about. You know, ethics, fraud, corruption are a very sensitive subject, okay? Because, you know, if you say to anybody, will you commit fraud? Of course, they're going to say no, okay? But that's not training, is it? You haven't trained them about anything. You have to actually define what you mean by fraud. It could be conflict of interest. Okay, not many people deliberately go out and defraud a company. Actually, the majority of people, it's really a conflict of interest. It's undisclosed holdings. It's things along those lines. So you have to train people as to what exactly you're speaking about to make sure you don't get in that situation. And as it says there, in some countries, training is actually a legal requirement for employees for certain things. Certainly in the UK. It's a legal requirement to train people on these things and on some other things. Legal requirement, which means the company will be in trouble if they haven't trained people. So there are other areas. When you're putting together your policy and procedure, you need to look at any legislation that applies in whatever country. If you're a company working across the world, you need to look at every country you work in to make sure whether you're complying with the legislation in that regard. It needs to be clear who the policy applies to. It may not apply to some employees. People need to know what their duties are. The company needs to have a clear statement that there's zero tolerance around whistleblowing. So if somebody reports something, how will it be dealt with? That's an important thing as well. We spoke about reporting, spoke about gifts. There's nothing wrong with receiving gifts from suppliers. There's actually that itself is not fraud. There just needs to be rules about what you can do. And if you're in the process of purchasing something from a company, and on that day when they're given their price, they also give you a gift. That's obviously a bit of an issue because whether you like it or not, as human beings, psychologically that makes a difference to how you're going to evaluate that. So it just needs to be trained. These things have to be explicit so that everybody is aware of what the implications are. Conflicts of interest we mentioned, and monitoring as well are issues. So once all those things have been taken into account, these things will definitely avoid any misunderstanding of what we're talking about when we talk about fraud, corruption. Okay, it's not just people wanted to take money. There are areas that can get people in trouble when you do the investigation later. So it's best to avoid them and avoid innocent transactions being constituted as fraud. So as far as procurement is concerned, there is, as an organization, you need to make sure you have things like segregation of duties. The same person doesn't award contracts. As the same person who awards contracts can't be the same person who pays the contractor, things along those lines. That may sound obvious, but in some organization that happens. So I select the supplier, I also pay them. I also approve their payment. These kind of things shouldn't happen. That's called segregation of duties. Again, all these things need to be looked into in a very detailed manner. That is a detailed section of what we call the contract management cycle that looks at the risks that happen in every single stage of when you're buying something, and it becomes quite complicated because fraud and corruption can happen when you're defining a business need. It can happen when you're putting a strategy together. It can happen when you're putting tender documents together. It can happen when you're managing the supplier's performance. It can happen in several ways. So again, it's worth having that in front of you to understand where these issues can occur. So in the event that it is found out or there's a suspicion that there is fraud within your organization, everyone needs to understand exactly what's going to happen. That can't be a surprise. That the process for reporting suspected fraud is there. the steps that will be taken. In other words, if there's an investigation, how does that investigation happen? We can't make it up afterwards. These steps need to be written. Who's going to carry out that investigation? Who's the person within an organization or people who will investigate these things? Are they independent enough to do that? And also, finally, if allegations are proven, what happens? What is the sanction for somebody who is found guilty of fraud or corruption in an organization? That needs to be clear. Are there any sanctions? Is it disciplinary? Is it gross misconduct? Is it a warning? That needs to be clear in your organization before you do that. So those are the main things. All organizations need to have a response plan. It needs to be independent. People need to be trained, and there needs to be support for whistleblowers, people who are willing to report things anonymously. Okay, they need to be protected. You can't encourage people to report these things and then disclose their name and say, this guy told me that you've done this. That disrupts the integrity of the whole process. So just to summarize, before I get some quick questions for you guys, there are some questions for everybody, so pay attention. Going through that, you will be able to define exactly what fraud, bribery, and corruption is, right? What are the implications? What are the steps? And finally, what the key elements of fraud, bribery, and corruption are, and what the response plan is. Okay, these are the bits we went through. But just to check that everybody has been paying attention on this whistle-stop presentation, we are going to have some questions, a little bit of a quiz. And to be transparent, there's no prize, there's no money, there's no chocolates. Just questions, right? Okay, so just to be clear, because I can't be accused of bribing you to get the right question, right? Anyway, so let's just go through them. So, question. So, which of the following points describes how you evaluate and prioritize stages of anti-corruption risk assessment? Quite a difficult question, I know, but what do you reckon? What does anyone think? Just 1, 2, 3, or 4? I'll give you some time. Anyone want to just hazard a guess? Okay, taking into account the risk factors, likelihood of occurrence, and potential adverse impacts. Good one. Anyone else before I check? Same. Very close. Very close. By the way, for what I've been through in the last 20 minutes, this is quite difficult. This is the actual extract from the ethics examination. So it's not been changed. So so you're doing very well. And they're quite tricky, these questions. People who go through that receive the global ethical kite mark. So these are real extracts. So they're not easy. So and each answer is quite similar. So just bear that in mind. The next one. So a director working has just returned from a disciplinary hearing regarding a member of staff. Which step of a response plan should the director now pursue to help prevent reoccurrence? So what would they do to stop this issue happening again? 2 things. Okay, 3 ensure, yeah. 3, yeah, and another one? Okay, so 2 and 3. Okay, cool. Anyone else? 2 and 3? Oh dear. Oh dear. So basically what we're saying is the 2 important things are to, once the case has happened, to look at what happened, so review the case, and redo a risk assessment to try and see how it's not going to happen again. 2 and 3 actually are correct, right? But very, very similar. But basically what you're talking about is what are the 2 most important things to look at. So again, as I say, very, 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 very close. Very, 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 very tricky. These are tricky questions, right? Okay, so which organization launched the set of anti-corruption initiatives to help countries address corruption? Now, I didn't talk about this in the presentation, by the way, so you can have a guess at this in case you know this yourself. So it's the MSF, Medicine Sans Frontières Bank, Information Office, or Financial Ombudsman Service. So which organization launched the anti-corruption initiatives to help countries address corruption? 3, Information Commission. Anyone else? MSF, okay. Any others? It's actually the World Bank. Yeah. So I guess the clue here is globalization. So it's I guess we're talking about corruption, and we're talking about the world. So the difficulty here is that this is a UK based one, this is a US based one, so it's not global. Okay, that's global, but they're more medical. So the World Bank is the one that looks at banking issues. Question 4: the part of risk assessment for fraud includes the following. Which is the relevant step? Quite a difficult one. I'll kind of go through that. Rate the inherent risk. We spoke about this in the course, but actually it's not very clear. But the most relevant step is to rate the inherent risk, and the inherent risk is what the risk is left after you've taken all the actions that you need to take. So this is the risk that remains having done what you need to do. 5 more. What's the best method for mitigating risks within an organization? Okay, so you need to choose one out of this. So do you say 1? Okay. Okay. 2. Anyone else have the 1 or 2? 4. 2. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4. It's 3. No, not really. 4. So there you go. Yeah. I think what we're saying here is that, look, if you don't have this culture from the top, then it's not going to work. Then it doesn't make any difference. This culture has to come from the very top of the organization. Which of the following statements explains the term conflict of interest? Conflict of interest. Conflict of it. 2. Good one. Any others for 2? 2. Absolutely. Of course it is 2. The longest statement. Which organizations should have a formal whistleblowing policy? Now, whistleblowing policy is where you encourage people to report things anonymously. Okay. So what type of organization should have a whistleblowing policy? Sorry, I say which, sorry. Why should organizations have a whistleblowing policy? Sorry, apologies. Why should they? 1, 2, 3, 4. Anybody? 4? Okay. 4? 4. There you go. Okay. Number 8. A procurement person is carrying out a review to look at anti-bribery policies. Which 2 statements are correct in relation to bribery? 2 statements. Which of 2 statements relate to bribery? Anyone? 2 statements. 1 and 4. 1 and 4. 1 and 4. Anybody? 1 and 4. There you go. 1 and 4. There you go. Number 9. A contractor submits multiple invoices for work they only did once. So they've done work once, but they've sent 4 invoices. Somebody internally could help them to do this. What type of procurement fraud is this defined as? So a contractor sends multiple invoices for something they've done once. What type of fraud is that? Okay, 1. Anybody else? 4? Sorry, 5. Sorry, 5. Yeah, 1, 5. Okay. There you go. We have a procurement person in here. So billing, yeah. So in this case, yes, they've sent in the invoice, and yeah, it's billing fraud, right? You bill once. You've done work once. You bill once. Which of the 2 are implications of unethical practices? Things that can actually happen when you have unethical practices. 2 things. Does it affect money? Does it affect your brand? Does it make your organization grow too fast? Or does it make you have more job applicants? Which of the 2 things happen when you have unethical practices in your organization? First two. 1 and 2. 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 There you go. Oh, we have another one, sorry. Which of the following defines fraud? I think, sorry, we have 12 questions, apologies. How would you define fraud? So, personal and corporate rules, deception, dishonest and fraudulent conduct by those in power, or offering an incentive for somebody to act improperly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. 2. There you go. I think we're unanimous on 2. And 12, you're a member of an evaluation team, so you have a bid coming in. You are part of a team who are deciding who's involved in that bid, which is correct in terms of your conflict of interest. Okay. So your best friend works in a bidding organisation. They're no relation, but it still needs to be reported. You still need to report that your friend is the bidder. Or you're a director in one of the organizations, or a very distant cousin who works in the bidding organization. Do you have to report that? Or your next door neighbor? So which statement is correct in terms of how you need to do your conflicts of interest? Anyone? 1, 2, 3, 4. First one. Anyone else? Number 1. Number 1. There you go. Cool. Okay, we do have 14, sorry. Procurement officer works for a small company. You've been supplied with a laptop. You get a laptop from your company and you sell it and you take the money. How's that defined? Is that ethics, kickback, fraud, or bribery? 1, 2, 4. Okay, poor ethics. Fraud. Within the it's also poor ethics, by the way. these are quite close. There you go. So thank you very much, guys. That was not a test. Not a real test. We did it together. I hope you found it interesting. As I said, you can get full details from our website. That's a very quick overview of quite a detailed global test that people take, and they get certificates for it. So so thanks for listening. Hope you enjoyed it. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Code, we will appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Check, 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 check.
خليهم شغالين لو تطفيهم يعني شيل عنهم المانجات بس.
Hello, hello, check.
Yes, bro.
പറയടാ വിളിക്കണ്ട നിങ്ങള്
This is yours. This is mine. Is it the same?
Yes,
Hello, hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Well, حتى أنا يعني السيشن تبعي أقل من 45 دقيقة. يعني حوالي
طلب ثاني بعد اللي هو ان شاء الله المايك هذا طبعا ما في سبيكرز، المايك هذا ما راح يطلع الصوت سبيكر، راح يطلع هنا بس الصوت من المايك. عندنا ان شاء الله اذا جلست الشباب الناس جلست اللي بالبدايه بس قبل تبدا تبيك تبلغهم انه من ال من اي ان الصوت ترى بيطلع من الهيدفون.
بسيط.
اي بس
ما عندك مشكله.
طريقة التركيب هذه أنا إن شاء الله برتب معهم بساعد كل واحد.
انا
الله يعافيك.
Assalamu alaikum. يعطيكم العافية. Hello. We're about to start. So
1111.
the best way for us to communicate or to
One.
hear me, you have to wear the headphones. You have to wear the headphones. لازم تلبسوا
وين حاط أي channel؟
headphones حتى تقدروا تسمعوني.
3
1 1
تمام
1 شغال.
تمام شغال.
كويس كويس. ممكن نجرب. كويس. Can you hear me? Perfect. Good. How about now? Is this good? Okay, excellent. Good morning, everyone. Again, on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to welcome you for this session today, where we're talking about the top business and technology trends in government. Okay, 2024 and probably 2025 as well. It seems like it's trending on the same path. All right. My name is Faris Shaddad. I represent Gartner in today's session. And I'll be happy to walk you through few statistics. Okay, we have some trends that we see coming. Okay, that already some of it took place, and probably more to come. But let me ask you this. I mean, I would usually I'd love to have a session to be more interactive. Okay, I'd like to ask you a question. Okay, apparently it will be a rhetorical question because I will not be getting some feedback from you. If the genie just showed up, okay, and granted you wishes, but not three, only one, okay, one wish is granted to wish for your government to give you something. What is the service that you would require from your government that you feel that it is missing, that you will ask your government to have? Okay? I mean, for the audience who's here, would you like to share something? Innovation? Okay. Technological innovations, maybe, to adapt more to technological innovation in the government, in the services that the government provides you, right? Okay. Focusing on security. Amazing. I mean, this is very good 2 points to start with. But we need to remember something very important, the challenges that the government's at. Okay? I mean, you look no further. I mean, if you look around you, you see the challenges are taking place around us. Let's take a look at some of the challenges that we see around us, right? Global turmoils, cyber threats, regional conflicts, local pressures, increasing citizen demands. Okay, this is some of the factors that are affecting our lives on a daily basis. Do we agree to it? Of course we do. It's all around us. All right. One pressure and one challenge that governments see nowadays is basically several challenges coming from everywhere. Okay, not only from the external factors that we see here, okay, but sometimes it's the pressure of the citizens, as we said. Citizens are asking for more products, more services. They care about the quality of life. And the government is sitting in the middle to serve, to be able to accommodate what's happening outside, all the pressure that comes in from the outer world, and at the same time to accommodate the demand of the citizens all around. So therefore, for today's presentation, we're discussing the business side of the story and maybe the technical side of the story. Where are the trends helping, trending and the challenges and what the governments are doing. Okay, what are the governments are facing? One thing for a fact, okay, one of the biggest challenges that the government has, which is an internal challenge, is basically what we call in the world of IT is the legacy systems. Okay, is the legacy system a concept that it is familiar to you? It's the old computer systems, because you have a lot of organizations, a lot of government organizations, ministries, hayat, other semi-government entities. They have been using IT for the longest time, right? So they have built so many, they invested so many money, time, resources into building their systems. All of a sudden, it became a legacy with a lot of challenges, a lot of demands on the services of the governments. So some of the systems that they have, it became some sort of old, needs to be updated, all right? One of the biggest challenges that the governments has today, how can we upgrade, okay? From our exposure to a lot of government entities all over the world, upgrading those legacy systems is not an easy task, bloody expensive. Luckily for us, we have a new technology nowadays, and we will talk more about it today, that probably will help us. All of us probably used by now, in abundance, ChatGPT, right? Okay, ChatGPT is an application of generative AI. So what has generative AI has to do with government legacy systems? Think about it, okay? Because of our exposure, all right, by 2027, generative AI will be used to look at the legacy systems and entities, government entities, to help the government entity identify what is this legacy system, what are the details of it, and how to plan to improve it as well. Isn't that powerful? It's an amazing revolution, because the alternative to that is basically to suffer, for the entity to suffer and to spend a lot of money and bringing a lot of consultants to know the history of 30 or 40 years of the legacy systems, to be able to upgrade it or maybe change it or modernize it, okay, is the key word here. So by using generative AI and helping modernizing the old legacy systems at governments, we're saving up to 70% of the cost. So we have generative AI on one side, and we have the traditional way of modernizing our legacy systems. Gen AI is something. Do you think this is a good takeaway already for you to know and to take home with you? Definitely, it's something to consider, using generative AI and looking at your legacy systems for future enhancements or modernization. Okay, as I said, governments are in so much demand, and they are sitting in the middle trying to accommodate all the pressures coming from everywhere. Okay, the first pressure is the demand by the citizens. Okay, the citizens, they're acquiring more services, they wanted a better quality of life, and they wanted more and more of the government. So that said, the government, the decision makers, the policy makers, they're pushing the IT people, and every time I mention CIO here, we're talking about the IT organization within the government. So they're pushing CIOs to become more innovative, to be able to serve the citizens in a more proper or more advanced way. The second pressure, okay, which is how to accommodate all the pressures coming from everywhere else, which is the economical part of it, and how to ensure the quality of life based on the economical factors and provide the citizens with with a good quality of life. The third, okay, is basically to make things happen. All right. I mean, we know, and as citizens, we know that our governments are investing in technology, investing in changing, investing in everything, conferences, visions, what have you. It's part of our government's promises. But the pressure is here is to diverge and to come up to see the value on the ground. We as citizens, we need to see the value manifest and to be taken advantage of. All right. So this is the pressure that is on governments as well to show the value, okay, to the citizens. So, as I said, we'll tackle the subject of today from two different perspectives. I'll share with you some numbers and some trends, what's going on from a business perspective and a technology perspective. Okay, for trend number one, okay, managing trust and digital, all right? So probably by today, we have reached a point where we trust how to make a transaction on our cell phone, maybe to buy a plane ticket or to order our food. This is a transactional that has gained a lot of our confidence. We know that when we transfer our money from one account to another account, it is a secured transaction, 100%. How about other technologies that it's being adopted nowadays? Let's mention the computer vision. Let's mention the racial profiling issues. So there are so many technologies that might affect the trust and citizenship and the citizens and taking advantage of the services, or to bring the lack of trust and citizens. So we see that governments are looking into enhancing this trust and citizens' eyes to be able to gain more ground on adapting technologies. The second we see is the institutional resilience. Okay, institutional resilience is basically we have to have our governments ready, strong, to be able to accommodate any changes so fast. Okay, to be able to accommodate this in a manner that it could recover and adapt so fast to the changes around it, whether it's coming from citizens, economical regulations, or what have you. So the government entity, it has to be resilient. All right. So by 2026, which is basically just around the corner, okay, in a year time, we're predicting that G20 members will experience a monthly electricity rationing, okay, basically to worry about electricity consumption. The reason of this trend is basically adopting technologies nowadays is electricity and energy demanding. Okay, for a quick example is basically we're talking about cloud adoption, whether AI solutions, all of that requires a lot of computing power. A lot of computing power will require energy. So energy is one of the issues that we see that it has been trending, that government entities are looking at how to save and how to accommodate that. Okay, enough that we see a lot of government entities and energy and technology providers are looking into traditional energy sources and non-traditional resources. We're talking about sustainability of energy, okay, whether it's renewable energy or nowadays we started to hear back the nuclear energy as well, okay, to be able to accommodate the energy demand that the computing power needs. Okay, some technology providers are looking at building nuclear plants to be able to feed the energy. The next trend that we see is basically experience management. Experience management is basically looking at the citizens, okay? Whatever that we need to do, it has to be a customer-centric or a citizen-centric solution, or solving a citizen issue directly through the citizens. When we say citizen-centric, is basically, I mean, bringing the citizens to be part of the solution, and they are on the table making the decision to be able to resolve or to come up with issues, okay? So by 2026, again, 87% of the government CIOs, okay, will increase investment on producing positive citizen experience as a critical business outcome, all right? So we're investing more and more into bringing in the citizens to be able to come up with solutions that serves the citizens, okay? The next, okay, executive data advocacy, which is basically we need to focus on more, okay, on data. The power of data is where everything lies. So managing data from top, from the decision makers, okay, to filter down on how to govern and how to manage the data is very important, all right? Nowadays, we see a trend that it is where governments, they are focusing more on organizing their data. They govern the data, they're making it ready to be able to adopt any new technological or maybe advancements that they need. So by 2027, 50% of data analysts will be trained to become, okay, data scientists. And the current data scientists, they are being trained to become AI engineers, okay? So basically this shift is taking place because of the power of the data and how to manage data and to make sure that it is ready to be adopted, all right? So that it's a very powerful trend here is basically people are moving, so data analytics, it became like a norm, okay? In every organization you talk to today, they have a certain level of maturity when it comes to data analytics. So the next step up is how to utilize this data in a more predictive and more intelligent way to be able to manage the challenges that we have mentioned earlier. Okay, workforce productivity, all right? We're talking about government entities. The challenges that we have, all right, is basically the productivity of the workforce on such entities. Whether finding the right skills, whether upskilling, whether how to measure the productivity and how to move forward to be able to accommodate, okay, what is demanded on the organizations and the governments and making things happen. So by 2026, okay, 70% of the government agency will use AI to enhance human administrative decisions making and will measure the productivity increase achieving that way. So basically, we're augmenting, okay, the workforce with AI solutions and AI agents to be able to help elevating the productivity without replacing our workforce, of course, okay? So this is something, it's a trend that we see that it's happening today, okay, whereby AI will be augmenting the workforce to achieve the productivity that we're seeking, to elevating that level of productivity. Okay, with that said, okay, this is pretty much what we see as a trend all over when it comes to business challenges okay, in the government sector all over. Let's look at the subject from a technological perspective. And we all know that as with technology, okay, a lot of advancement, a lot of innovation is taking place. It's rapidly changing, and the poor governments in the middle, somewhere they have to deal with it as well. So we see a trend of how to accommodate the technological advancements and moving forward. To start with, okay, the concept of adaptive security, okay, with cybersecurity is a very important aspect, okay, big challenge to a lot of organizations, government and otherwise, all right. So the concept of adaptive security, whereby utilizing AI to enable how to predict, okay, how to manage attacks, incidents related to a cyber attacks or cyber incidents, or to use, okay, to adapt with whatever attacks are coming in, or incidents, or possible even incidents, because there is an intelligence part of it here. AI is part of the story, and to be adaptive, to be able to move, to learn from whatever happens, and to adapt to to a better secured networks and systems as well. This is where the concept of adaptive security comes in. So by 2028, multi-agent AI in threat detection, incident response will raise from 5% to a 70%. Imagine, okay, from 5% to a 70%, AI will take place in helping, okay, with the detection and incident response, okay. Then we move to the digital identity ecosystem. Okay, we see governments all over the world, they wanted to make sure they're taking the lead when it comes to digital identity. What is a digital identity? It's basically, it's the concept of authenticating and verifying that you are who you claim that you are in your transactions, all right? Okay, you don't have to go to any place anymore or show an ID to be able to go through a transaction. So the digital identity is a trend all over, is taking place just for the governments to adopt, to be able to serve the citizens, to protect its interests and services in a way. So people, as we all know, people living in Saudi Arabia, okay, and the digital identity part of the story is extremely mature, and with Abshir and Nafad is something that we see as an example. Every time this subject mentioned somewhere else, okay, they refer to Saudi Arabia's success, and when it comes to when it comes to digital identity adoption and application. So by 2026, more than 500 million smartphones will handle transactions related to digital identity and transactions. So this is the prediction. More than 500 mobile smartphone will handle digital identity related transactions, okay, using your digital identity. Next is basically AI for decision intelligence, okay. When it comes to AI, adoptions of AI is something, it's trending all over the world, and definitely we need government, they have to take decisions, but we need to make it more intelligent decisions. That's why we need data. Data, to make sense of data, is basically we're bringing AI into the story to be able to help us, okay, with the prediction and to making a better decision. Okay, so by 2026, over 70% of the government agencies will use AI to enhance human administrative decision making and will measure the productivity increases achieving that way. So again, bringing in AI to be able to elevate the level of decision making. Next is basically digital platform agility. When we're talking about platforms, okay, we're not talking about websites or applications. We're talking about more powerful platforms that serves, okay, our purposes. I mean, today, as a government entity all over the world, okay, I have challenges whereby to be able to scale fast, to innovate. Everybody's asking me as a government entity to be agile, to be able to accommodate the citizens' requests, citizen demands, and to cope with the technological demands, and to cope with the security threats, and cope with everything else, and to be innovative and to scale up so fast at the same time. So the digital platform agility is one of the trends that we see a lot of governments are thinking seriously and moving to the cloud, okay, and using high power generated infrastructures to be able to accommodate the need for scalability and innovation and agility as well. So 75% of government by 2025, which is next year, immediately next week, in 2 weeks' time, okay, we have 75% of the government will expand the adoption of platform services for modernization, okay, with hyperscale cloud providers delivering half of the workload, okay. This is the magical word here, is basically by next year, a lot of government entities, okay, 70% of them, 75 of them will adopt cloud and cloud providers and hyperscalers to be able, okay, to move, or to move their 50% of their workload to the cloud, okay, to be able to accommodate the innovation and the requirements and the agility as well. All right. Does that sound like a ring a bell? Okay. If you are living in the kingdom, and if you're involved in one of the wonderful measures that measures the maturity of the digital transformation maturity of organizations in the kingdom here, is Qiyas. Qiyas is basically, one part of its mandate for next year is basically the 50% mark that we're talking about here. The 50% mark of overload of your workload needs to be on the cloud. Okay. So this is part of the trend, and we see it happening in front of our eyes in one of sample governments, like in Saudi Arabia. Next, okay, a trend that we see all over, again, the data management story. All right, data management story is basically whereby we have to organize ourselves, okay, to be able to make ourselves data ready to be able to accommodate any innovations, technological innovations to be. So when we are data ready, that means we know how to store our data, to manage it, know how to govern it, okay, to make it available for any innovations that we have. So by 2026, more than 60% of government organization will prioritize investments in business process automation, up from 35%, okay? So currently it's a 35% adoption, okay? It will move up to 60% by 2026, all right, by adopting what we call the process automation, which is basically making sure that our data is very well managed and help us in our automation, process automation. Okay, short and sweet. Okay, this is what currently what we see as trends when it comes to business challenges and technological challenges, that trends that the governments are seeing nowadays. Okay, thank you so much for bearing with me for the past few minutes, and it's been a pleasure. And one thing that it is required for me to share with you is basically a survey. Oops. Okay. This is something that, I mean, the organizers asked to do is basically to fill up a survey on your feedback. يعطيكم العافية. عفوا. هلا انت بتحب هاي ولا هذه؟ انت هلا السيشن تبعك
لسه 45.
قديش ساعة
It
الآن؟
starts at 11:45 so still
قديش اخذت 20 minutes انا؟
انت لا اكثر طبعا انت بدأت you started like 10
على 11
11:45 no this is
آه.
1 hour is far too long man nobody can do a monologue for 1 hour
لا ما يعني هذا السيت اب انا مش متعود عليه.
that's good
اضغط من هنا يمكن الشاشة هذه. هو اللي نزلها الشباب.
fantastic
لا كانوا باعتين له بي دي اف، بعتنا لهم 60 مره باوربوينت وفي الاخر مدينهم بي دي اف.
منيح اللي معك كوبي.
عملت حساب، انا كنت حاسس ان الدنيا مش ماشيه. Shall we test? It's good. Sound quality. Okay, great. Can I also test the clicker? It's over there. Okay. Your organization is ready for AI, but is your data? I have no idea. It could be. شغال شكله. Oh, we're good. Yeah. Okay. I'm not. Where? How do you?
تك
بعدك اسمس هون لحالنا ونرجع هون. anyway I'll see.
بيجونك العيال يعني.
نعم.
بيجيك الاهل من بيجي
8 سنة وشوي.
مره ما تقدر.
What will happen is in Jan قبل ما ارجع بجانيوري 5 6
لا يسر.
لا لا
عبد الله I'll go and come back. Okay.
He's planning المينستري اوف سبورتس. شو رايك؟ It's a good idea انه
هلا على فكرة أنا قعدت معه كل
خالد.
بعد عندي الثلاثة.
شو رايك بالعنود هاي جديدة؟ شكلها يعني very active.
هيك البنت بس متعبين ترى. يعني ما في بروبر
Now you can hear me? Yeah, good. Okay. Well, if I raise my voice like this, is it too loud? It's too loud. So maybe I should use the hand mic. Oh, they can change the volume.
They can control
The volume. Okay.
so you can
Because I prefer if people can hear me without having to put on the headset. Okay. Yes. السلام عليك. سلام عبد الله. منورنا والله.
اهلا، انت اللي منورنا.
تفضل يا باشا. تفضل.
سلام، حياك الله، كيف حالك؟ وشلونك؟
Let me switch this off because
نشوف. Let's be wrong. No pressure.
okay. Can everyone hear me? Hello. Yes? Okay. Great. So I'll be raising my voice like this in case you're not actually using the headset. You can still hopefully hear me. I think it makes for a more natural interaction. So way you like, and then because my voice is also probably quite loud, you can, if you're using the headset, you can turn down the volume. So first of all, thank you for coming and welcome. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Ala Zahir, a senior executive partner at Gartner. Gartner is a technology research and digital research company, and we have of being here today in the IGF Digital Government Agency event to talk about a number of things my colleagues have been talking about, and I will be talking specifically about when it comes to artificial and specifically on data, but I'll also expand the discussion beyond the data aspect of the readiness. So I'll basically be looking at a little bit of history of AI, the impact of generative AI, and then what that means for consumers, what it means for enterprises, and then we're going to zoom in on the enterprise part to really look at what it takes for you to build the right capability in your organization in order to harness the power of artificial intelligence. How does that sound? All good? All right, let's get going. So I'd like to start with this quote from this gentleman over there, Sir Arthur Clarke. You may not know him, but he is a British futurist, screenplay writer, somebody who's really embedded into innovation. And he said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? Come to think of it, 2 years ago, 2023, end of 2022, 2023, I think what we saw with this thing, ChatGPT, is nothing short of magic, right? I think we all agree, the world was stunned by what this chatbot can do, right? And you would think, we've had chatbots for ages. Yeah, so if you break down the word ChatGPT, we've had chatbots. They weren't as magical, they weren't as spectacular. So what is this that makes it so magical? It's the other part of the name, the GPT. And what is GPT? Well, it's short for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. Never mind. We'll just call it a large language model. Never mind. So what is a large language model? It is one derivative of artificial intelligence, right? Intelligence has been around for decades, right? But it is the large language models, the generative AI basically. So if you kind of look at the landscape of artificial intelligence, sorry, just before that. So in case you were hiding under a rock over the past 2 years, let me show you what ChatGPT can do, right? So when I first laid my hands on technology, I asked it this question. I wanted to test it. I said, summarize the story of Cinderella in 100 words. As this chatbot. And it went in a split of a second and generated for me this wonderful summary in a split of a second. In 100 words, Cinderella recounts the story of a kind-hearted, mistreated young woman living with her wicked stepmother and said, brilliant. I couldn't have summarized it this way in 2 hours, maybe even half a day, right? Incredible. Now I challenged it a little bit further, so I asked it, now can you summarize it for me in 50 words? And again, bang, in a split of a second, it did it in 50 words. In fact, it was 51 to be honest, so just a little bit over. But nonetheless, it's incredible. Now, I really wanted to test it even further, so I kind of pushed the boundaries. And I said, what if I ask it in a different language, in Arabic? Mind you, this was ChatGPT 3, not even 3.5, right? So I asked it, I gave it a really big challenge. Give me a piece of poetry in Arabic. So this is the question I asked it. For us, for those of us who are Arabic speakers, that's what I asked it. اكتب لي أبياتا شعرية في حب الملوخية. Okay? Now that's quite a challenge for a computer, right? And there you go. That's what it gave me. بحب الملوخية يا فتاة نغمة عذوبة في الطعم تتراوح في المقلوبة تسكب فن العطر وفي حضن الطهي تتراقص أحلامه. Wow. Incredible, isn't it? And then it goes on and on. All right, so it might not be the perfect poetry, but it's incredible, you know. And again, it generated in seconds. So that is what ChatGPT is capable of. That's what large language models are capable of. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, because now we have not just 3.5, not 4, but 4.5, 4.0 that is. So let's go back and to the technical discussion. So the large language models, they are a subset of generative AI, right? There are different types of generative AI models, and large language models happen to be the one that ChatGPT uses because it's for words and for verbal communication. But generative AI itself is a subset of machine learning, right? And that is basically the foundation of most artificial intelligence applications. It's not the only one, but it's the most common one. It's delivering for more than 15 years. So let's think about, let's talk about machine learning for a moment. How does it work? Machine learning, basically, we'll take the classic example of what machine learning does. Classification, right? This is, the basic function that a machine learning algorithm can actually perform. Classification. So let's say we want the machine learning model to classify a picture of a dog when it sees one, right? Sees one, when we introduce it to it. So what do? We give it the training data set. As many pictures of dogs as we possibly can, right? As many as we can. Training data. Now, go ahead, examine those pictures, and we run it through a statistical model. There are many different statistical models that are used for predictive the predictive analysis of the model. Some of the most common are linear regression. You might have heard of decision trees. So these ones, essentially what they do is basically this. They examine each picture, they look for patterns in the pictures, and through the pattern create a set of rules. And once it has the rules embedded, right, typically the rules are embedded in a black box, so it doesn't expose the rules to us, right? We only can judge it by the result. So we present to it the picture, another picture that it hadn't seen in the past, of a dog. And if the rules are correct, it will identify that this is indeed a dog. And then another one. It says that doesn't conform to my rules, that is not a dog. We present it with a third picture, which happens to be of a dog, doesn't quite fit the training data, and it gets confused. And so what do? We take that picture, feed it back to the model as part of the training data set, and it keeps learning. So this is what we call supervised learning, right? So supervised learning includes this kind of reinforcement, and it also includes what we call feature engineering. So as we were giving it the pictures of the dogs, we might have given it a little help, like, this is what a nose of a dog typically looks like. We call it feature engineering, right? So that's the essential mechanism through which machine learning models work. Now, let's project that on what's happening in the generative AI world, in the large language models. How does that differ? You've got the training data. The training data, what do you think is the training data for ChatGPT? It's text, right? What kind of text? Is it some text that some company gave it to ChatGPT? It's from the web. You're absolutely right. It's not just from the web, it's the entire World Wide Web. It literally is the entire World Wide Web. 500 billion words. And you might think, how on earth did it ingest the entire World Wide Web? There are tools to do that. You can do it. Yeah? You can actually download the entire World Wide Web. So 500 billion words, it was trained on that. We ran it through that statistical model. And here's where it gets a bit different. So remember that GPT part? That generative pre-trained transformer? It's a transformer architecture. And that transformer architecture is really good at identifying context. If you really want to think about it, it is like an autocomplete on steroids. That's really what it is. So you think when you're typing on your iPhone a message and it kind of goes, like I always tell my wife, I'm going to be, and then it says late, right? So, so how does it know that? Because it's just found out that I've said it so often, and then it autocompletes. That's exactly what the pre-trained transformer does. It's a great autocomplete, so it gets the context without us having to label for it that feature engineering that I was referring to in the classic machine learning. So this autocomplete is what allows it then to summarize the story of Cinderella so quickly and without supervision, because it's learned the patterns and the context from the training data that happens to be the entire World Wide Web. And so we get this wonderful summary that we were just looking at. So that's as far as the large language models and generative AI is concerned. So undoubtedly, generative AI is a revolutionary milestone in the world of artificial intelligence. But we need to remember that artificial intelligence is more than generative AI, and it has been delivering, right? Let's remind ourselves of what it has been delivering for us. Some of the things we take for granted, your Face ID on your iPhone, that's computer vision, which is a form of machine learning, right? If you think of, on top of that, what it does in terms of identifying our friends and family members from our photo albums, etc., that is also machine learning, computer vision, right? Now, take something again that never probably crosses our minds in terms of we watch a football game or sports and we can see all the analysis going on the screen. It's identified that there's a player that's moving there, the shot's going through that way. All of that is happening in real time, and that is artificial intelligence. But not just that, and specifically in sports, a lot of clubs are using artificial intelligence, have been using artificial intelligence to actually inform them of the right team formation. So they study the opponent beforehand, and it informs the coach of what kind of formation, who they need to put on the field, etc. Liverpool is topping the Premier League this season, and they have been in many past years, and they have a reputation for having one of the strongest AI teams in the Premier League. They're really leveraging that in a way that allows them to choose the players, so they don't often get the best stars, right? You can see them, they're getting the right players to allow Liverpool to win, right? But they're not necessarily paying the big bucks for the biggest stars. So that's another implementation of AI. Something else that's been happening and is happening to us right now through all the social media apps, your Facebooks, your Twitters, your Instagrams, etc., your TikToks, and again, that's all happening in the background. It's looking at our behaviors and basically analyzing it in order for it either to suggest to us what post we should look at, who we should follow, or actually deliver to us an ad, right? An ad that it predicts is going to be of interest to us based on our individual behaviors, right? So that's been going on for at least the past decade, hasn't it, right? And we're all bombarded by social media in many different ways. That's artificial intelligence, is machine learning. Now we move on to the enterprise world, in the world of business, right? One industry that has been benefiting from AI has been the insurance industry. So typically you make an insurance claim, and it either gets approved or rejected based on the kind of damage, the analysis of the accident, etc., assessing the actual cost of the repair. That used to be done by humans. Today, it's supervised by humans, but essentially a lot of the effort that goes into this analysis is cut through artificial intelligence. So you run the pictures through an AI model, that machine learning model, and it's able to tell you, to give you a recommendation on what to do with the claim, whether to approve it or not. Now, I come from a telecoms background. We used to use artificial intelligence to our network planning. So, when you're handling 40 million customers, as my company was, you're basically looking at a very fluid environment of usage, right? So you have certain times of the year where there's going to be a lot of demand in a particular area, then less demand elsewhere, and you need to be in that dynamic position to predict the usage. We used artificial intelligence to tell us, by looking at thousands and petabytes of data, basically, to allow us to predict where the demand is going to come from, where we're going to have the shortages, etc. And not just that, we also used it for understanding the customer behavior. If certain customers were likely to leave our network to the favor of a competitor, then we'd be able to give us early warning signals that we need to rescue that customer by giving them some compelling offer. Right? Another machine learning application, predictive maintenance. If you're in the manufacturing industry, you don't want to wait till a piece of equipment fails. It stops your production line to anticipate that early enough, and machine learning has been helping manufacturers do that. Preemptive maintenance. Right, so as we're talking about AI for enterprises, so what does it take to enable machine learning in your enterprise is the question. The first element is data, right? No data, no AI. Sounds like a song from Bob Marley, right? So no data, no AI, but it's data, and actually so much data. So I was just telling you about the example from telecoms. We literally were processing, petabytes of data on a daily basis, right? So the more data you have, the more opportunities you have for your machine learning models to learn, right? You take the example of, the World Wide Web, or when we talk about the dogs. So the more data you provide, it's going to be. So the first element is data. The other element is the geek, right? So a key component of any machine learning environment, of any AI environment, is a data scientist, right? So when we talked about those complicated models, you will, like decision trees, regression analysis, etc., you need somebody who knows how to program. So they need to actually have a combination of two skills. They need to be someone who understands statistics and also someone who's good at programming, right? Typically Python, for example, or R. So you've got that combination of very rare skill set of a data scientist, and you know, there's been a race to hire those people. I can tell you, we were hiring them in my company, and they would stay with us for a year, and they were off to, you know, double their salary or something. So it's a very competitive market, and that's what makes it difficult for companies to grow that AI capability within the organization. Impediments. And what else do you need? Well, if you want to process the petabytes of data, you need a huge data center, right? So you need a lot of storage, you need a lot of compute. So that is something that actually is now not absolutely necessary to own because we have cloud, right? And I think that's a great thing about the fact that we have cloud. So cloud saves us to invest in huge data centers, and especially that you don't need all that capacity on an ongoing basis. You need it when you run a model at a particular point in time. So if you get that elasticity from a cloud, then you just use it when you need it, and you're not paying for a full-scale data center in that manner. So if we were to summarize the components, so you've got the computing and the algorithms. They're pretty much something that are accessible to any organization today. Why? Because the likes of AWS or Google, they will provide those to you, and you can pay as you go. So there's no real obstacle there. I mean, the obstacle might be that you know, if you do it a lot, then the bill might go a little bit high, but at least it is accessible, right? So the models, you know, they exist on platforms like AWS and Google and Microsoft, and the compute likewise. The challenge is here, right? The data and the talent. So that, and I think that's what has held back organizations from progressing on AI over the past years. Only those who have been able to capture the data and the talent are the ones that have been able to make a difference through AI in the core of their business, right? So that's as far as the classic AI, the machine learning, is concerned. But that paradigm is changing, because generative AI is imposing a new paradigm, right? Specifically, what is changing? AI is becoming everyone's business. It's becoming accessible to everyone. You don't need to invest in the data scientist and the data in order to actually have some generative AI capability, right? So, think of this. How many of us are able, in our day-to-day work, to leverage generative AI to help us with our writing? Show of hands, please. Okay, that's the majority. Maybe PowerPoint. Less? Yeah. Okay, that's great. So it is accessible to us because it's just so easy. You don't need to actually buy anything. You just, you know, pay pennies and sometimes even free tools. And likewise for illustration, creative work. You know, these are some of the people who have, you know, leveraged AI and maximized the use of it. You know, whether it's artists, whether it's composers, etc. So that is something that is becoming accessible. Now, of course, developers, software developers, you know, assistants, very much a commonplace today. Many developers are leveraging AI to help them with that. And finally, I think last but not least, is learning, right? So, and that learning can start from, instead of Googling, I'll just ask, you know, the like of a chat GPT, and it'll give me an answer. Or it could actually be an actual learning bot like we have in Khan Academy, for example, if you're familiar with that. So there's an actual tutor that helps you and has that discussion with you until you feel that you've actually grasped the topic. So really, generative AI is allowing artificial intelligence to become ubiquitous, accessible at the consumer level, right? At the individual level, the personal level. And so what's interesting is that now do we necessarily the geek in every use case of AI? Do we need the data scientist? The examples that I mentioned, we don't, they're sitting in the background somewhere in OpenAI or in Microsoft, but on a day-to-day basis, we don't need them in our own organization. And so it's out with the geek and in with what? In with natural language conversation. You ask the AI, please generate for me a PowerPoint presentation about bum 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 bum, and you get it done. One very impressive tool that I had a look at recently, it's called builder.ai. This is basically a piece of software that allows anybody to have a conversation with a chatbot verbally and tell them, I want to build a web page for a marketplace and you give them a description of the marketplace that you have. It goes in the background, generates for you the website. It's that incredible. So really, we're using natural language conversation, and that's what makes it so compelling. And the list goes on and on and on. I mentioned Builder AI, but look at the hundreds of startups that are coming into this space. Startups every day. In fact, we have a statistic from Gartner that says, the number of generative AI foundational models that are created. How often do you think we're seeing a new foundation model? I'll give you some choices, right? So let's once a month, new foundation model, new generative AI model. Once a month? Once a week? Once a week sounds reasonable. Yeah, well, it's actually 2.5 days. Every 2.5 days, a new foundation model is created. Now that is the race. There's a race for a land grab on AI, specifically driven by generative AI. Now, so here comes the question of this presentation. So, is your organization ready for AI? Well, I'll give you another statistic. This is a survey also from Gartner. In the past few years, that's before 2023, we were typically asked our clients, who are technology leaders, about what they think of AI, whether they think AI will significantly impact their industry. This is a survey with CEOs, okay? And so the question to them was, do you think AI will significantly impact your industry? A lot of CEOs kind of felt that this was, a bit distant from their business, from their industry. Like AI, what do I think of when I hear the word AI? So it wasn't, only 20% said they did. Only 20%. Until in 2023, that changed to 59% of CEOs believing it will make a difference in their industry. And then this year, in 2024, this jumped up to 74%, right? 74% of CEOs that we have surveyed believe generative AI will have a profound impact on their industry, right? Now, what this tells us is that there is certainly a big appetite for AI as far as leadership is concerned. So we work with a lot of clients, and we're seeing that pressure with the technology leaders that we work with. They are asked to do something with AI. There's a fear of missing out. There's something we need to do here. How can we just watch there and miss the boat? So that's a reality. Also, if you look at Gartner's hype cycle is basically a reflection of the different emerging technologies and looking at their state of adoption and maturity. So generative AI is at the peak of inflated expectations, and now it's kind of normalizing. It's kind of normalizing now. But generally, what you're seeing there is a wide adoption of generative AI. So when I ask the question, is your organization ready for AI? I think the simple answer is organizations have expectations from AI, right? So that is certainly a fact. Well, that's good news, right? That's good news. So there's this eagerness, there's this hunger for AI. But now comes the question. Is your data ready for AI? Now, the data discussion on AI is a bit nuanced because, you know, we talked about machine learning and we talked about generative AI, so they're not exactly the same animal. Let's have a look at that. So typically, this is what a data and analytics landscape would look like in terms of its components. So you've got different data sources, operational systems, mobile applications, websites, etc. And then you've got some infrastructure there related to analytics, whether you've got a data warehouse, a data mart, and then you've got integration mechanisms like data streaming, batches, ETLs, and you've got then data governance, which is basically more of a management activity. And then you've got virtualization layers, and then you've got the actual presentation and analysis layers related to data science, machine learning. You've got business intelligence, which has been the mainstay in the past decades. And then you can actually build on top of that some external services. So that's kind of the overall ecosystem, if you will. If we simplify it a little bit and think of a data warehouse, because this is really, you know, where this all originated. A data warehouse, basically, it tries to capture all the data that you have in your organization and centralize it into a central repository that can then serve the organization in terms of insights. The insights don't necessarily have to be AI. They could be just analysis, you know, through Power BI reports, for example. So typically what you have there is what we call an ETL, extract, transform, and load transaction. So you're trying to collect the data for all those different operational databases and put them in a staging environment, structure them in a way. The key word here is structure. So we really, the big effort we made there was all about structuring the data, preparing the data for consumability, right? So we had to do that through the transform and load. And then we put it into the data warehouse. And once it's in the data warehouse, we say, let's build a little data mart for our marketing guys, another our finance guys, another one for our operations guys. So where they can actually consume the data through reports from things like Power BI, etc. So that is the classic way of going about your data and analytics environment. The keywords there were two. There's data, there's structured data. All of that is based on structured data, and there's centralized data, right? We're trying to centralize the data we can, and we're trying to structure it, and we've got centralized technology. Now, when you think of generative AI, it's, like I said, it creates a new paradigm. You don't have to have structured data. You don't have to have centralized databases or even centralized technology. So that is changing. And let's have a look at what that means. If you think of the use cases, like we've been asking our clients, you know, using generative AI, where has it delivered for them? You know, in most cases, like we've got 21% saying that in software development it's been most effective, right? 19% saying in call center and help desk it's been very effective. And 19% in marketing content creation and HR self-service, 4%, right? So these are kind of the use cases that are developing. They're, you know, they're changing by the day, but these ones have kind of proven themselves in a way more than others. But let's think about those use cases. A moment to kind of zoom in on each one of them and look at what it really means in terms of data. So if you think of a call center agent, they take the call, and very much like what's happening with me now, the call is being transcribed in real time, right? So the generative AI is playing in the background. It's listening to the agent, listening to the customer, and it starts interpreting what's going on. And through the intelligence that it has, through the access it has to corporate policies, our customer care portfolio, etc., it's actually recommending to the agent what they need to do, what to advise the customer on the call, right? So that and not just that, after the call is over, it's able to assess the agent and actually, do the work of what a supervisor would typically do in a back office. So that is a compelling use case, and it's working very well. We haven't yet reached the stage where we're saying we're replacing the customer service agent. It's probably going to happen, maybe 2 years from now, 5, I don't know. But it's probably going to happen because at the rate of acceleration that we're seeing with the maturity of the technology, it will be good enough. Right now, it's about assisting a customer service agent. But when you think of what that means in terms of data, what key data item have we used there, data asset have we used there? It's an audio file. It's not even an audio file, it's live audio, right? And perhaps also combined with our policies and our regulations and service portfolio. And again, that is something that's probably in a PDF document or something. Another use case that's quite common, AI for resume screening. That's being extensively used by the HR folks, and that's basically the data asset there is email, all right? So that's unstructured data. Think of an advisor on legal, like that. That's another use case that's also picking up. So use AI to advise you on legal by lawyers, basically. Likewise for HR also, when it comes to your HR policies. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at a PDF repository, right? So and a PDF repository is also a form of unstructured data. It's not tabular. It's not something that you can put into a database, right? And if you think of programming and software development, the data source there is a Git repository, right? It's a code repository. So as you can see, the theme that we're building here is that the data is very much unstructured. And when you think of unstructured data, you need to think of a messy, right? So imagine yourself walking into a messy room, and there's data everywhere, right? There's data, we can't even see it, the beauty of generative AI, before generative AI, if you think of this analogy, we would have to clean up every inch of that room in order for us to use the data. But with generative AI, you don't need to clean it anymore. You just leave it up to generative AI and able to pick up the data lying on the floor, the data on the sofa, the data in the pot, and even the data that we're not seeing. It will figure out that there is a pair of running shoes under that cupboard, they're size 9 and their color is pink, right? So it's actually identifying the data that you're seeing. And you can think, wow, that's amazing. I don't need to structure my data anymore. I don't need to do the housekeeping, right? I can be lazy. Quite, yeah, to some extent, but not quite. Why? Because first of all, it's expensive. Yeah? So if you're going to fully rely on generative AI to do the housekeeping, it's an expensive housekeeper. But there's another big reason why. Because of the risk, right? So think of who you are going to let into your room. Who are you going to allow to touch your stuff, right? So access rights is an extremely important part. You let it in, you will basically to vacuum everything that it can. It will label everything, it will capture all the data, and that might not go well for you. Think of your corporate presentations, your payroll, your organization chart, etc. So all of that, you need to be careful. You don't want to leave the door open without control. Right? So access rights, basically what we're saying is get the data, structured data. Your data will not be ready for AI until you do that. Get the data access rights for unstructured data. The other risk that we need to manage is data interpretation. Now we've all heard about AI hallucinations, yes? AI hallucinations, basically when it interprets things incorrectly. So large language models can sometimes get it wrong. Sometimes they can get it dramatically wrong. Now I'll give you a simple example. It might not be a large language model example, but it just shows how AI can be wrong. You see these pictures. These are pictures of what? Bagels, right? But within the bagels, what else do we have there? We have dogs, right? Now, AI doesn't see that. That's something that wasn't, it classified them all as being bagels. Another one, muffins, right? You see the dogs there? Okay, I'm sure you do because you're human, right? Because AI builds up from the details. Humans fill in the missing details with their experience, right? So we need to be careful with what the AI gives of misinterpretation. And if we rely on it blindly, then we can really go astray. The second aspect of data, the risk of data readiness, is that we need to guide the model, our context. And that is basically two things, semantics and fine-tuning, right? Semantics is basically where you tell it, what does revenue mean? Right? So remember, if we talk about, ChatGPT has the knowledge from the world. So it knows what revenue means in general. It doesn't know what revenue means for my organization, right? A good example, a client of mine, they provide citizen services, but they provide citizen services within a specific jurisdiction, right? And they were trialing this generative AI chatbot with the citizens, where basically the citizen would come in, ask for the service, but they weren't entitled for it, right? So the AI had to know that this person doesn't live within that jurisdiction of services, and it had to tell them, I'm sorry, you're not a resident of this particular county. Now, it didn't do that. It was actually offering them the service, and that's a problem, because the semantics weren't actually done in the way that told them what it means by a citizen, right? The citizen of this particular service. So that's the semantic. You need to work a lot on your data dictionary, and you need to fine-tune the model. And that's what, so we talked about generative AI not needing the supervised learning. Well, I wasn't 100% accurate when I said that. Generally, it doesn't. But then when you want it to be useful for a particular use case, you need to fine-tune the model, right? So that's the other aspect of AI readiness, which is semantics and fine-tuning. So, when I talked about the housekeeper and we can be lazy, all right, I was only joking. Data management actually continues to be a necessary practice for taming the generative AI, right? That's absolutely necessary. In fact, it's even more important today, but perhaps we're focusing on some of the less laborious efforts of structuring the data and more on the contextual efforts in what the data means. So we said, there's a new AI paradigm for enterprises. The data is unstructured. The data is no longer centralized. And the other thing is that applications are no longer centralized, right? So think of, today, Gartner estimates that, application providers, your software companies, only 5% of them today have embedded AI in their software. Only 5%. Now, in 2026, we believe 80% of all software providers will have a form of embedded AI. Now, 2026 is just around the corner, right? So that's going to happen very soon. Meaning that the AI you will leverage and utilize is not just the AI that you build. It's actually the AI that will come to you with your software, right? And again, that's good news, but it could be bad news. Remember when we talked about, who are you going to let into your messy room? So actually, this is a fact from Gartner. It's the Magic Quadrant. And this is one of the more recent Magic Quadrants that we have, which we've built specifically for the generative AI emerging markets for knowledge management applications. As you can see there, look at the number of players there. A lot of them would be familiar to you, all in a race to add AI features and functionality into their software, right? And this Magic Quadrant we update every quarter. Typically we update Magic Quadrants every year. For this one, we update it every quarter because the pace is phenomenal, right? So it changes from quarter to quarter. So that's what's happening. It's a reality. You're going to get embedded AI, not just the AI that you build. And then there's another phenomenon which is even more dangerous. It's what we call bring your own AI, right? Remember, bring your own device? Now it's bring your own AI, because you know what? You've got your HR folks who say, we have this nice tool, our colleagues in company X are using it and it's fantastic, it makes our life so much easier, we don't need to read all the CVs or whatever. You've got your marketing folks already using so many stuff that's creating their artifacts for them, and they never even ask for permission, right? So there's this phenomenon of bring your own AI that is being progressively introduced to our organizations. And so if we look at the landscape, the evolution of the AI tech stack, this is the classic AI tech stack. Remember when I was showing you the diagram of the data warehouse, etc. So this is what you used to have. Yeah, all data was centralized and structured. You've got an AI platform that you build, right? You've got your built AI, and then you serve different functions in your organization, right? How's that changing? First thing, the data is centralized. We have some data centralized, like we talked about our policies, our customer records, etc. Yeah, that's cool. We have it. It's centralized. But now the data is coming from everywhere and every kind. We talked about bring your own AI. We talked about the embedded AI, and you're going to have your AI platform. You're going to build. Seeing a lot of blended AI at the moment, meaning that, for example, you can leverage from OpenAI or from Microsoft and leverage them within an application of yours in order to not to reinvent the wheel, right? So you've got the blended AI, but on the top you've also got the embedded AI where you have no control whatsoever in terms of what the AI does. It's embedded in the software, and you've got your bring your own AI efforts that are completely wild and out of control. And in order for us to make sure that it doesn't get wild and out of control, here comes this middle layer, the trust, risk, and security management. So we alluded to that when we were talking about semantics, when we were talking about access rights. So that's extremely important. But it's a conceptual layer there that every organization will need to build in order to mitigate the risk of generative AI. And then in the middle, on top of that, you're going to have some governance, some actual committees. So you're going to have a central AI committee that looks at what are we going to allow in the organization, what can we not permit. You're going to have communities of practice where people are exchanging knowledge and experiences about their AI. And you're going to have the trust, risk, security, and oversight. And this, my friends, is what Gartner calls the technology sandwich, right? So this is our AI technology sandwich that basically describes how the AI landscape is evolving. And in fact, it's a paradigm shift in how it has existed in the past years. And so we invite every company, every organization to really understand what this sandwich means for their organization. And look at what do they need to introduce. And it's very much a learning curve. Yeah? So I don't think any organization we've seen has actually figured it out. This is a conceptual framework, and we need to make sure that we're learning how to apply it. And so let me conclude. First point, I need to emphasize that we are at the cusp of an AI revolution, and it's triggered by AI that was started by ChatGPT, but it's not going to end there. The other takeout is that at the individual level, we're already feeling the impact. It's making us much more productive. Each one of us is using it in different ways. And really, suddenly I see emails that are so proficient that were maybe 1 year ago were very different. So that is a reality. For enterprises, it will take longer than individuals because of the risks and the challenges of actually safely introducing AI. And in order to introduce AI safely, you need data practices. So that's a key input. And which basically two of them, access rights and fine-tuning and semantics. And for IT leaders, technology leaders, you need to be prepared that you will not have everything centralized and fully under control. You will have to accept that there will be an ecosystem around you, but you just need to put the guardrails around it and not actually own every aspect and every piece of AI in your organization. And that basically means that you need to prepare and customize your own technology sandwich. Bon appetit. Thank you. So thank you very much for your time. Please take some time to fill the survey of what you think of this session. So the QR code will take you to a landing page, and you're going to see the title of the presentation. We have a question, please. Okay, you've already asked your question. I'll summarize. So Amal, right? Amal. So Amal was asking, when it comes to the technology sandwich, what experiences have we seen in terms of fulfilling it successfully, right? Well, it's a tricky question because, like I said, technology sandwich is a concept we just came up with a month ago. Now, but if you break it down into its components, what we're seeing are organizations that are fulfilling bits and parts, bits and pieces of it. So we're seeing organizations that are actually introducing very strong security management practices. We're seeing organizations that have committees for governance. We're seeing organizations that are introducing data management and really harnessing, trying things out. So. You know, I was telling you about this example of the organization that was serving its citizens with this pilot chatbot. Interestingly enough, another instance where it went wrong was when somebody said, "I'm unhappy with the service," right? And the chatbot was responding to them, the generative AI model. It said, "Okay, if you're unhappy, you can escalate to the office of the minister," right? So this is there, you know, that you would never get your call center agent asking you to escalate to the office of the minister. They should be, you know, proposing some solutions. And so what they learned on the back of that exercise is that they really need to double down on the semantics and the fine tuning. So there we see a lot of organizations that have actually made those trials, and they're learning how to master the art of fine-tuning, because it's not easy. You need to look at all the consequences, all the possibilities, and feed the model back with the learnings. So, you know, it's an evolving landscape, and I think we're all in that journey to learn together about it. But thank you very much for your question. Any other questions? Yes, please. Can you pass the mic?
Oh yeah, so it was a nice presentation, and I really like the technology sandwich thing you showed.
Hear you.
Yeah.
Can you turn the volume up? Okay. Oh, because that goes straight to the ear headset. Oh, never mind. I'll just come closer. Go on. Everybody else can hear. It's just me.
Hopefully. Yeah. So I really like the technology sandwich bit. How do you think these big AI labs like Google DeepMind and OpenAI? They have certain frameworks. So I think OpenAI has the preparedness framework, and DeepMind has the frontier safety frameworks. What would you like those labs to do in the line of your technology sandwich to make safer AI and so on?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. So the question is about the big tech giants, the people who actually produce the generative AI. You remember we said, most of us will not create generative AI. We'll just leverage it, right? We'll just leverage it from Google, from Amazon, from OpenAI, etc. Now, in Gartner, we also talk about two AI races, right? There's the tech vendor race, the Googles of the world, and there is end user race, right? The tech vendor race is an accelerated race, as we saw in those embedded AI functionality. So, they're going full on, wanting to capture land and be first. For us, in our organizations, we can take our time and slow down, right? And especially if our industry is not being disrupted by AI. So we're still kind of very much, most organizations are in this improvement of productivity, right? So there's no sense of urgency in terms of, I need to do this very quickly. So our advice is that as an organization, if you're not being disrupted, then maybe you have the leverage to actually start installing those practices and looking at what the vendors are providing and deciding safely what matters to you. Now for them, obviously, they're going to push. I had customers where they've deployed Microsoft Copilot, OpenAI on Azure, and they came back with huge bill shocks to start with, right? Because the cost of the tokens is incredible, right? And so we just need to slow down. We should not be following the vendors because they will try to sell us as much as we can, as they can. And the business case for generative AI is still very much under development. Yeah? So what you spend is not necessarily going to give you an immediate return. So we say there's a steady pace. For most organizations, it's the steady pace. For other organizations, it might be an accelerated pace, but then there'll have to be some. Yeah, I hope. Question. All right. Thank you very much. We've got 2 more questions and 5 minutes. I'll take this one first.
From your experience with different customers, it is expected that to increase the generative AI with enterprise, and a lot of entities will start to develop their own generative AI models to protect their data.
Yeah.
Or it is expected to dominate from the big guys.
Yeah. Again, a brilliant question. So Mohammed is asking whether we should. Are we seeing organizations developing their own generative AI large language models? Not necessarily large language models, but are we building it in-house rather than using it directly from a provider? For example, you can use open source large language models on Hugging Face, etc. Yeah, or Llama, for example. So we're seeing organizations leverage those open source models. Why? Because they want to host them internally. They don't want them to be on the cloud. But that then requires a lot of skill in terms of being able to leverage that model internally in-house. So there's more effort there, and also less maintainability. You'll have to take care of it, just like any open source piece of software. So you're going to own it, and you're going to have to have the skill sets to maintain it in the future. We're seeing that being a driver for many organizations that don't want to be exposed. So they get the large language model, it's hosted, and then they need to invest in GPUs. And that's another limitation, right? So they need to actually start investing. When I talked about cloud, it takes away the hassle and the investment in your infrastructure. Well, you're going to have to invest in it if you're going to host it internally. So really, I think it's a trade-off. We're seeing some organizations, typically those that have good software engineering capability, they tend to go down that route. They want to try things out for themselves. But many of the organizations that are typically dependent on third parties and outsource, very difficult for them to do that, so they just go down the route of third parties. And one final question from you, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation, very nice.
I'll have to come closer.
Yes, my name is Martina Lagal-Malakova. I'm from GaiaXap Slovakia, which is focusing on data spaces and data sharing. And I have a question to your presentation, because on the slide, data analytics and NI landscape, you put data sharing as a social initiative. Why?
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. No, thank you for that. Yeah. So your question is on the slide where we had the ecosystem of data and analytics. You said data sharing part of the social. Yes. So many organizations are looking to leverage some data assets and some data components that they have to the benefit of external parties.
Yes, but I ask you, for example, as I am focusing on data spaces, but the most important data spaces is the most important data sharing is for example, manufacturing sector, energy sector, circular economy, and this is why I ask you the question why you put on this social initiative.
Right.
It is really business initiatives.
It could be a mix of business and social. I'll give you an example. When I worked for a telecoms company, like I said, we sat on vast amounts of data, and the data was about a big part of it was about consumer behavior, right? We knew where everybody lived, where they go, who they called, so, we created models to basically profile consumers. And that model could be interesting, in the same way that, the social media companies do, like Facebook, they do targeted advertising.
Yes. Digital literacy was okay. What else? Because it's important to align what we're trying to govern with a specific challenge. Okay. This is also a workshop, so it's not supposed to be too much of a lecture teaching. So please, let's make it a bit interactive so that I don't talk for 50 minutes. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe proper data connectivity.
Connectivity, okay. Okay, connectivity into break. One more and then I move on. Yeah, yes. Which is balance. That row, this row, and then this column as well. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Sorry, I can't hear you. Maybe I'm not using my headphone. Can everyone else? Okay. Go again? No. Sorry, we'll get the technologies right. Yeah,
Am I audible? Super.
Yes.
I was saying I'll probably restate what the others have said.
Yeah.
Digital transformation with the increased connectivity, data governance, regulation, implementation, more energy for our citizens. I'm talking about Africa, building infrastructures.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lot. So the point is, there is a lot we're trying to do, and time is not on our hand. Again, like I said, I'm using Africa for this contest because speaking again about on behalf of Smart Africa, there is already a direction we want to go. So a lot of the work we do now on innovation studies, there's a terminology we call directionality. There's already a long-term direction we want to go that has been outlined. You can see it on the figures on the left. It's the issues that we want to cover. Prosperous Africa is right on the top. So if I look at prosperity, that means economic growth. That is prosperity. So we will see economic growth on the top. Then we look at political unity. This is a long-term direction. It's not just on digital. It's everybody. So if this is the direction we want to go, as we see here, we have peace, of course, peace, which will involve data protection and many other things within security. Strong cultural identity. We see issues of values, ethics, which we'll cover again in data. And then, so if we take all of this one on the agenda, there's a question. Just one question again. How will data help us get to this? How do we govern data? How do we govern digital to help us get to that? So the question we'll be answering on the innovation side is how does science, technology, and innovation contribute to that? So the idea here is the legal theme, everybody, different sectors. We then really need to think back. If this is a direction we're going, we have many directions. Again, if we expand this, we have the SDG. Sets a direction where we want to go. So the question becomes, how do we use data? How do we govern data? How do we govern digital differently? What is the problem, the way we're governing that may not take us here? So those are the kind of things we need to think. So if this is direction, if we take each of them, then we can do that. And then on the right, you can see again the context we have. Young population needing jobs, which connects to prosperity straight away. Economic growth, industrialization, high unemployment, we want to address inequality. Agenda 2063 is there. I will come back to the G20, which South Africa has just launched and is heading G20 now. Some priorities, again, have been set. If you look at the priorities, you see it connects to what we're doing. Issues of climate change, high impact, low-income countries, Africa contributing less, but having more impacts in climate change. Somebody mentioned transformation there. But also beyond, despite all these challenges, we still have vibrant innovation ecosystem happening. The digital sector is working, is producing a lot of unicorns, as we know, for those who are there. And the digital ecosystem is thriving, so there is work. So this is on the left where we're going. These are the things on the right that we need to address. So again, the question is, what are we governing now? Is the way we're governing, is it going to help us address this one? Okay, so just to bring, I mentioned the G20, just to give one example, which is recent as well. This was launched, this is the president's speech last week. It's not up to 2 weeks yet. You can see the key points there is that the climate change crisis is worsening. We know that. Natural disaster, underdevelopment, inequality, poverty, bad has been growing. So Here we are now transferring some of those negative results from STI into digital. I have a slide. In the next slide is a bit dense. I'm pressing this guy, it's not working. Can you change to my next slide? This is or maybe it's the battery that needs to change. Okay, so this is dense. I won't go through everything, but you can see that even while we're the lessons from a science, technology, and innovation space, which is digital, is already included, and data, you can see some of the lessons we've been learning. The way governance has worked has meant that there's been skills. The first person that talked about skills. There's been skills, digital skills. Skills have not been matched with industry a lot. There's been mismatch between industry, the way we've been governing innovation systems so far, which is the first point that came out there, skills. So these are some of the gaps we've been noticing. And then we've also noticed a lot of capacity issues. Most times you can have not research, but industry is not able to take them up. So we have a lot of data in Africa, but if industry is not able to use them, then they can't actually deliver what they want. We have of Amazon, Facebook, they are driven by data. So data could be available, but if there's no proper framework for people to actually absorb, which is what we call absorptive capacity, to use them, then they may not produce products or services from it. Then we've also been noticing a lot of weaknesses within the linkage between academia and industry in the current approach. So these are some of the gaps without going through all of them. Infrastructure was mentioned by the lady in the middle. A lot of infrastructure. There's now digital public infrastructure, all kind of infrastructure being discussed. There's also a lot of, so how do we govern infrastructure? Data, not just data infrastructure. There's data infrastructure, there's physical infrastructure, there is also digital infrastructure. It needs to be governed differently if we're going to do that, because the current arrangement we have been governing in the global south especially is that research infrastructure has been weak to support the research that is actually we need to address the challenges we have. So these are some of them. These are the lessons we've learned or some of the gaps we have. Now the approach we take in governing data needs to reflect these ones. I'll come back to one of them, which is silos and fragmentation. Underline the number 4. Underline number 4, for example. We'll come back to policy, where we have so many policies already, but the complaint everybody comes back to is they're not implemented. So how do we use data to drive policy making differently? So these are the issues that actually we need to then put into governance. Because if we ask the right question, then we also we develop the right assumptions, and then we can actually address them. So the governance and coordination, there's been a lot of silos. I'll come back to that later. But currently, the way data and the digital ecosystem is governed, we have people setting up policy for data, policy for AI, policy for blockchain, policy for this, all of them. This is what the problem we have in STI, in innovation studies, for 50, 60 years. These are the problems we've had. And it's already been transferred into data governance. So how do we not do that? How do we change that? Because we create silos and then we try to bring them together later. So again, what do we do differently so that we don't look at data, AI, this one and that, and then later we see they don't talk to each other, and then we have again silos, because that is the problem we had, how science is governed, and then we struggle to get from science to research, get from science that is produced to the industry to use. So that's the kind of silos we're saying. Again, I won't go through all of them, so let me run through that. Again, just building the case. Can you change? There is IPR mentioned and other points mentioned. Can you change? Okay. So I'm looking there now and it's changing. So one of the things we've been trying to do, this is a consortium of different countries, UK, US, 12, 15 countries set up there, where we're looking at this kind of case, again from the STI. So the community of practice you've been hearing, it will be doing something similar to this. How do you bring people who really want to think or rethink data governance in a way that does not addresses the challenges I've raised in the last slide? So this is a community of practice that looks at from the STI side. Okay, okay, and say now. So I'll jump these ones quickly just to see these are the issues we're trying to do. So we have a whole range of countries looking at how do we rethink the way science, technology, and innovation actually works, so that we can have transformation. Again, we'll define transformation later, but what kind of transformation? The SDG is a transformation agenda. It's trying to say, let's govern this differently. Let's think differently. Let's go in a way that doesn't actually addresses transformation challenges. Okay, the kind of difficulties, the kind of challenges outlined in the SDG. So here, two ways. One transformation in one way in this talks about the long-term, changing the systems in place that actually stops some of the difficulties we have. And the other one is around addressing the kind of challenges articulated in the SDG. So I'm going to run, these are some of the work we've done. I won't go through this again, but in a nutshell, this applies to data, because we're saying if you want to achieve the directions I was mentioning, there are some directions that have been set up in the Agenda 2063. No longer to do that. Terminology we use that you need to change some systems. Socio-technical systems change on the board. If I explain it just briefly, you can give people food or provide housing, which is an impact. You have done something, but you have not changed the system, underlying system that stops them from getting a house themselves. So that is what we mean by socio-technical change. There are systems that you actually need to change if you want long-term impact. Otherwise, you can get short-term impact, which is good, so we can govern data in a way that gives us some quick results, but we have not changed the underlying system that actually stops us from harnessing data properly the way we want to harness them. So this is, again, something to take in. I won't go into this. Is a different policy. One of the things we're looking at is on regulation. And there's a reason why we've been having difficulties in regulations not working. And many of us know them. Yeah, there's many regulations, many policy. But again, in innovation discourse, it used to be this way, where you invest on R&D. The frame one was you invest a lot in R&D. And then after that, you go to connecting the systems to work. But we saw that there is a problem in this one and the second frame. So maybe we'll revisit the regulations later, but there are many gaps, many weaknesses in regulation. That means people can flaunt them or don't use them. So without going into, so the frame 3 thinking now is really changing the systems, underlying systems that actually make things possible on a long term and impact. So what systems are governing the data arrangement that we currently have? And how do we achieve short-term impact now, but much more long-term system change? I will skip this one. This is what a socio-technical system means. I'm just going to say I won't talk about the theory behind it. So if you replace research with STI and data, you can actually use data to drive innovation, and then economic growth happens, which is happening now. Okay, so we can have data, use data which we have in Facebook is doing that, Amazon is doing that, economic growth happens. But that doesn't mean it translates down to what we want. So we can see how, there's a question. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Since you started, you keep saying if we replace STI by data, but I feel like if we only replace it with data, it will be static, and I'm not sure we'll have the change or the, maybe data analysis or something, but not only data. So I disagree with your statement.
So that's the point I'm making, that how do we govern it differently? So because we're saying the difficulties we have from STI is already showing in the digital still. We're carrying the same problem along. So there's a lot of things that we need to change. So we can't do that. Otherwise, it's going to produce all those problems I showed before. The long list of no connection, data not being used for economic growth. What is happening now is people are replacing it. That's what I'm saying. So they put in data there. We get innovation. We get a lot of economic growth. Facebook, Google, everybody. It doesn't mean it's trickling down. We're still having bad environment. So data and digital itself does not lead to a better environment on themselves. So you need to drive it. Also, you also have more social problem. So there is still more concentrated in a lot of hands, which is inequality, which is the social and societal challenges. So that's the approach. Now what we're saying is, how do you actually use, so the new thinking will be, how do you use data to actually confront social problems directly, rather than to think that by having data we produce good, we produce innovation, and then economic growth will happen, which is good. That's a linear thinking, but it doesn't mean we're going to have less social problems. It doesn't mean we're going to have a better environment as well, SDG. So I'm being chased to conclude. So, and my pointer is again not working. Okay, so I won't go to all this. So I'll go through the conclusion part of it just to show. We'll share this, talk about that. So there's a lot of then small things. We'll have so many of those material. So just to conclude on this one, okay. So that's the question we're asking, what you're saying, madam. So how should we govern it? We cannot just replace data with STI, no, because this is what has happened that has led us to a lot of economic growth. We have companies that are $1 trillion now, we know. But it doesn't mean the trickle down is working. It doesn't mean we're having less social. It doesn't mean distribution is happening. So how do we change that? So in thinking of that, again, this was to show that we made that, we've covered this. So ideally, what we're trying to say is there is economic growth, there's data governance, but we need to look at the 3 dimensions differently. So we need to look at the 3 dimensions differently. However, the 3 will need to be carried along. Otherwise, we're going to have the same problem that we. So this is a workshop provocation, mostly provocation. So we can, when we discuss, there's a lot more material on this slide. I can conclude here. I'm being chased to conclude, but okay, we won't go into that now. We won't go into that, but let's leave it on this slide. There's more material to conclude. I'll hand over to Krista.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chooks. And I think, as we said, it's meant to be a knowledge sharing and capacity building, which is why we've said this is just a launch of the launch track. Okay. It's just a launch of what we need to do next, and hence we also need to keep this going. This is just a beginning to the roadmap that we need to establish when it comes to capacity building. Now, moving on next, thanks to Dr. Chooks, we wanted to share now a national perspective on the sharing of open data policy. And as I've said, I think we have a number of countries in the room, but we also wanted to hear from Kenya, which has been successful into this implementation, to hear from that before we move into now looking at the regional economic community from ITCO. Thank you so much. Allow me to kindly welcome Dr. John from Kenya. You're welcome.
Can you hear me? Okay. I can't hear myself. It's very strange. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, my name is Mr. John Walubengo. I am the Deputy Data Commissioner at the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. So basically, the Data Protection Authority. I'm happy for the invite to share the Kenyan experience on open data, our journey, challenges and opportunities. Towards the end, I will be able to, perhaps for those who are more on the data protection side, try to connect the role of data protection authorities within the broader data governance or open data space. Okay, trying to move. Prof, how did you move it? Oh, next, please. Yeah, so our journey in Kenya on open data started a while back. More than 10 years ago, we had the Open Data Initiative in Kenya by the then President Mwai Kibaki. This was largely pushed by a very, should we say, zealous permanent secretary, then Professor Bitange Demo, who wanted or was fully bought onto the idea of open data and how it can help us grow, or how it can be used for socioeconomic development. Sorry, before you move on. But when he left office, the energy and the push for open data sort of lost the momentum. Currently, the site is still on, but it doesn't have what we call cross-ministerial support. So the data is not organically coming from the ministries. Instead, it seems to be sort of collected from the National Statistics Office. Whenever they publish statistical data, then that is being used to populate the Open Data Initiative. Next, please. Yeah, so in terms of opportunities, there's a there's a report from WDR team. This is basically the development partners who came up with a report on how open data can help drive socioeconomic development. So if you look at this diagram, let me see if I can get the pointer. Okay, so at the top you have the civil society, you have the government organizations, and the private sector. So when you talk about open data, these are the key players. Most open data opportunities obviously start or tend to concentrate on government, making public sector data open, which is, of course, I would say perhaps 70% of the problem sorted, if that were to happen. However, there's also critical data that is outside the hand of government. If you think about mobile operators, they've got a lot of data that could also be used for socioeconomic development, but it's not open. Okay, so civil society also has data. We have a lot of NGOs working in the health sector, agricultural sector, that has a lot of, timely and relevant data that they come across in course of their work. That data also could contribute to the pool of open data if it was harnessed. So these are the three key players when you think about open data and how they can synergize their data set so that they avail it for socioeconomic development. Each of these players look at data differently. I think Prof has mentioned for private sector, the big tech, they look at data purely from a commercial point of view, and they have a right to do that. The government, on the other hand, may not have a profit motive, but they will look at data from a point of informing better government policies. So if you are government, you're not going to open data to sort of make money out of it. You're more or less going to open data so that it can allow you to make better policies going forward. Civil society will be more interested in open data in terms of making entities more transparent, more accountable. Next, please. Okay, with respect to Kenya, what were our challenges then? And to some extent even now. I'd already mentioned we depended so much on one individual to push the agenda. And then that creates what we call a single point of failure. When that individual leaves, the project gets orphaned. And pretty much that's what happened in Kenya. The ministries, whether education, health, transport, would contribute data to the open data portal when that individual was in office. But as soon as they left, then there was no more incentive to participate in that project. Also, there was no linkages with the private sector nor civil society. So it was a purely government initiative, And that means you miss out on the contribution from the private sector. I always give the example of Safaricom. They've got the largest number of customers or subscribers in Kenya. They almost a monopoly. So they have data points on each and every, well, a good 90% of Kenyans. And that data they come across in line of duty, trying to provide service. But then there's secondary data, for example, that Safaricom could share with, say, Ministry of Transport with relation to traffic jams in Nairobi. Because each individual that is holding a cell phone is generating signals back to Safaricom. Those signals can give Safaricom a pretty good picture of traffic congestion in urban centers. This is to say that private sector has public sector solutions, but because there's no mechanism to share that data, then we miss out on those opportunities. In Kenya also, we had early successes in terms of setting up the data servers, getting initial data sets from collaborating ministries. But as I mentioned earlier, once the individual left, the mechanisms of keeping that data timely, relevant, and a continuous pipeline for the same wasn't there. The other challenge, of course, is once the seed funding dries up, again the project fails. So there's need to ensure that governments are able to own the project. And in terms of owning the project, that means you must get funding from National Treasury. Even if there's development partners coming in, but you should have, at a very bare minimum, operational costs covered by yourselves. In terms of running the systems, paying salaries for the civil servants running the project, etc. Next, please. Okay, I like this diagram because it tries to give an analogy of data governance from a library perspective, because most data interventions tend to look at the library ecosystems in isolation. So you will have, for example, a project on data, in this case the books, but you will not perhaps think broader in terms of the infrastructure, the planning, where will the books sit? Who will contribute to the books? How will you maintain the books? How will the books be shared out? How are you going to share the data? So at the very top, we need the big picture. In most cases, a national data strategy or a national data policy that is able to provide a framework for all the three players I mentioned: the private sector, the government, civil society, how they can contribute to the national data ecosystem. Now, once that is done, then each of the players should be able to maintain their data sets as they contribute to the broader national data ecosystem. There's usually what we call the metadata. Sorry, just go back. I'm still on the library. The metadata is very similar to the library catalog. If you can go back, please. Okay, that's concluding. So if you think about a library that has 1 million books, it becomes a nightmare to get a particular edition or a particular title. Not unless the librarian has a centralized system where you can quickly check and locate the book. So that's basically what a catalog or a metadata is all about. So some initiatives would focus on, let's give Kenya a national data strategy. And then they walk away and they think they have done everything. but there needs to be a sort of a broader understanding of the different elements and how they're interconnected. And even if you're trying to help countries walk the data governance journey, there's supposed to be a clear understanding both from whoever is helping and whoever is receiving help, how all those elements are interconnected. It looks like they can't go back, but the whole library analog, if you move it into the data ecosystem, it then makes the whole conversation more comprehensive, both to the client, in this case countries, as well as the development partners who are coming in to help us in that journey. In terms of recommendations, I had mentioned that we need to have a national data policy. In the case of Kenya in particular, we didn't have that. We still don't have it 15 years later. And what that meant is that even if you build the physical infrastructure, the national data portal, there is no incentive for individual ministries to populate it. Because government works. Oops, that is yours. Government works. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is good. It's good they got it back. I'd left out the national statistical offices. Very important, but you realize they sort of do a summary, or they usually come to the table at the end. For example, if you think about doing national census, they do this every 10 or 5 years. And then that data is very useful and can contribute to the data ecosystem. However, you realize that it tends to be sort of after the fact. Secondly, you probably want to build capacity at each department level to continuously populate the data pipeline. So if you're in Ministry of Health, rather than wait for the National Statistics Office to come and every 3 years or every 5 years to give you the nutritional statistics about the population, why don't you have an inbuilt system within the health department that can be able to generate that data on a more continuous basis? So that was, I think, the bit I hadn't mentioned. Let's go to the last slide. Let's go to the recommendations. Thank you. So I had started on this. We need a national data policy and a national data strategy. This allows you to mobilize cross-government support. Because if you don't have this, like we still don't have in Kenya, you have a very good infrastructure, but you have to almost bully the ministries to contribute data to it. But if you have a government-wide policy that this is the way we want to go, you don't need to waste time trying to convince people to contribute to it. You must get the key players, National Statistics Office, Data Protection Authority, civil society, private sector, to be bought into that national data policy and strategy. Each of them should be able to understand their contribution and their role. The last point I was sharing on terms of recommendation is to have a data governance framework. Okay, you need to have a data governance framework. I know at the AU level we have a data policy framework. And we can borrow a lot from there to ensure that we have regional data governance frameworks and country-based data governance frameworks. In practical terms, this means is how do we have an national body to sustain the data governance agenda. There have been recommendations that data protection authorities could probably be the ones. I have my own reservations. It's very key that data protection authorities are involved because they ensure that personal aspect of that data is protected. But the data governance agenda goes beyond personal data. It includes data sets that may not necessarily be personal, but are useful to building up our development agenda. Of course, they are very important players, but we have others like National Statistics Office. We have other data players I mentioned from private sector, civil society. How do we get them together to be on the same page so that they contribute to the data governance agenda? I think with that, I come to the end and have run out of time. Thank you. Back to you.
So not to say that we're not going to take the question and answers. We rather have one more presenter, and I think we can take them once and for all. Now, thank you so much, Dr. John, to present on the behalf of Kenya. Now, looking at, we just started with a country perspective, and now we're moving higher into a regional perspective. And kindly allow me to welcome Sami Trimtek, who's going to connect and also share at a regional level on the data protection policies from IDCO. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Krista. So I'll make my presentation through Zoom, maybe to avoid the problem of pointer. Can you skip Zoom? Zoom. Yes. So first, I'm very delighted to be with you today for this very good opportunity to share with you ICTU activities and mainly the result of a study made by ICTU regarding the data protection governance in the Arab region. So ICTU is the Arab governmental organization covering the Arab region. It is covering 22 countries. 10 of them are in Africa and 12 are in Asia continent. So first, let me just share a few slides about ICTU. So here is our vision. Our vision is to build a smart, secure, and sustainable Arab digital future, the 3S. Our mission is the Zoom, please. Our vision. So our vision is to direct efforts toward achieving digital development that serves the Arab community in the comprehensive and balanced manner through the intelligent integration of smart technology. So our global vision is to build a digital smart future, to build a secure digital future, and to build also sustainable. أنا حطيت على زوم. إذا ممكن تشير على زوم هناك. الزوم هنا. It's already shared.
لأنه في رابط ثاني هو.
ما في إشكال. أوكي. أوكي. So we are a regional organization, governmental. So we have both categories of members. There is countries or officials. And also we have associate members, which are the private sector and also companies that are interested to be part of the journey. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. Here are our most activities and initiatives related to data protection and cybersecurity in the region. First, we are conducting and managing an e-trust network. It's an African region network. We are also the agency which was instructed by the Arab ministries to conduct and to elaborate the Arab Common Strategy of Cybersecurity. So this strategy was elaborated and drafted by ICTU and was adopted by the ministries of ICT of the Arab region this year. In addition, we are conducting every year an annual event on cybersecurity, and at the occasion, we are publishing white books and also some experiences, case studies. In addition, we conducted the Common Data Protection Framework study. It was also one of the instructions of our members. So here I will present you the findings of this study, which was conducted the early 23 and 24. As for the governance of the Arab data protection in the Arab region, in terms of legal texts adopted, we have 15 countries that have already adopted their legal texts in 30 years. Between 2004 2009, there is 2, and 2010 to 2019, 5, and between 2020 and 2024, there is 8 countries that have adopted their legal frameworks regarding the digital data protection. In terms of status of laws in the countries, so Egypt and Syria, their legal system are not entered in force. Comoros law passed in 2024 but has not been made public till now. In progress, we have 4 countries that they are working now on their legal framework: Libya, Palestine, Iraq, and Djibouti. Lebanon has drafted a new law this year regarding data protection. Next slide, please. Next slide. In terms of legal system protecting the personal data, there is 5 components that we are finding them in all the studied legal frameworks. The 5 are the principle of protection, the rights of the concerned persons, the obligation of personal data processing responsible, the structures in charge of control and protection, and the last one is the penalties. Next slide. In terms of governing structure, and the protection or control body is the one of the 3 basic components of protection systems, in addition to legal framework and to technical operational measurements. And according to international standards, the independence of this structure is required. So in terms of the states in the Arab countries, so there is countries that they created their dedicated governing structure, such as Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Bahrain. There is some countries that assigned a ministry to these tasks. I can here Lebanon and Oman. And the third possibility was the creation of under another structure of ministry of a body that is in charge of data protection. And Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia have adopted this model. So since the adoption and promulgation of the European General Regulation 2016, the appointment of internal personal data protection has ranked first in the obligation of the data processors. So only Arab countries laws issued after 2016 mentioned this function, namely the countries Bahrain, Egypt, Sultanate of Oman, Jordan, Algeria, and Syria. They mentioned this internal personal data protection officer. The tasks entrusted to this function are multiple, and most important of them is the ensuring of conformity, increasing of internal awareness, and assuring links with the controlling authorities and the individuals concerned by the data processing. The study addressed these measures, and the study made a benchmark between all the countries in terms of data transfer abroad, in terms of how they manage the data transfer abroad, the incident notification, the personal data security, the consent, the principle of consent, the media and transparency, the sensitive data, how they deal with the sensitive data, and the advanced procedures. And this is with regard to there is some countries that they are still adopting the previous legacy practice. The main recommendation of this study was unification of personal data protection systems. So we're working on that. So with our members, we are trying to harmonize regulation in the Arab region to work on the standardization of concepts. The words and the terminology in Arab countries are not the same. So we have to work on the same and unified concepts. The establishment of a technical advisory committee, the accelerating of ratification of draft Arab Convention. There is a project now on the table to work on a digital Arab Convention. So we are through the study, we are motivating our our members to ratify this convention when it will be, of course, adopted. The encouragement of national legislation and the encouragement of Arab countries to join Convention 108 of European Community. And last recommendation was to launch an initiative to establish an Arab association regarding this very big issue. It was my last slide. Thank you very much. And I don't forget to address my very deepest thanks to SMART for the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sami. I think now we can take questions, comments, recommendations, what you believe should be the best. It could be one either from the Smart Africa perspective, it could be for the Kenyan, or even sharing where the country, wherever you're from, if you have any different policies that you feel like either contradicts or could add to our conversation, you're very much welcome, but also at the regional level. So you're very much welcome if there's any questions, comments. Just also inquire from the technical team. If you could also mention who are you asking the questions to, or if you just a comment as well, you're much welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ntavise Mpula from Lesotho. Mine is a comment, perhaps more than a question, on the establishment of independent data regulators. We have been grappling with this question in my country for the longest time. Our data protection legislation was passed in 2011, but to date, the Information Commissioner has not been established, mainly around the question of how will it be funded. So perhaps others can share experiences in regard to that question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I might as well also be honest and say I was fighting with my technical device here. I didn't quite hear whom this was regarded to. Generally? Okay. Do we have I think I see Dr. John, who might have a thought.
Thank you. Not yet a doctor, but working on it. Yeah, with regard to funding, once, for the case of Kenya, once the law was passed in 2019, it took a while before the data commissioner was appointed. And sometimes it's funding issues. Other times, of course, the process of appointing can bring, delays because there's quite a lot of interest on who the new data commissioner is going to look like. But I want to believe once government enacts the law, then Treasury should be sort of mandated to provide funding for the same office. In the beginning, the funding will not be enough. Even for our Data Protection Commission office, the funding is still not enough. You will request budgets from Treasury, they'll give you half. And for you to maintain operations or to have an impact, you must work with development partners. I speak for the case of Kenya, where we have gotten into initiatives with our partners, GIZ, World Bank, I think also UK funding, where the government would, because of budget constraints, will meet your operational costs, staff salaries, keep the vehicles running. But when it comes to initiatives that really make an impact, you find you have no funding. So partnership comes in to plug the gap. And that is how we have been operating. That we have baseline funding from government, then we look for additional funding from our partners to make sure that we keep the data protection agenda up and running. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do we have a different perspective to that or addition? Not to point. Okay. Thank you so much. If you could also introduce with your name as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, team. My name is Raimo Eumba from Namibia. Just to add what I think it was mentioned here, that when you are formulating policies, we are working in silo. And this silo, it was not supposed to be mentioned in terms of only policies, but let us look at the sectors that were supposed to be supporting each other. You are in the ICT sector, trying to formulate a data policy, of which maybe we might also want to have a data center. But we have the financial sector, which was supposed to support you, and also the energy sector maybe. So some of these sectors, they were supposed to collaborate, and then when we are formulating that policy or coming up with a project, it must have a supportive initiative from all the sectors that are involved. What I have seen is the way most people have been seeing that as African, we have good ideas of coming up with new initiatives, but those initiatives are failing because we are working in silo. My input here is just to say, if we can formulate strategies together to say all the sectors that are involved, let them be on board for us to come up with projects. The example is that I'm referring it to that we talk of data center here, and the data, those who are collecting data, like we have mentioned the banks, we might have Ministry of Home Affairs, those one who are providing information. If in that financial year they are not talking of coming up with that project of data, then you will fail, because in their strategy they are not yet ready for that. So my input is just to say, let us make sure that we read through the strategy of other sectors, and then we link it, so that when we are going for the parliamentarian to buy in, we must be talking to each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think indeed this is a great point. Not just to point. I think Coco wants to speak. I also wanted to hear from Maritha, because I know this is something that Smart Africa has been working on. But let me first hear from Kuku from GIZ. Not sure if the mic is fading. Hello? Okay, much better.
Hello. So on the issue of national data policy, I just want to add that a national data policy is not a sectorial policy, and we need to understand that clearly. That is where the challenge actually starts from. When we start thinking that a national data policy belongs to the ICT relevant ministry in the country. So that is one thing we need to clear. And then when it comes to bringing in also stakeholders, it is interesting what you mentioned, but it is also not just about the different stakeholders in the public sector, but also bringing in the private sector and civil society. And it's something we are not doing. So for instance, when you work with ICT ministries and you want to convene multi-stakeholder engagement to discuss these policies, the focal persons in the ICT ministries are inviting only reps from government agencies. And that is a bit worrying, because you are talking about data center. We know that especially on the African continent, the government do not even have the financial muscle to build these data centers. But when you are formulating your policies, you don't even invite in the private sector. So these are things we should look at. And I think that once we understand that a national data policy is not a policy for the ICT ministry, but it's a policy for the country, and we go with these multi-stakeholder approaches, then we will ask the right questions, make the right assumptions, and then have the right answers.
So unfortunately, we're actually up to the time that we had been offered in this room. But allow me to kindly also welcome you. We have another training. Pretty much, it could also be a follow-up to this from 4 to 5:30, and it's going to be in workshop 10. So apologies, we're going to take this up to this afternoon. Yes, this afternoon, but workshop 10, not this current one, next door. So thank you so much. Allow me to really thank you so much. Thank you for the time. Thank you for your thoughts and all the recommendations that we just got from the room, and as well as sharing the knowledge that we had from Sami and Dr. John, upcoming doctor. Thank you so much.
الحين هذا يسمعوني بس اللي بالسماعات.
أو إذا صوتك
And will you say a few introductory words or
Yes,
how
I
do
will.
Yeah,
Yeah, I will.
Perfect.
Just few words, and then I'll leave it to you.
Perfect.
Okay. By the way, they told me that there are a lot of people online, so it would be great to.
This is the pointer, just in case you.
هناك في كليكر ثاني بعد. Which one?
No, I think they're connecting it with the Linux.
Yeah.
خلاص, it's working. It's working.
But why is? Oh. See, there are people online.
Yeah. Who's online? Are they people from PGA?
No. It's public. Yeah. So for those who couldn't attend physically, they are joining online. So it's good to make sure that.
You have to have like an invitation to the.
No, it's wouldn't.
Or it's like a completely like.
Yeah. The link is on the web, public on the website, so everyone can join. And they told me there is a QR code at the end. It's okay. I will take care of this. People need to fill out the survey at the end of the workshop.
So there is kind of feedback.
تسمع؟ Testing. هذا؟ Click it.
Axel.
هذا؟
Can you please try the clicker, please?
It's off. No, now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working. Yeah, but I mean, the laptop is there, huh? Just point there and.
Okay.
And we will be with you.
But which one? This one? هذا ما يشتغل صح؟ إذا ما يحرك ما نلخبط نفسنا فيه برك.
Thank you very much. Should we test it? Hello. Test. Okay. But can people hear me in the room as well, or is it? Yeah. Okay. Because. I see.
If you want to hear the Zoom, you want to wear the headset as well.
Yeah, test. Hello. Good afternoon. Test. Hello. Say it again.
If you want to hear yourself, because you're speaking without.
I think it's okay, but when we in the last workshop, maybe there is questions.
Yeah.
You can't hear anyone until you come close.
Okay, so for the Q&A, for the Q&A I come down. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Yeah. So are people listening to me on the, do they have to put on the headphones? Is that how it works? Okay. Good.
Can you hear now? Can you hear Excel?
Yeah. So this is so, like the whole venue doesn't hear like when there's like, so yeah, okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
General Manager
Nice to meet you.
of Digital Government Excellence
Yeah.
in
Oh,
Enterprise
perfect.
Architecture
Yeah,
in
so
Lebanon.
yeah. So glad to meet you. Thanks for having me.
شفت أليكس صاحبك موجود.
If just back from London Business School.
Mm-hmm.
Your summary is there. Your this one.
Yes.
So I guess I need to stay here. Better if I stay here.
افتكرتها بتلعب بالتست شكلها بتغش
عشان تقول المقدم.
طيب في شيء راح صفحة مكتوب بس
يعني مش لازم تحفظي كله طبعا لا لا بس الكيورد اوكي خلص افتي زي ما انت عايزه عادي
Are you trying to test it? Okay, it's good, right? Yeah. I think there's different channels.
Yeah, but I mean I can't hear. Can you try that?
You should try change the cable.
You said channel 3?
Yeah, test. Can you hear me? No?
I have already heard it.
Yeah.
I think mine is
Test. Hello? No? Maybe they switch it off?
No.
Okay.
What about this one? Does it work? Can you hear me, guys?
Yes. Again?
3 minutes ago it was working.
Can you hear me? Okay. Testing. No? Probably yours is not working. It's working? Okay. So probably I need to raise my voice.
The clicker? Where did it go? Okay. Okay. Perfect. I think so, right? I think we may be at. Yeah.
نبدأ؟ Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me, everyone? لا. Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me, everyone? Assalamu alaikum. Good evening and welcome everyone to this workshop and welcome to Riyadh. I'm honored to have you here or welcome you here at the 2024 IGF Forum. And for those who are attending online, we're glad to have you attending as well. My name is Noura Sani. I'm the Director of Digital Excellence and Sustainability at DGA. Today, actually, I'm honored to Today I'm honored to welcome Dr. Axel Dumier. He's a partner at McKinsey and Company. And to introduce Dr. Axel, he's specialized in helping clients ensure the value of complex and long-term technology transformation across multiple government entities. This includes the implementation of best practices in different dimensions or different domains. For example, architecture design, software development, program management, and stakeholder management. And speaking of best practices, Dr. Axel is with us today to discuss and explain what is beyond compliance for government entities and how can we help government entities to take them from compliance to excellence. Join me welcoming Dr. Axel. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noor, and thank you very much, Digital Government Agency, for having me at this distinguished event. Maybe a quick small addition to my background. So I've been working with governments around the world in Germany, which is where I'm coming from, but also in the rest of Europe, very much in the Middle East, and in basically all other continents, for about the last 12 years to support digital transformation. And the type of client that I actually enjoy working the most with are central digital government agencies, right? So similar to DGA in Saudi Arabia, and I've worked with a couple of those around the world. So such entities, central digital government agencies, they often face the expectation to fix digital government, right? To kind of like finally get it done. And I think it's important to realize that yes, they can do quite a bit, right? So they can design and build and operate some common digital solutions for the country, which they often do. But at the end of the day, what they really do is they influence the ecosystem, right? So the ecosystem of ministries, of agencies that constitute the government, and they can't force the ecosystem to become more digitally mature, to perform better, but they need to find ways to influence this positively. There's essentially three mechanisms how that can be done, right? So number one is you can set policies, right? And you can say, you know, like, look, you have to comply with these policies, number one. Number two is capability building, right? So you can teach people in the ministries and the agencies how to implement best practices, how to do the right thing. And then number three, and this is what I want to talk about today, is to put forward an instrument to assess the digital performance, the digital maturity of the ecosystem of individual entities, and to basically point out constructive ways of improving, right? So that's the instrument I want to focus on today. And what I want to argue is that it's a good idea here to have a compliance approach, yes. So do entities comply with digital government standards? But then to also add two further elements, right? So number one is excellence, right? So have a more detailed view on what actually constitutes the best practice in managing digital in a government entity and help agencies to achieve this best practice. And then I would also argue that as a third element, you will require an impact approach as well, right? So it's not just enough to say this is how you should do it, but you should also track if you're actually delivering results, impact, right? So these are the three elements that I believe you should have: compliance, excellence, and impact. So let's start with compliance, right? And I think Saudi Arabia is actually a great example of having a very mature approach to tracking and managing the compliance with digital government standards and policies, right? It's called the KIA statistic. The governor of DGA actually, when welcoming the crowd at IGF today, he shared the latest number for Saudi Arabia in 2024. So 87% compliance of all entities with digital government standards. So it's gone up significantly since 2021. And I think that's good news, right? And clearly it's very helpful to track if agencies, if entities are complying with the basics, right? So for instance, do you have a cloud computing unit in your agency? You should, right? So let's tick that box and let's make sure that everybody ticks that box. However, as you can see, I mean, as we are now approaching kind of like 100%, right, on the basics, right? Not quite, right, but getting there. I think it's important to also have more, let's say, additional and sophisticated tools to see how you can go beyond the basics, right? And this is where I believe the excellence approach comes in. And before I talk about excellence, right? So let's get some facts about this topic, about this problem straight, right? So that we kind of get the context here, right? So fact number one, digital government systems are actually very complex, right? So typically you have like anywhere between 150 and 200 individual entities in the government, which is a whole lot more complex than when you're running a private sector organization, right? Which, you know, like my friends in the private sector in digital McKinsey, they're always kind of astonished at like how complex it is to improve digital or to run digital transformation in the government, given how complex it actually is, right? So you typically have like around 10 sectors and 100 plus government agencies. So that's why a lot of governments have now implemented a central digital government agency like DGA in Saudi Arabia, right? Which is probably the only way to handle this complexity effectively. So that's fact number one. Fact number two is we're kind of getting, so 10 years ago, right, when I started in the field, I mean, digital was kind of new, right, to government. And like there were a lot of paper-based things happening in the clients I've been working with. That's no longer the case, right? So I think digital government has reached a certain degree of maturity now, right? So that it's not enough to kind of like focus on the basics, right? So almost so more than 50% of all countries in the world have fully operationalized digital public infrastructure frameworks. The majority of OECD countries is actually already significantly leveraging AI, right? So if you really want to go beyond the basics, then you need, you need kind of like an support individual entities to do what best practice requires, right? And you need to support them in doing so, right? So just checking the boxes on the basics, not going to be enough. So what does this look like, right, in our example here, right? So we said compliance, have a cloud computing unit, right? Check. Excellence in this particular context would mean, so for instance, you could say you need a cloud transformation and adoption plan, right? So there's a detailed migration plan, there's cloud adoption monitoring in place. So you basically define kind of like a few things here, right, that go beyond just kind of like the basic thing of having a cloud unit in place, right? And you can add many more things here, right? So you could say you need like a cloud financial management or FinOps capability, right? Which enables you to actually deliver the financial savings that you typically hope to realize, right? When you start a cloud program. So that's what excellence looks like on this particular example, right? But then again, it's not just okay or enough to look at how you're doing things, right? You know, like if you're doing it with the right style and you're looking good, so to speak, right? Best practice like while you do it. I mean, you really want to make sure that you actually track if you also deliver the goods, right? So in this particular example, right, like if we stick with the cloud example, you would want to track, are you actually delivering cost savings? Are you reducing time to market, right, for innovations, digital innovations that you're pushing? At the end of the day, like this is central digital government agency, you want to support the ecosystem to become more mature, to perform better. These are the three ingredients that will be helpful, right? So basic compliance, excellence that checks kind of like a more sophisticated view of what the best practice behaviors are for the entity. And then you also track the actual outcomes of investing in digital, right? So are you getting return on investment? Great. So in order to also involve the audience here a bit, I hope this is going to be a dialogue when we get to the Q&A. But let me ask you this question, right? So in your country, and I see there's a variety of countries represented here. In your country, what do you think, what is the public administration emphasizing in terms of fostering the overall digital government ecosystem? Is it more compliance? Is it more excellence? Is it more impact? And please go to the survey, and then we're going to see a few results on the screen in a moment. All right. So this is quite interesting, right? So it confirms a bit the hypothesis, right, that I had when writing this talk, that in most places, compliance is kind of where you start, right? I mean, it's the most basic of the three ingredients, and you should have it. But it's also, let's say, kind of like the, it gets you so far, right? So it gets you to a certain point. But in the end of the day, it's not kind of like the most sophisticated element. But it is kind of like where most countries are today, right? So let's take a moment to decompose, to unpack digital government excellence a little bit, right? So what could be included in your country with your central digital government agency had to develop a rubric, an assessment rubric. Are the entities, the ministries in your government, are they performing well on digital government excellence? What would be the dimensions, right, that you could include? And in my view, there's essentially 4 dimensions here, right? Strategy, right? So most foundational component. And here you can ask questions such as, is the strategy bold enough, right? So are you actually setting ambitious targets? Does it link in a meaningful sense to the business strategy of the entity, right? Or just kind of like a cookie cutter digital strategy that could, like as well be true for a chocolate factory, right? So does it link to the business strategy of your entity? Is there a clear business case contained in the strategy for the investments that you're making, right? So are you clearly putting forward that's the ROI that we expect from implementing the strategy? And also, does it look beyond the ecosystem, right? So beyond the, into the ecosystem, I mean, right? So beyond the entity into the ecosystem, towards partners, so that could be other government entities and also suppliers, right? And the private sector. Second element is processes and operations. So this will cover questions about, you know, do you have the right governance framework in place, right? So do you have the right roles? Do you have the right processes defined? Do you use agile ways of working? The funding cycle actually support agile ways of working, and that's one of the challenges I often see in government entities, right? That yes, we want to do agile, but the way we actually govern ourselves, in particular how we govern funding, doesn't actually support agile ways of working, right? So in your assessment rubric, that could be a question you could ask. Third category is technology, right? So that would include questions about your architecture, such as do you have a modern kind of platform architecture that clearly distinguishes between things that everybody should use in the same way, and products, right, that you build on top of the architecture. So are you following modern architecture paradigms here? Are you using cloud in the right way? Do you follow cybersecurity standards? So that would be the technology component. And lastly, we have organizational resources, right? So the most important question in that category is, do you have the right capabilities in-house, right? And do you work with outside vendors in an effective way, right? So that in sum, right, between your in-house capabilities and your external capabilities, you have all the right capabilities in place for you to deliver on your strategy. This is just kind of like, it's one cut, right? Or like one way of categorizing this. I mean, there's many other ways, right? And other governments have done, or different governments have done this in different ways. But this should give you kind of like a basic overview, right? Of like what you could potentially include here. Your assessment framework in place, right? The next question becomes, how do you actually use it, right? So is it a scoring framework, right? Where you go out to each entity and you score each entity each year, everybody gets a score, the score is published on the website, and then it becomes a little bit like, you know, like going to school, right? And taking an exam. And I mean, let's say there's a certain risk that agencies kind of like overstate, right? So their digital performance, right? Because they don't want to look bad, right? So in my point of view, and some of the governments I've worked with that have such a assessment framework in place, they would rather use it not as kind of like a schooling device, but as a coaching device, right? Where you have an assessment framework in place that entities can use to self-evaluate, right? To see how they are doing against kind of concrete things that they could be doing better. And then the central digital government agency would kind of coach them on, consult them, so to speak, right? On how to improve on these dimensions, right? But you don't necessarily get published, right? And you say, oh, you know, like this year, and you know, my experience, not particularly constructive, right? If you're a digital government agency and you want kind of a good working relationship with the entities, is much better to use that as a coaching device. Impact, on the other hand, that's a different story, right? So on impact, I'm like firmly convinced that you should have a set of KPIs that you're measuring, and then you publish it, right? So if you say, I want to save 500 million US dollars or whatever currency you are in through using digital, then you should measure if you actually get there, right? And this is something that you should kind of inform the public about in order to make this kind of a firm commitment that is then much more likely to be followed through with. All right, next audience question. I talked a little bit about KPIs for digital government impact, right? So let's see what you guys have KPIs, right? That you think are kind of constructive to measure and publish kind of nationally in order to track the progress of digital transformation in government. Mhm. Yes, I think these are a few good ones, and my sense is you probably only get one word to type, so it's a little bit hard to formulate an actual KPI. But I like these concepts, right? So satisfaction, in my view, I mean that's the ultimate KPI, right? So I mean, what is digital government all about? It's about making life easier for citizens and making it easier to run a business, right? So the economy can grow, right? And how do you see if you achieve these targets? I mean, you ask people, right? You ask people in businesses how they are doing, and I think this is for me like the major KPI, right? That everybody should track. Interestingly, it's actually one of the. I mean, there are some governments that actually do this, right? But overall, let's say the enthusiasm to publish kind of like these national KPIs on how are you actually doing on service delivery is somewhat limited, right, in most places, right? So, and I think the places that do best, right? So, I mean, Saudi, for instance, right, has made a huge jump in the Digital Services Index on the EDGI. And I think one of the reasons why they've made this big jump is because they actually publish, right, the outcomes of their digital government investments, and they hold kind of the ecosystem accountable to actually deliver, right? So, in my view, that's really key. So satisfaction is great, experience is related to this, usage, right, like another kind of like very important KPI. So in Germany, where I come from, we have a lot of digital government solutions online. I would say the digital adoption, the usage rate, is not particularly high, right? And if this was actually published on a regular basis for every service that's online, my sense is we would probably be doing a little bit better, right? So, so this is also a great one to publish. But yeah, thank you so much for your contributions. I see you guys are kind of like thinking about this very much along the same lines that I was thinking, and thanks for the engagement. So now let's take, you know, I've given you a little bit of like theory and like a framework. So now let's look at some real case studies, right, to show that this is not just something that I came up with, right, like as a theory I want to propose, but this is something that's actually happening, right? And if we look at excellence, I want to say that like one of the countries or the case examples that I like the best is the United Kingdom, right? Which in 2020 for the first time published a digital and data functional standard, which is actually not. So this is not a scoring framework, right? So this is very much what I describe kind of like as a coaching and teaching device, which basically sets forth a number of best practices that digital government or that government entities can follow in the space of digital and data. Is actually part of a wider web of functional standards in the government, right? So there's one for HR, there's one for finance, there's one for project delivery, there's one for property management. So the UK government basically has such a standard for basically all the functions that are common across the government, right? So things that are not unique to a particular agency, but that are common across entities. And what they cover in the standard are, so not 4 areas, but 5 areas, right? So they look at and they very clearly prescribe, so these are the roles, right, that you should have in your entity, right? So you should have a chief digital officer, you should have a chief data officer. You should have some person that's accountable for all of digital within the wider government ecosystem, right? So one neck to choke, so to speak, right, for digital performance. So that's the governance section. There's also something in there about processes, like how do you, for instance, do... so what I find interesting in the UK is that they're very focused on assuring the value of projects and of investments they make. So they have in the governance section of this standard, they have some very clear guidelines on how do you do this, right? Should do this, right? Some parts of it are mandatory, by the way, right? So they would have language in there where it says you must do this, right? It's not optional. And then there's a lot of language in there where it says depending on your situation in the entity, you should consider a particular way, right? So in that sense, it's very much not like a forcing coaching device. The other things that are included in there are service management, right? Which is very much about like how should you deliver the services in the government, right? So how do you make them user-friendly? Like what's the setup that you should have in place to manage a service? Then there's technology management, which covers architecture and IT operations management. Substandards included in there, right? So for specific technical topics, the digital and data standard would reference some more detailed standards, right? So such as the cloud policy and standard, right? Or the cybersecurity standard. So in this way, like if you're an IT or digital officer in an entity, you really know exactly what to do, right? So, and in this way, what I think the Central Digital and Data Office, right? So this is the Central Digital Government Agency in the UK. What they seek to accomplish here is to like really the IT, the digital and data profession in the UK government in a kind of like standardized way, right? So that everybody rises kind of to the same level, and it's easier for people to kind of like interact with each other, right? So they're all speaking, but practices that we should be following. These are the roles that we should have, right? So if I'm a chief digital officer and you are a chief digital officer, like we know what each other's kind of responsibility is, right? And in that way, it becomes much easier to collaborate across the government in a professional way, right? So that's how they think about this. As far as I can see, this is probably the most comprehensive effort, right, to drive digital government excellence that I'm aware of, which is currently in place. I mean, I haven't studied all 180 countries, so there might be, and I'm looking forward to the Q&A as well, right? Like what you think about kind of your countries or other countries that are relevant here. But I think the UK is, in my view, the one that's kind of like most mature in terms of driving an excellence perspective. The second example I wanted to highlight is Singapore, right? And I think Singapore is a great example for thinking about impact in a very systematic way, right? So their digital government strategy, which is called the Digital Government Blueprint, I think the cycle just finished, right? So they came up with it in 2018. It was finished kind of to be implemented until 2023, and I suppose they're working on the next cycle now. But in that blueprint, they put forward 15 KPIs, right? So not 120 KPIs, 15 KPIs. And then they got very serious about making sure they deliver on these KPIs, right? So 75% satisfaction with resident and business services, right? 100% online payment, right? So no entity allowed to not have an online payment for a service. Every civil servant, at least basic digital literacy, in a way that's actually been checked, right? So like people actually go through a training and a certification to make sure that this is the case, right? And some more technical things, right, which are probably equally important. So one example of this, 90 to 100% of data fields, which are included in government IT systems, machine readable and accessible via an API, right? So if I think about the governments I know, incredibly ambitious goal, right? So I would say the European governments I work with would probably be much lower than this, right? But Singapore kind of set this target, and by and large, they got there, right? So they didn't hit every KPI in 2023, but by and large, they got there. And over the 5 years, they saw some very significant improvements on many of these dimensions. And they published this, right? And they held themselves accountable to it and stayed honest, so to speak, on the strategy they wanted to deliver. And then, let me close with Saudi Arabia, our host today. Thank you very much for having all of us. So we've talked about KIAs, right? And your very systematic approach to ensuring compliance, right? Which I think is very inspiring and mature. I also think, so in terms of KPIs, I have no other clients in my line of work where the people I work with are more enthusiastic about KPIs, right? So Saudi Arabia for me is the land of KPIs. And as I said, I think this is the reason why you guys have made these amazing strides, right, over the past few years, right? And you are now number 4, right? So world class in the Digital Services Index on the EDGI. So on impact, you're also doing very well. And I understand you guys are working on about how to address this in the future, right? So in my perspective, we can probably, with all of these ingredients in place, we can probably see more progress, right, in digital government. So we're excited about, what Saudi Arabia is going to do in the next couple of years in digital government. Keep inspiring us. And thanks very much for having us today at IGF. Thank you.
So it's open for questions, but allow me to ask first. You have covered several dimensions across the government entity. So what do you think would be the main key areas or critical areas that entities need to focus on? And what would be the challenges from your opinion?
Yeah. So I think the 4 areas I talked about are probably a good starting point, right? So strategy, organizational resources, technology management, and operations, or services and operations. I think on these, what you have to think, the main challenge here is how granular do you get, right? So when you set up an assessment framework for individual entities, there's a lot of things that people can be doing in the right way or on the wrong way, but you can't, the UK Digital and Data Standard, it has 40 pages, right? And when you read it, it actually still feels like sometimes a little bit high level, and then they refer to kind of individual substandards, right? Such as the cloud standard and the cyber standard. So I think the main challenge here is to kind of hit the right level of abstraction, right? So that it's, it's still digestible, right? For the entities that you're working with. If you hit them with kind of a 500-page manual and you kind of try to regulate kind of every single thing they're supposed to be doing, people are not going to enjoy this, right? The independent professionals, they know how to run their IT and their digital function. So you need to kind of find a level of abstraction that's kind of informative enough, right? So that people actually learn something out of it, but you're not kind of let's say, overdoing it, yeah? So that I would say is kind of the main challenge when you address this.
Okay, sorry. Should we say that compliance should be always related to the regulatory framework? That is, if we judge compliance, somehow we should find in our criteria and in all our indices background in legal aspects, and so that regulatory framework really are the framework that we measure.
Yeah, I think that's a nice way of thinking about it, right? Because you, there are some things where you don't want to coach people to do it. You want to make people do it, right? And if they don't, then you have a problem, right? So, But I mean, this again shouldn't be like a catalog of like 500 pages where you say, you know, like to the last detail, this is what the regulation requires. You want to give some people, you want to give people some freedom to run their digital function in a way, you know, like that's suitable to their organization. But then there are some things you want to put down in a regulation, right? So for instance, I mean, cybersecurity, I think is one of those areas where you want to be very prescriptive, right, about how people should approach it, and you don't want to give like too much space for interpretation, right? What exactly should be done, and then in my view, it should be a regulation, and everybody. I mean, you should have 100% compliance, right? I mean, you're not going for 80 or 90%. You're going for 100% on those. Everything else, right, where it's more of a, you know, like this would be good. This would be professional. That would be nice if you had this. I would put this into the excellence category. Oh, there's a lot of questions. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I have the mic, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zoran Jordanowski from the UNU IGF. We've been dealing with all these online services from approximately more than 20 years. And my first key question is, we have online services provided by the private sector and the public sector. And the public sector services are not, in general, even 50 to 60% of the quality of the private sector services. So my first question is, what is the piece that miss in the public sector services? And let's break the dilemma. I won't accept the argument that the government lack money or maybe modernization in public administration. Because we know that even some of the high-income countries, I will take the example of Germany, can afford the latest new technology, can afford to modernize the public administration, and yet in Berlin, to register a newborn will take you 2 weeks just to register into the base registry. So what is the piece that is missing for public services to have the same quality of the private sector services? And my second one, here it comes, what you think is the role of the soft regulations, like you mentioned, the standards. If you read one of the rules of the UK service standard is understand your user's needs. Do you think that the government understand what user wants and what user needs?
Great. So it's kind of the $30 billion question in Germany, right? So 13 billion euros is how much we spend on public sector IT. So a huge amount of money. And I think it's a very legitimate question to ask, what are we actually buying, right? And you gave a good example of you know, why we would want to be skeptical about what we're buying, right, with these $30 billion roundabout. So the answer to that question is, of course, not simple, right? Given the there's many reasons, right? Like why this isn't working as well as we would hope to. And by the way, this is not like an uncommon phenomenon, right? So we studied a few years back. We studied, I want to say, like around 10 countries around the world in all world regions. There was not a single country where the public sector did better than the private sector in terms of service quality, right? So this was a common finding everywhere. I think there might be, so I recently read something about a digital government ranking here in the Middle East, right? Where it was actually quite close, closely related, right? So private sector and public sector were doing about equally well, right? So I think in general it's possible, right, to reach that state. How do you get there? I mean, if you ask me with regard to Germany, the main challenge I would say we have is on the technological platform side, because we don't have one, right? So we have a very complex digital government ecosystem with hundreds of agencies, you know, like the states, like Berlin, the municipalities, everyone's working kind of on their own technology. So the 30 billion euros that we're spending, like for each individual service and each individual entity, it actually isn't that much money, right? And just when you add all of it up, it becomes a lot. But as a result of the kind of like subcritical spend and the subcritical or the kind of low maturity at the level of individual entities, the outcomes are kind of like what they are, right? So I think that's kind of like one of the main reasons I would highlight, right? So you need some form of technology platform governance at the national level. Once you have that, I think the next important thing is to think about how everyone in the ecosystem can work according kind of like to best practices, develop their services, manage their services, maintain their data, and so on and so forth, in kind of like a best practice way. And I think that's where a digital government maturity assessment or excellence framework comes in quite handy, right? But it's kind of like the second most important thing, right? Important, but second most important in my view. Do we know the needs of the users in government? I would say on average, probably less so than the private sector, because if the private sector doesn't do it, you know, like they go out of business, right? So kind of like a slightly stronger incentive to look after the user. But I don't think there's kind of like a structural obstacle to doing this, right? And there's many government services around the world which are fantastic, right? And I mean, they really like speak to the needs of their users. So I don't think it's like structurally impossible, right? But I think empirically speaking, you're right, yeah, that it's not the case as much as we would like it to be.
I would like to ask about the future of KPI, digital government. You know, with the fast pace of technology, I mean, it's moving at a really rapid speed. And until now, I think they're a little bit stagnant, or, you know, sort of the digital maturity was pegged against 100% services, end-to-end, digitized, right? UX, UI, platformization. What is your sense? What are the next batch of, let's say, KPIs for digital government? Given that AI is there, I mean, it's a big buzzword, but I mean, what are we really talking about in the future of government, digital government?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think in some sense, I mean, like the good things in life, right? They kind of like stay stable over time, right? I mean, they don't change that much. So I would expect the ones that we have right now to continue to be important, right? So user satisfaction, cost, right, of investing in digital, and what do you get out of it. So I think these will remain important KPIs. I think there's a certain temptation for governments to kind of measure the adoption of specific technologies, right? So like a while ago, was, you know, like how many blockchain projects do we have in government, right? Which I happen to think about, I mean, this is not like a super important KPI, right? So I wouldn't go for measuring the adoption kind of individual technologies. What I would always try to do is to measure kind of like some like actual outcome that like the ultimate recipients, right? So people, businesses, government entities themselves, like actually care about, right? So one thing that I've seen becoming kind of more prominent is kind of the question of like how many services have we moved to kind of like a completely proactive mode of delivery, right? Where you have kind of like zero touch delivery, you just get the service when you're entitled to it, right? So I think that's a great KPI, right? And then of course, if you want to kind of like make sure that you stay innovative, I mean, you can measure things as like, you know, like how many projects are we doing in AI, like how many people have been kind of skilled, right, in AI. I think these are kind of temporary things, right, that for a certain period of time might be useful to measure, but then for the real KPIs, right, that you put kind of like at the heart of your strategy, I would say kind of like the evergreens are a good start, and then like maybe every 5 to 10 years you get kind of like a new one.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So I think one of the most important things that are affected by digital advancements or technological advancements in government entities and organizations are the business processes.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the role of business processes management in digital excellence?
I think it's actually huge. So, I mean, business process management is kind of like, it's not the most exciting, kind of like innovative term, and it has been around for a long time. I don't think, so the public sector entities I have worked with, this is an area where typically they can improve, right? And how can they improve? They often have a process map, but it's not really focused on what outcomes are these processes delivering for the constituents, right? For residents, for businesses, for other government entities, right? So I think the best entities that I've seen, what they have is they have a business strategy, right, where they say this is what we actually want and need to deliver, and it goes beyond we need to implement the laws that apply to us, right? I mean, that's not a strategy. I mean, that's, like you should be doing it, yes. But beyond this, you should have a view, right? Like what are you actually delivering, right, for the community? And then you link kind of your processes to these outcomes, right? And you say, like this process, so I work a lot with labor agencies, right? So the process of matching job seekers with job opportunities, right? So this is a process or a product, right? And you can kind of like break down how it works. And you should be doing this, right? And then you should measure how well this process is actually delivering on these KPIs. And you should kind of codify how the process looks like today, right? Because a lot of the entities I have seen, they kind of know how they do it, right? But then, like in this location, they do it like this way, and another way they do it another way, right? So the next level is to like really standardize how you're doing it, and then to kind of like continually improve it, right? To have kind of like what I would call a product management mindset, right? Like in private sector, you would say product management, not process management, but to really, service delivery in public entities is usually process driven, right? So like you start somewhere, the transaction that's initiated by the citizen, for instance, then it goes somewhere in the agency, and then goes back to the citizen. There's a little bit of back and forth. There's some checking against rules, right, that apply. There's often very clear rules that apply to a service or a process. And you should be very well aware of like how you should model, right, like what you're actually doing. And then you should always be on the lookout for ways to improving this, right? So systematic business process management understood in the right way, right? It's a strategic exercise, not as kind of like, like a way to employ a very large number of consultants. Like saying this a little bit self-critically about our industry. Business process management as a strategic exercise is, I think, key, right? And should be part of any digital government excellence standard.
Okay. Thank you for your sharing. It's very valuable and helpful for us. I have one question here. Because I saw from the example of Kingdom of UK, you said, not Kingdom of UK, Kingdom of Saudi Arabic. So the ranking of EGDI is fourth ranking. I think it is a very good result. So my question here is, so for the other countries who want to improve the ranking here, what's the main area they should do? This is the first question. Second one is I saw there some of data is for the user experience and for the satisfactory. So, but it's very difficult to measure for such of KPI. So do you have some good example or practice how the governance they can measure the user experience and the satisfactory? This is what I want to ask. Okay, thank you.
Sure. So, Saudi is amazing, right? And I don't know if you can replicate kind of like going up 67 ranks in kind of like 1-2 year cycle on the Digital Services Index. This might be kind of like a historical singularity in a way, right? So what did they do, and like what can other countries do to kind of get to a similar level? It will depend a little bit on where you are as an individual country, right? Some countries, Germany, for instance, is really lacking, I think, on the technology platform side, right? Which is what I mentioned in response to an earlier question. Other countries might have different issues, right? But I think what the Saudis did really well over the last couple of years was kind of like this performance improvement mindset. Right, so they set themselves a target as part of the Vision 2030. We want to be in a certain place by 2030, right? And I think in digital government, they overachieved, right? And they didn't just set themselves the target. They measured it in many, many different dimensions, including kind of like the tough ones, right? Including user satisfaction, including the effectiveness of the money that's actually being spent, including digital adoption, right? Where a lot of the clients that I have worked with, a little bit similar to what you just said, like oh, isn't that hard, right, to measure it? And like, isn't it like in this agency it's like different from that agency, and how can we have a single national KPI? And how do we get these agencies to kind of like report the KPI, like in the first place? And like, let's not overdo it, right, with a performance mindset. And I think Saudi is Saudi is not a small country, right? I mean, it's like almost 40 million people, like a very complex and large government. And they kind of like didn't follow these precepts, right? Of, like, oh, it's like hard and let's not do it. It's like the ministries won't go along and so on, right? So I think once you have a strong kind of central digital government governance mechanism in place, then you can follow through on this, right? And you can say, like, look, measuring satisfaction is not that hard, right? I mean, like, every company does it, right? I mean, most companies, almost every company does it. And many government entities do it, right? And there's established methods of doing it. I mean, some use NPS, some use CSAT, and you just need to kind of align which one are you using. And then you need to make the entities do it, right? I mean, that's kind of like usually the hard part, where the tricky thing that I have observed in like the clients or the context that I have worked with is that, yes, you have somebody who is centrally responsible for driving digital government maturity, but they don't actually have kind of the competences, the powers to like make those decisions and make kind of all of the entities to contribute in a certain way, right? So I would say, I mean, in line with the, so last year there's an amazing report, I think it was called the Digital Leaders report. And I think one of the key findings of that report was like all the countries that actually do like reasonably well on digital government have a central digital agency in place, and they give the central digital agency enough power to kind of move the ecosystem, right? Instead of like just running around and like telling people kind of obvious things, right? So I think like the things that I've been talking about today, I mean, they're not particularly like complicated or sophisticated, right? They're kind of obvious. The challenge is to actually implement it in like a complex government ecosystem.
Hello?
Sorry.
Lady first.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. So in your presentation, you mentioned capabilities as an important factor to support. What are some of the digital or technical capabilities that we should focus on to propel excellence and to building it in-house?
Right. So I think the approach that Singapore has with kind of like everybody should have basic literacy, I think that's very important, right? Everybody should have it. In particular, people in leadership positions, right? So having kind of like a solid curriculum of like understanding the basics, like how do you do an IT project, like why is it useful to kind of like do certain things in the cloud and like others not. So a certain level of digital literacy I think everybody should have. I think the more tricky question is about how much kind of real technical capability do you build in-house versus how much do you rely on outside vendors, right? And there's people who say, like, look, like governments are like too dependent on system integrators and like outside vendors, and I mean that's probably true, but you also shouldn't kind of like go overboard, right? In terms of trying to do everything in-house, because nobody does that, right? I mean, like even the most successful, like they work with vendors, right? I think the typical share of like external and internal spend is somewhere between, so on average it's 50-50, right? And I would say kind of like some have 60-40 and others have 40-60. But there's always like a very, like big share of like outside capabilities that you're accessing. And that's logical, right? I mean, like you're not in the, like government entities and like also most businesses are not in the business of, like having like the most up-to-date digital capabilities on everything. Like they're in the business of their business, right? So they should access kind of external vendors to a certain degree. But I also think that, like every company or every organization is a digital company or organization today, right? So there is a certain degree of in-house capability that's helpful to have. And I think again, Singapore is for me kind of like, they're the KPI champions. and they're the capability champions, right? So what I really like about, another thing that I really like about Singapore is GovTech Singapore, right? Which is their kind of IT delivery arm in the government. And GovTech Singapore has actually been set up, I think they call it a statutory board, which means it's not a public sector agency, right? So they're not bound by kind of like the same restrictions as a typical public sector entity, but they can essentially operate like a private company. And they operate like a digital company, right? So like Google or Accenture or what have you, right? So, so they would hire kind of like the same level of talent. They pay them the same amount of money, but they also manage them in the same way, right? Like how a Google would manage kind of like their star architect, right? So, you know, if you deliver your projects, right, great, right? I mean, you could continue your job. If you don't, right, maybe it's time for you to like look for a position somewhere else, right? So GovTech Singapore is a very interesting, it's a public sector and in-house capability organization, but it's run like a private sector organization that performs much, much better than all the other IT delivery organizations I know of. So having that level of capability is really crucial, but getting there the traditional way, huh? Let me put it that way. Right. I'm getting some signs that I need to kind of like wrap up from the back. I don't know. Maybe we can do one more question. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. And usually we got to have some idea about the economy. So you know that I'm from China, and we know that the economy is just two category. One is market economy, and another one is command economy. And for currently, you also mentioned about the digital governance. We also know that there was a balance about the technology development and also economy. If the government involved too much, maybe the technical development will be slowly. So my question is, what did you think about what kind of the best KPI of the digital compliance and why?
So, sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I quite caught this.
Yeah, my question is, what did you think about the KPI of the digital governance to site to management? Because as we think there was two kinds of market economy or commodity economy.
Yeah. So what's kind of the right balance between kind of the government and the private sector?
Yes.
Yeah. It's kind of a complicated question, right? I mean, my sense is that what most government entities do, like in their core mission, right, is actually, I mean, they're running a fairly simple business, right? I mean, they're getting some highly structured and regulated services to the end user. And I don't think you need to kind of, I mean, it's not like you're building spaceships, right? So my sense is as long as you have kind of like a reasonable level of in-house architecture capability, you have like some software engineers, right, who can kind of like build this and direct kind of the private sector contractors that you work with, then you're in good shape, right? So you don't need to go like 100%, right, like in-house capability. But you also shouldn't go kind of like 5% in-house capability and 95% outsourced capability, which is actually something that, I mean, it sounds drastic, right? But it's something that I've seen in many places, right? So kind of like a very kind of lopsided balance between government and private sector in terms of delivering IT, right, for public sector entities. But you know, like in terms of, you know, like if you really want to get a number, I think 50-50 is actually quite good, right? Because I mean, that's kind of like the industry average, right? If you look at kind of like Gartner IT spend data, that's kind of like where you typically end up with, right? Across kind of like all industries. 50% is kind of like your own people and like investments that you make directly. And the rest is kind of like working with whoever is your preferred private sector IT provider. So I think government is not kind of like structurally different from this, right? I mean, they're not kind of like, they don't need to be kind of like super innovative like Google, right? And they're also not like in a place where you could say, oh, you actually don't need anyone in-house, right? So I would say, just go for the industry average, which would be like round about 50-50. Thank you very much. Great discussion, and thanks for having me. Thank you. I think I might still be on, right? Could you help me get unplugged?
حط سماعة. الو الو الو، ما في؟ الو 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 111. الو 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 الو، اشتغل؟ هاي هاي في اكسترا ولا ما في؟ بس اثنين، يعني اثنين وهذا. لا ثلاثة. هن بدهم أربعة. جيبوا جيبوا لنشوفه.
The state secretary is not yet here.
الو 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 الو.
تشيك، أي واحد بده إياه يحط له إياه. الو 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 الو، سمعني؟ الو 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 الو.
And am I able to hear with this? No, only to speak. I I will be like, yeah, it's okay. Yes, yes, yes. If I had, yeah, perfect. Okay, can I just take one from here or? Yeah. So Maria Fernanda, just to be sure, if people are speaking, so this is like a silent disco. We only hear each other when we speak into the microphone. So if you don't hear people who are speaking, you need to use this. It's going to be channel 3. So please take yourselves a microphone and a headset. Yes, and we will have rowing mics to talk about the session. We will have Maria Fernanda give her keynote at the podium, but you can stay seated. Not everybody has to go up to the podium. But if you prefer to go up to the podium, you can.
I am just going to speak for 2 minutes,
okay.
So it's not what...
okay, so I will have you...
It would be better to hear the people.
Hello. Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Am I the first one to speak in the first?
Let me check, but I think you are.
Excuse me, madam?
Yes, Flavia. Larissa, hello. Nice to meet you. Timeo Schutte from the International Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for coming. Well, we try our best, but I have to say thank you to your team because they are always a great partner to work with.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it.
Yes.
Well, we'll see if they prepared me properly.
I'm sure they didn't need to, first of all, but but it will be good. Oh, it's yeah, they're good chairs. Yeah.
No.
There we go.
Phone is only for the
How are you?
inside of you.
Yes. So what we will need to do though, so this is your first session. We are going with a silent disco vibe. So in order for you to hear what is being said into microphones, you will need headsets. So we will probably hear each other speaking quite to the normal volume, but if anybody speaks to the microphone or somebody online, you will need to use the headsets that they're distributing. So Yes, please, thank you.
Channel 3 is already the right one?
Channel 3,
Yeah,
yes, yes. Channel 3 is for room 3, yes. So it should be the one. Hope you will be all able to hear me.
You're right next to me. If I can't hear you,
Yes.
If she can't hear you, we need to see a hospital.
I really needed if
Yes.
somebody.
So I can give you the two of you one microphone. Is that okay? For this side, and then we'll have one microphone for this side. And I've been wired up. Yeah, it's better if they speak into their own. So it's make sure that people hear everybody, and so we will have one for this side and one for the other side. And I will ask you to pass it around.
Aren't we going to have some gender equality or something like that?
More women.
So do I use this and the microphone?
Panel. Yes, it's you and Tomasz representing, and Ida-san. We have 3 men and the rest of us women. I think we're pretty good.
No, it should say the number 3 men and 6 women. So only 5? Maybe there will be another.
You know, we try to have an all all women panel, so we couldn't do better.
No, but you know what? You can't count the moderator.
Yeah, I don't count. But it's so much.
Yeah, we will win. We will win.
We outnumber you.
We're catching up.
Maybe my grandfather did, but
Fine, and you?
Lots of things to carry.
I'm sorry.
Computer and the microphone that we need to share.
Are we on here?
No, we are.
There you go. Yes, please get yourself a headset. Many? Do you have a pen at hand? A pen.
I'm spending some more days in Jeddah for some sunshine before I go
Ooh,
back
lovely.
to Northern Europe.
Sorry, I can't get to mine. Thank you so much.
Thursday morning to Mesbah. Who's recommended to go meet colleagues who were already in the region? So, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. Yeah, I'm gonna be.
Yeah. So you're going first, Thomas, and we will have Flavia speaking with you, but the U.S. government couldn't make it to this session, so it's just the two of you for AI, and then Ida-san is going to come in and make a comment. Yeah. I mean, you can talk about this with your eyes closed, so don't worry. Yeah.
You need to have a special focus on it.
Yes. All right. Are we good to go? I can't hear myself. So someone needs to tell me if I'm good to go or not. Yes, you can hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. Everything is good with the technology. Everybody can hear. Everybody has a microphone. Channel 3 should be channel 3. Can you hear me now? Yes, perfect. Okay, good. I feel like a rock star with this microphone on. So, hello everyone. Welcome to this business government roundtable. That looks like a panel, but it will be a roundtable. Where we're trying to take a little bit of stock of what has happened this year on all the various fronts on digital policy making and a number of issues. And we will try and see how we move forward towards a more common digital cooperation and how we can work better together between the business and the government sectors. I don't want to take up too much time in doing an introduction, but really just want to share with you how we are envisioning this session to go. We have set up 3 mini discussions within these 2 hours that we have together today. First, we are going to talk a little bit about the governance of artificial intelligence, what has happened throughout the year on this topic and where we are hoping to go forward. Then we will take the same stock around conversations on data governance. So how are we today with initiatives on data governance? What have we done so far? and where we hope to go under the aegis of digital cooperation. And then we are looking at a couple of processes that we have all been engaged in as part of the IGF community, the Global Digital Compact and the WSIS Plus 20 process, and trying to look ahead after we have taken stock of these policy developments and try and see where we want to go in the context of these policy fora and processes. What is it that we see as necessary as all of us up here on the panel, but together with you in the community. So we will have 2 speakers per topic to start the discussion, and then we're going to turn to all of you in the room for a dialogue on those topics. So we won't wait till the end to have the dialogue. We have 2 speakers, and then you, and then again 2 speakers, and then you. But to set the scene, we will have first a keynote. I want to start by, first of all, thanking all of you panelists who've accepted to be here with us. Just a quick introduction on who we have here in no particular order at the moment, but just the way it appears on my list here. We have Ms. Flavia Alves, who's Director and Head of International Institutions and Relations at Meta. We have Mr. Thomas Schneider, Ambassador and Director of International Relations at Ofcom, Switzerland. He is also the Vice Chair of the Council of Europe's Committee on Artificial Intelligence. So there will be my first panel on AI. We also have Mr. Yoichi Ida, Assistant Vice Minister for International Affairs at the Ministry of International Affairs and Communications of Japan. And Dr. Irina Sövki, I hope I'm pronouncing that correct, Director for National, European and International Digital Policy at the German Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport. So they will be my second panel on data. And then for the third panel on looking ahead for the business conversations, we will have Ms. Larissa Galazza, who's the Director General for Global Affairs Canada and Senior Official for Cyber, Digital and Critical Technology at the Government of Canada, Ms. Marit Palavirta, Deputy Director General at Connect Europe, and Mr. Amr Hashim, MENA Policy Director for the GSMA. Thank you all for joining us. To kick us off, we also have the Honorary Chairwoman of ICC to give a quick keynote and a few thoughts on where we are and where we're hoping to go. So Maria Fernanda, please.
Thank you very much. May I just nod your head if you can listen to me, please? Okay, thank you. Let me start with a few quick words about the International Chamber of Commerce. For those of you who might not know, us at the ICC is the institutional representative of more than 45 million businesses in over 170 countries, with a mission to enable peace and prosperity through trade. We deeply believe in the notion that a world based in rules benefits business and society. And this mission is particularly relevant today. In a rapidly evolving digital world, the stakes have never been higher for us to collaborate effectively to shape policies that are inclusive, sustainable, and forward-looking. This year, we have seen meaningful discussions on digital policy across multilateral fora, whether it's the G7, the G20, or the OECD. The ongoing efforts of the UN, including the adoption of the Global Digital Compact and the preparations for the 20-year review of the outcomes of the World Summit of the Information Society. These discussions addressed a number of pressing issues, from digital divides and cybersecurity to the governance of data, AI, and our digital world in general. Yet these discussions are happening against the backdrop of a crisis in multilateralism. Deepening geopolitical tensions and competing national priorities have made it harder to achieve alignment, and the result is increasing regulatory and policy fragmentation. For business, this fragmentation creates uncertainty, disrupts cross-border digital trade, increases compliance costs, and stifles innovation. For governments, it makes it more challenging to establish interoperable frameworks that support economic growth and cross-border collaboration. To address these challenges, we must pursue greater alignment while preserving the flexibility to meet diverse local needs. A single centralized global regulatory superstructure is neither feasible nor desirable. Instead, we should build on the strengths of expert organizations and forums, allowing them to contribute within their mandates while fostering collaboration across sectors and regions. So looking ahead to 2025, our priorities must include, first, data governance, establishing principles and frameworks that support the free flow of data while addressing legitimate concerns about privacy and security. Second, AI governance, developing balanced policies that enable innovation while addressing societal risks and ensuring equitable benefits, especially for underserved regions. And third, the internet governance, reinforcing the principles of an open, interoperable, and inclusive internet. So at the heart of this effort must be the multi-stakeholder approach that offers a model that brings together governments, businesses, civil society, academia, and technical experts to develop policies that are pragmatic, inclusive, and effective. The IGF is the embodiment of this approach. It is not a decision-making body, but it is invaluable in its ability to bring together all stakeholders to share knowledge and expertise, ensuring interoperable policy approaches that meet the diverse needs of everyone, everywhere. So looking ahead to the implementation of the Global Digital Compact and the WISES Plus 20 review, we must follow through on the promise made 20 years ago to make the multi-stakeholder model the rule and not the exception. It is how we address the policy and regulatory frameworks around the internet and the digital technologies more broadly. So to move forward, we need to ensure that the voices of all stakeholders are heard and are valued. Business has a critical role to play, not just in implementing the policies, but in shaping them through expertise and practical experience. Today, I encourage us to have an honest, focused discussion in the true IGF fashion about how we can align our priorities, reduce regulatory fragmentation, and prepare for WISES Plus 20 in a way that strengthens digital governance for the next decade. So thank you all for your engagement and committing to these issues. Back to you, Timea.
Thank you, Maria Fernanda. I hope that everybody could hear you. Just trying to check with the panelists that everybody's okay with the microphones and everybody's okay with the headsets. Okay, thank you so much, Maria Fernanda, for leading us into this discussion. So on this imperative of talking openly and freely and through IGF fashion, why don't we jump in right into our first panel. As I said, we will be starting with artificial intelligence and try and take a little bit of stock of the current state of play in global AI governance, trying to identify some commonalities on where the initiatives that we are all aware of, but also trying to see if there are any barriers that we still need to surmount in the implementation. So to kick us off, I'm going to turn first to Thomas Schneider, and I'm going to ask you to wear two hats in this conversation. First of all, talk a little bit about the opportunities and challenges you see in operationalizing AI governance, and then maybe share a few words of the work that you've done at the CAI and the Council of Europe.
Yes, thank you, and I hope you can hear me. Okay, thank you very much, Timea. Before I go into more detail, one thing that helped me understand or get a vision on the concept of AI governance is to note that AI is not the first disruptive technology that mankind has learned to seize opportunities and minimize risks. And there's a number of parallels that can be drawn with the way that we actually managed engines, combustion, but also other engines, because engine-driven machines in the 19th century started to replace physical human and actually animal labor through putting engines into machines that were either used to move something from A to B or were used to automate production of goods or of food. And there are lots of parallels with the digital revolution of today, where we use AI systems to replace not physical labor but cognitive labor, mainly also in two ways: to either process or generate content, or to analyze data and prepare or take decisions. In both cases, the risks and impacts of the technology are very much context-based. And if we try to figure out how to govern AI, I think it may be worth to look at how we more or less managed to govern engines in different areas of their use. And if we look at engines, that of course we are aware that there's no single engine convention, no one engine law that regulates all aspects of the use of engine. In fact, there are thousands of technical norms, of legal norms, and also of social cultural norms that differ from culture to culture in how to manage risks. And in that case of engines used in different contexts. And there's areas where we have quite advanced harmonization internationally. If you take the airline industry, of course, to land an airplane is the same on every airport in the world. But if you take cars, even in Europe, people drive on different sides of the road and so on and so forth. But there's some level of interoperability so that the Brit is also able to drive in Switzerland, although we are driving on the other side of the road. And I think the same is already happening in the field of AI. We also have standardization institutions in the technical field, ISO, IEC, ITU, IEEE, but then also institutions like NIST in US and CENELEC in Europe that are working on technical standards. We have a lot of legal instruments, binding and non-binding ones, starting from the UNESCO recommendation, the OECD, and the Council of Europe has already done some work before this binding instrument, and others have contributed to a number of legal instruments. And we will also have differences in how, in a particular society, you deal with risks, or who you trust to actually cope with the risk, whether you task the government of doing something or whether you take it in your own hands. These things will probably keep varying. And in this sense, the convention that the Council of Europe has negotiated, and I happen to have been leading these negotiations in the last 2 years, is one, but not the only instrument that will hopefully help us to cope with AI, in the sense that the purpose of this convention is not to create new rights or to raise protection levels or make new restrictions. It is to make sure that the existing safeguards and protection levels of human rights, democracy and rule of law are also applied to AI like they are applied to any other environment or technical development that we've seen. And it is important also to note that the instrument is meant to secure these rights and freedoms, but not to, but at the same time to be conducive to innovation, so not to disadvantage those that are part of this structure compared to others that may not be. Because we think that there is a mutual interest from the industry, from consumers, from the state, that we have a certain level of trust and clarity and rules that allow us to move on, allow us to be innovative, but be more or less be able to assess risks and impacts and deal with them in a reasonable and appropriate way. If the word Council of Europe may imply that this is something European, it is first of all not the same like the European Union. The European Union has 27 member states, the Council of Europe has 46, and the Council of Europe has a system of observers that can also be an ad hoc observer to a process that allows actually to include countries from all continents to be part of a process and become signatories of an instrument, which is the case also with this convention. We've had 11 countries participating in the negotiations from Latin America, from North America, from Asia, and we're in touch also with countries from Africa to join the work now. So the idea is to have a global instrument, global in the sense that you would require a minimum level of respect for human rights, democracy and rule of law. Otherwise, the whole system would not be credible. But every country that respects a certain level of democracy, rule of law and human rights is invited to join the process. The convention is also an instrument, unlike a law, that is meant to be more future-proof. Therefore, in terms of time and development, it therefore needs to be a little bit more general, a little bit more abstract, but in a way that you can, at any given time, translate it into a concrete guidance for whatever the latest technology may be. So it establishes some general principles about safeguarding existing protection levels of democracy and rule of law, and goes into more detail about human rights, but remains always at a level that it can be adapted to the concrete legal and institutional setting of a particular country, and thus help to not fully harmonize the world, because that may not be possible, but at least build on the shared fundamental values and legal norms that many countries share, and help to align different legal constructs in a way that they can not just be interoperable for the states, but also for the industry and for the consumers, so there's a common basis. And that is not just the legal text, it's also and I'll end with this, it's also a concrete instrument, which is a concrete methodology for a human rights, democracy and rule of law risk and impact assessment, which is fundamental also to build a bridge not just between technical standards and legal standards, but also to help operationalize something abstract like a convention into daily life that makes sense for consumers, but also for programmers and for regulators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And you've raised quite a lot of ideas in your speech, so I'm just trying to pull out a couple of those. I'm noting interoperability of regulatory and policy approaches, working hand in hand with the stakeholders, making sure that we're working towards policy frameworks that can be global in nature, but can flexible enough to be implemented in local context, and the importance of providing actual tools to making those happen. And I'm just, from all of this strand, to connect to the rest of the conversation, I want to highlight one thing that you said, that we need trust and clarity, so that those who are implementing and working on the implementation sides of these technologies are able to take the rules, the principles that we develop, and actually make it part of their work. So I think that's a good segue to Flavia, who's going to speak next. I wanted to ask her about the voluntary commitments that industry is taking in the field of AI, and how do you see that linking up with some of these global conversations in policy, and treaties and guidelines and others that are happening around the world, and what is the meta focus in this, and how do you see that?
Thanks. Thanks for having me here today. I'm Flavia Alves, Director and Head of International Organizations for Meta. So first, let me tell you, Meta is committed to developing responsible AI, and we work to help ensure that AI at Meta benefits people and society. In addition to our internal processes to develop AI responsibly, we are also active on international level in contributing to development and implementation of AI governance frameworks. International cooperation is key to ensuring people around the world can fully harness the benefits of AI. Global AI governance frameworks promote trust and help to prevent fragmentation and inconsistency across jurisdictions. Given the quickly evolving capabilities of Gen AI, we need frameworks that are agile and adaptable. As a company, we participate in industry bodies and international commitments and organizations. Industry bodies, to name a few: the AI Alliance, Partnership on AI, Frontier Model Forum, and there are others. As for voluntary and international commitments, we are signatories to the White House Voluntary AI Commitments, the Bletchley Declaration, Munich Accord on AI and Elections, and so Frontier AI Safety Commitments. We are also active on the G7 Hiroshima process implementation. We need to avoid fragmentation. Governments should build on their progress to establish consistent international positions that support the development of AI that benefit society in a responsible way. This was a key underpinning of the UN resolution on AI approved early this year. Similarly, the G7 leaders just commit to step up on efforts to interoperability on AI governance frameworks recently. We commended the G7 on their leadership on AI principles and the Code of Conduct. Last year, our President for Government Affairs, Nick Clegg, was in a stage with the Prime Minister of Japan as they discussed the importance of the G7 Hiroshima process in bringing stakeholders together in order to harness the benefits of AI. We are also very active at the G7 task force that helped develop the survey to apply the Code of Conduct on the G7 Hiroshima AI process. And in fact, we are looking forward to work with G7 Canada in the next steps of implementation of the Hiroshima AI process. As for the multi-stakeholder forum, we are active participation at the OECD. We are members of the business at the OECD and OECD experts on AI. We are involved in supporting the development of the 2019 AI principles, and we're also very pleased to see that principles turning into parts of the EU AI Act. So this is exactly what we want to see. These frameworks evolving among themselves and building upon each other instead of fragmented among themselves. Special thanks to my fellow panelist, Mr. Ida Sun, for his leadership at the G7 Digital and Tech Working Group, but also at the OECD Digital Policy Committee for these years. As the multi-stakeholder frameworks, I also said we are part of the WEF AI Governance Alliance. So there's no response one fits to all. We are part of all of these different efforts. There is also the global effort from the UN. We participate at the UN Global Digital Compact and are looking forward on the implementation of that. We are also very pleased to see the outcomes of the work of the UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI. The report they issued was excellent, particularly on the governance frameworks calls. We are now looking for how to participate on the Independent International Scientific Panel on AI, on the Global Forum on AI. Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So now is one part that we are looking into see in all of this framework. It's the open approach to AI development. Through all of these initiatives, one aspect of governance that is crucial and very important for us is the promotion of open source AI models. Open source AI has real potential to serve as an equalizer, providing access to the world's most advanced models at a global scale. We favor this approach because in many contexts we believe it is the right thing to do. It drives innovation. It creates better, safer products that everyone can benefit from. We also believe open source will be the key to unlocking the potential for AI across developing nations. Open source has several strategic benefits. It's good for Meta. We benefit from a developed ecosystem of tools, efficiency improvements, optimizations, and other integrations. It's also good for developers. The open source AI allows developers to train their own models, control their own destiny, without being locked into a single closed model. And above all, it's good for the world. Open source will ensure that more people around the world have access to benefits and opportunities of AI. The power isn't concentrated in a small number of companies, and then the technology can be deployed more evenly and safely across society. As of today, we have 600 million downloads of our Llama models. They are being used by broad communities of researchers, entrepreneurs, developers, and governments, as well as international governments bodies. For example, we created a known language left behind AI model, which UNESCO is using to help support high-level translation, including in low-resourced and marginalized languages such as indigenous languages. As we converge around frameworks, it is critical that they support an open approach to development of AI, that those frameworks are interoperable and non-duplicative, and then they enable advancements in Gen AI to deliver on their potential, also advancing progress to the SDGs.
Thank you so much, Flavia, for that. So with these two introductory statements, both from the government and the industry side, I would like to turn first to the panelists to see if there's any reaction statements, and then to those of you on the floor, if you might have questions or reaction statements to what we heard. Ida-san from the panel, I think if you can just You were called out a couple of times, both in name and also in the work of Japan. What
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Yoichi Ida, Assistant Vice Minister from the Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, and I have been working as chair, committee chair at OECD for digital policy making, and also last year I worked as chair of G7 working group as well as Hiroshima AI process working group. So. Having listened to the wonderful previous two wonderful speakers, I want to pick up 3 points from the progresses and development over the last 2 or 3 years in AI governance. The first thing is, as frequently mentioned, G7 has been discussing AI governance very actively. We agreed on Hiroshima process code of conduct last year, and this year under Italian presidency we are discussing the monitoring mechanism and also the brand for the companies and the organizations who implement the code of conduct. And we have a lot of support from OECD Secretariat, and we are almost agreeing on the monitoring mechanism and the brand. But it takes a little bit time, but I hope we will put the Hiroshima process code of conduct together with the monitoring mechanism into actions and invite the private sector players to announce their commitment to those instruments early next year. Of course, this is my personal hope, but I believe G7 could move quickly, continuously quickly to get together. And this year, under Brazilian presidency, G20 discussed AI for development. I believe this is a very important aspect of AI governance, because we always talk about AI governance to leave no one behind, and developing countries, people in the marginal communities should not be left behind, of course, and AI for development is a very important notion. And for one of the efforts to implement this notion into action is second element of my presentation, which is Hiroshima Process Friends Group. Hiroshima Process Friends Group is still a kind of Japanese government initiative, but also with a lot of support from other G7 member countries. And this group now covers more than 50 countries, including all EU members. And we cover a lot from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And we are still actively increasing the number of the members. And we often hear a lot of voices from those countries that they are very much welcoming these opportunities, because they have less opportunities to listen to the discussions on international AI governance, and they have less opportunities to be involved. So we need to provide those such opportunities to countries and communities and people in marginal communities, and we need to realize the multi-stakeholder approach in AI governance discussion too. So this is the second element and the second development through the year. And also the third one is the global partnership on AI and OECD AI community. Those two communities are integrated into one body. So global partnership on AI was launched under I'm not quite sure, maybe Canadian presidency or US presidency of G7, and now it has 29 membership. And OECD AI community is often called IGO, and they have been very active on discussing AI principles. These two communities were integrated into one body, and they are now covering not only the discussion on AI governance, but also some promotion of on-the-ground project to promote deployment and good use of AI in the society and the economy. So I believe this development is very important to how they demonstrate the effective AI governance discussion together with some practical materialization or realization of such principles and thought into actions and practical measures in the society and the community for people to benefit from the AI usage. So these three developments are very important together with some other developments such as Council of Europe Convention and as mentioned by two previous speakers, the fragmentation is very, very risky, and we need to promote interoperability or consistency across different frameworks, and that is what we need to address next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ida-san. I see there's a comment from the floor here.
Okay.
Can we get a microphone here to the lady, please? A microphone. Good, we can hear you.
Working, okay. Okay, thank you for having me here. My name is Maha Abdel Nasser. I'm member of the parliament from Egypt. When we are talking about AI and we don't want to leave anyone behind, it sounds like a dream. It's as if we are in utopia, but we are not. I'm afraid that there is a great concern about the data used for the AI. Mostly, I think it's not diversified. There is no diversification, enough diversification for the data. Even for the sampling, there is sampling bias. There is representation bias. Even there is algorithm bias. And I don't think that it is really happening that we are governing AI in the way that will not leave anybody behind. We are leaving a lot of people behind, and we are not representing the complete set of people. If we talk about them like sets or data sets, this is not what is happening from my point of view, and from whom I'm representing, the people from Egypt, for instance. They don't feel that they are well represented. They feel that the platforms are biased. They feel that they have to go around to express their opinions. And this is all is somehow handled using AI. So I have a great concern about that. Thank you.
Thank you for that question and that reflection. I think it's going to be a good segue then to our next conversation on data, and then if we would have another one, it would have to be on connectivity, and if we had another one, it would have to be on electricity. So it starts, I think, very, very deep back the representation from the very beginning of where those divides are and how we bridge them. But I think the spirit that we hear is that we do want to bridge them, and we need to find the right partnerships on where we start closing those gaps, and how can we make sure that we go as far up now, where we are at the end of the development spectrum with Gen AI, but who knows tomorrow, and then there comes quantum and other things. But I think this commitment that we see here, that I've heard also on the panel of wanting to work together, is the first step there. Would anybody from the panel like to react any further to that? Please, we get a microphone here. Thanks.
I think it's a really good comment. And I would say a couple of things, at the risk of taking away from my main speaking segment. I think that there is a willingness, I've seen in my last few months on this job, a willingness to a different kind of partnership when it comes to AI, and AI for good and AI for development and all those things. but I'm not sure that simply pointing at the algorithms and saying they're not good enough or they're biased or the data being used is not representative. I think the partnership requires someone to say, hey, we've got data sets in our country. Can you help us put them together? Can you help us make them usable? We want to we would like to support an initiative that uses our local language. We would like to work with you. So I think that when you hear those of us in countries that are funding and doing what we can to try to bridge the divide, and we're talking about nobody left behind wouldn't be the language that I use, but it's for the common good, that we're looking for partners who say yes. And we've got language, and we've got models, and we've got skills, and we've got data sets. We need compute, or we need someone to do some translation for us, or whatever it is that's required. That's the kind of partnership that certainly Canada is going to be looking for as we head into our G7 presidency.
Thank you for that. Are there any other comments from the floor, or is there anybody online who would like to talk? If not, then I'm just going to give the microphone back for 1 minute each to Thomas and then to Flavia to close off this segment. And then we'll move into our data discussion, which I hope will be as exciting as this one was.
Thank you. I'll just also react to the parliamentarian from Egypt. I think it is important that we not just align or make these different initiatives and instruments interoperable, but they also help to provide for solutions for the ones that are not yet part or in the center. Is it not? So I'll take both. So, okay. So then it's stereo. So I think, and I also invite you to come and join the Council of Europe work. This is the normative legal part of it. The HUD area is supposed to help all countries to do risk and impact assessment. And then, of course, the data component is an important one. If there's no data about your people, then the algorithm is of no use, even if so I think there's several aspects to this, and discussions like these are good to raise the awareness of what are the elements, where have we made progress, where do we need more progress, what is priority. So thanks very much for this.
Let's see if we can hear you with that microphone, Flavia. Yeah, take the one that's the one.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So first, I think one thing I want to make clear is that our project Known Language Left Behind is about translation. It's not necessarily about data sets, and we have more than 250 languages there about no?
No, it's just kicking in and out. Keep talking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
How about here? Can you hear me? No. All right. Sorry, guys, I have 30 seconds. With regard to data sets, we agree with you. That's why we also have an open source model that can actually increment as we speak. We have partnered with the Gates Foundation and have funding projects in Africa specific for Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And I agree with the delegate of Canada said that we need your input come to us to see what type of data sets will work and which language, etc. There are several projects that we are working out there for that. I will stop here because it seems that it's not working.
If we can take a two-minute break now and try and see if we can find a microphone that works for the panel. Can we try that one then? Okay, so these two we can I think give back to you and try the third one. Maybe third time's the charm.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yes, it works for now. So yes, please let's. That's what we want. We want to work together. That's why it's an open source approach with stakeholders, researchers, and developers, countries, governments, international governments, that we can help develop AI that is particularly open source, that is an equalizer. We want to make sure open source AI or AI gets to everyone, and that we don't get in the same breach that we had before with connectivity, where people were left behind. Of course, we need connectivity to get to AI, but at this time, we want to advance the bridge if possible. So back to you.
Thank you so much, Flavia. And I think that it's, as I said before, it's a good segue into our next discussion, which we're going to talk a little bit about what we have done. They can hear me with this one, I think. So this one is okay. Yeah, okay. So what we have done as a global community this year to try and advance a little bit the conversations on data governance, and what are the challenges that we faced, where can we still go, or where we need to work more to expand on this, and what can we do to make sure that our approach to data governance yeah. Yes, I'm very sorry
This
that we
may not
don't
be
have
the
table.
best solution, but these things that don't work.
Yes, exactly. Maybe that is a new development in technology that we can use for we use for this. But we'll bear through this. Next year at the IGF, we'll all be transported into virtual headsets. But until then, let's talk a little bit about data, where we are with data governance issues, what has happened this year, and where do we hope to go. I'll turn first to Ida-san again to talk a little bit about his insights on the operationalization of data free flows with trust, and what you have done to find enablers for trusted government access to data, to privacy protection, and the considerations of the transfers and sharing of data across borders, and where do you still see barriers that we need to overcome?
Okay, thank you very much.
Except the fact that we can't hear each other.
Yeah, so thank you very much for this very complicated and difficult questions, and I'm not quite sure I can answer appropriately, but I'm very happy to share what I know from my experience as development over the last year. And actually, the Japanese government proposed the concept of data-free flow with trust, which encourage the relevant stakeholders to make the data flow across borders as free as possible, while ensuring the trust regarding data flow appropriately, and in the aspect of privacy protection or intellectual property protection, or probably other human rights protections. And this concept was discussed over the years, and early this year, OECD launched a DFFT expert community, if I remember correctly, in February. And there were more than 200 experts getting together to discuss how we can promote data flow across borders while ensuring some legitimate protection of human rights and other freedom or other rights. And this community is now discussing three pillars to promote data flow across borders, and the one is the financial data flow across borders, while of course ensuring the security about data and privacy protection. Second pillar is privacy protection enhancement technology, which is often called the PET. And there will be a lot of different types of technological solutions to protect privacy when we flow data across borders. And this group is discussing how we can enhance and also deploy such technologies to promote data flow across borders. And the third element is legal transparency around the data. Data flows. So I think different jurisdictions are taking different approaches on data flow and data protection. And just like the people discussed with AI, the data policy is also needs a lot of interoperability, and this group is discussing how we can promote interoperability across different jurisdictions and how we can ensure the transparency about the domestic data governance framework, including regulations. So this is the development regarding data free flow with trust, and one of the important elements here is the trust for or trusted government access to the data held by private entities. And this is based on the declaration taken by the member countries of OECD at the end of year 2022. And this is discussing, this declaration is discussing how the government has to behave or follow some principles when they access the data held by private sector entities, even when they want to use data for law enforcement or some legal actions. So different countries have different systems when the law enforcement bodies and police and other entities want to access the private data. And we discussed what are the kind of common elements here and what are the gaps here. So this group is also now discussing what would be the next element. And one of the element is, this is just the agreement among only 38 member countries of OECD, and now they are trying to approach the countries outside OECD to understand what the OECD members are commonly following, and what would be the potential gaps or potential commonalities with the countries outside the group, and probably try to find the global commonality and consistency about the government access to private sector data. And from the similar perspective, OECD also took a recommendation on data sharing and data access. And this recommendation is also now being discussed to enhance the practical implementation of this recommendation into action. So quite a lot of approaches are taken now, and the main point is again the interoperability between different jurisdictions, while we protect the common universal, kind of universal, I'm not quite sure we can say universal, but commonly held principles across different countries and different communities, different cultures around the world. So there is a kind of presumption that data should be used and to produce the as much benefit as possible, and for the people, for the common goods. So I think again we always talk about no one leave behind, no one left behind, and it is always very difficult to achieve. But the continuous, endless effort is very important, and we never forget about this concept, no one left behind. So that is what I can share at this moment, and look forward to further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ida-san. So 2 things that I pick up from your input, which is I think very similar to what we've heard in the AI conversation, is the need for interoperability of our approaches to policy and to regulations, and the need to avoid fragmented approaches in the spirit of wanting to make sure that, first of all, we create an environment where all stakeholders and businesses have the certainty and the reliability of where we're going forward, but also to make sure that everybody is well represented and is part not just of the services themselves, but also of the governance conversations around it. So I'm going to turn to Marit now from Connect Europe, and that is actually going to preface a little bit of I think what you are going to bring in, because I hope you will tell us a little bit about how the European approach is to this, but also how industry in Europe sees the conversation on data governance developing. The floor is yours.
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Timea. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. So just for those of you who don't know Connect Europe, we are a trade association based in Brussels, and our members are the leading European telecommunication operators. And just to give you an idea, so our members today serve about 270 million Europeans with different types of connectivity services. And now you might be asking yourself, well, what is this lady doing here in the data session? She should be in the connectivity session. But of course, there is a very close link between connectivity and content. So the data travels in the networks that our members are running. And also very importantly, the provision of connectivity services and network services of European operators rely on cross-border cooperation with various different third parties, so whether it be vendors or partners or other types of service providers. And to make things even more complex, cloud and cloud computing has certainly brought another aspect into the data governance, in that data in between the networks, of course, then is stored and processed in the cloud. And here, you know, if you look at the ecosystem of the industry, we have specialized cloud service providers, but also then operators increasingly involved in the cloud business, in edge cloud, etc. So there's a kind of interdependence between the different players, and of course it's very important that we have a data governance model and hopefully some level of interoperability to make sure that costs, especially costs for the operators and different parties, are kept intact, etc. Now, I'll talk a little bit about the approach in Europe quite briefly. I think that Europe has been leading in the data protection in many ways, because data privacy and protection is something that both our policymakers but also citizens hold very dear. And I think we have quite a robust vision and also policy framework within Europe. And then now more recent, we also start to have a data framework that goes beyond Europe, so looking at the third-party relations. But just to look at within Europe first, so we of course have our GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation for personal data. And I believe that this is quite well known also globally. And we consider this as really being the baseline and the basic rules for data in Europe. And while the GDPR is not perfect, I mean, we do consider it as a, let's say, good example, globally speaking. Then we have some other rules, and maybe not so well known internationally, but something that we called the e-privacy directive, which was a kind of historical legacy piece of regulation, and which imposes some sector-specific, very restrictive rules regarding data management, and especially on telecom operators. And we believe that today this type of sector-specific rules have become a kind of out of touch with the data economy today. And here we really come to the question that we need to, at the same time, while we protect data privacy, we need to start also promoting innovation. And this, I don't think, is such a good example coming from Europe, if you like. And then really putting it into today's context, we believe that when we look at rules on privacy, that all digital players should be subjected to the same horizontal rules on privacy, as they often process the same kind of data, for example, localization data. And we can think of many digital services players or even car manufacturers that today hold different types of data. And so we believe that really a horizontal solution would be the most effective one. And hopefully this would also, if you like, level a little bit reduce the fragmentation in terms of data governance frameworks. And then we have, more recently, we have some new rules on cross-border data, and especially when it comes to cross-border government access to data in the shape of the Data Act that was adopted earlier this year. And there we have some rules which, for example, require cloud and other data processing services to prevent third country governmental access and transfer of industrial data held in the EU. If such a transfer or access is illegal under the EU or other member state law. And this, of course, well, it complements the GDPR in many ways, and we have welcomed it as European telecom operators, as it provides some level of legal certainty to our members. On an enabling side, we have, of course, and the European Union has concluded various free data flow agreements. I think also with the US, which is a major one. And from the industry side, I mean, we believe that these agreements are very welcome and they bring more data legal clarity and also safeguards for businesses and citizens. And I think that, you know, as a final point from Europe, it is also very important to note that it's not only about policy frameworks or regulation. It is also about technical solutions and interoperability. And we, for example, in a slightly kind of, let's say, marginal context, but there's also ongoing work in the EU to work on some common cybersecurity certification schemes, which can be seen as you know, helping to limit foreign government access to EU data and help thus securing EU data. Now, going to your question about risks of fragmentation, Timea, I think that our common goal still is to preserve the global and open and interoperable internet, and especially also at the technical standards and protocols level. And maybe just I would like to mention here, I mean, there are many risks, as we have already heard, but mention two examples that certainly have come up in some ways in the EU context lately. One is the evolving global connectivity infrastructure and the connectivity ecosystem that carry our data traffic and store our data. And I already mentioned the cloud, but for example, today we talk a lot about submarine cables and satellite becoming really part of the connectivity ecosystem. And I think that, you know, and our members are also involved in these activities, but we need to then also consider about not only the technical interoperability, but also the legal certainty of carrying our data through the new and the evolved connectivity value chain. And also, of course, it's a question of resilience. Now, we're not here asking for regulation on this. We're just hoping that when we look at this data governance framework, that we have a kind of holistic look on these things. The second thing, if I may, it is on data sovereignty, and this is a text, you know, kind of an example that has come up quite a lot. And we see this also in the EU context. So, of course, different parts of the world, they have the legitimacy to try and protect their own businesses and citizens with different kinds of data governance regimes, if you like. But then there can be a kind of protectionist or commercial also incentive to create these data areas that, you know, then when they go too far, it becomes then counterproductive for businesses, and this includes businesses from that region. So, of course, if everybody starts looking at things too much from the home perspective, then businesses will face increased costs and also legal complexity. So here we would be, you know, calling for a balancing act, while, of course, you know, in the European context, the privacy and data protection is a very important thing. So, very briefly to conclude, the way forward. So we believe that innovation, of course, and global digital commerce are important, and they need also to be protected, but it needs to be very clearly in balance with the rights and values, and in the European context especially with data protection and privacy. And we believe from the operator side that this is best achieved through horizontal, so not sector specific policy framework that are also flexible, future-proof ideally, although this is a challenge for all policymakers, and we are not, of course, jealous of their role, and more importantly also technologically neutral. So I would maybe stop my initial remarks there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marit. And then, so the conversation that we've had on AI and highlighting the need for interoperability, I think we can add to that a little bit more from your remarks and Ida-san's remarks, the needs for a more holistic approach, so that we look at the various sectors and see not just sectors of the economy, but also the sectors of regulation that we have. Sometimes regulation in one area might impact the regulation in other, and we are not realizing those impacts. And then, of course, the need to harmonize across regions. And as Maria Fana, she had to leave unfortunately for another speaking engagement. As she was emphasizing in her opening remarks, is to try and reinstate the trust in global cooperation and multilateral cooperation as well. Otherwise, we will get into too much of an inward-looking situation where it's not going to be good for what we want to achieve. That we were talking just earlier about including everyone in the data conversation. So with that, are there any comments or questions from the floor regarding the data segment of our panel? Anybody would like to say anything? Can we please get a microphone to the lady? No, thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry, I will try to be quick. It's just about the data flow across borders. We have a problem of data flow inside the country, so I don't think that it will be possible to have data flow across borders while we are fighting to get a legislation for the free flow of data and information inside, not just in Egypt. I think in several countries in Europe and the Asia and other places. So it's a little bit very high goal to achieve. But thank you, of course.
Please, so there's a...
Thank you very much, Madam.
We are doing a roundtable, even if we're another round the roundtable. So thank you for that. Please go ahead.
I heard your concern. You finished my concerns. I share these concerns. I think that the concern of Madam Abdel Nasser wasn't addressed because she was speaking about intended bias of data and algorithm. You responded saying about not completed data or capacity to develop algorithm. So the concern is there, and I commend Europe for their effort for data protection. It is a very important issue that we all have to take into consideration. Of course, we need the free flow of data across border, but how to do? This is the issue. This is the issue that you have to address. We have to find a way to allow for data flow and to ensure that the data are not used not legitimately, if you want. Thank you.
Would there be any reactions to the statement? Please, we go to Bertrand and then we go back to the panel.
Do you hear me? Okay, so I'm Bertrand de la Chapelle. I'm the Chief Vision Officer of the DataSphere Initiative. Two quick remarks. The first one is that the whole debate about data flows needs to take into account a technical evolution, which is that we are not in the phase anymore when we transfer the databases to somebody else across the frontiers or so. What we're sharing is the right to access. And if I take an example, for instance, of a particular application, which is a privacy enhancing technique like federated learning, you actually don't transfer data at all. You send the model to somebody who has the data, you train the model on the data, and then you bring back the weight. So you have technically not transferred data across borders, but you transfer the weights. So I think it's important in the debate about free flow of data with trust, and I think it's an important element to look at those techniques, all the APIs, all the homomorphic encryption and things like that, that change a little bit the landscape. The second thing, very quickly, is that we know that a lot of data localization legislations are justified, rightly or wrongly, by the problem of access to electronic evidence in criminal investigations. And I'm really surprised that in this whole series of discussions about free flow of data, people mention the question of access to information by law enforcement, and there is very little mention of the e-evidence regulation in Europe that has been adopted last year, which is a huge piece of legislation that was extremely difficult to develop. There's the Cloud Act in the US, and every single country is confronted with the question of, are we going to develop our own national legislation to address the question of accessing electronic evidence across borders? It is a difficult question, but I think as long as we don't address this question straight ahead, we will still have a major incentive for data localizations, and in many regards for bad reasons, but also for justifiable arguments. So electronic evidence is an important factor, and establishing due process in that regard is an important element as well.
Thank you, Bertrand. So I see no more questions from the floor, so I'm going to turn to the panel and see, of course, those who spoke on data, but if others have views on this. To address, we've had a question about making sure that we truly leave no one behind with when we process data and we talk about data governance. We had a question around whether we are talking about data transfer or the access transfer, and how do we deal with electronic evidence in the sphere of data. Anybody would like to venture to answer those questions?
Okay, so
thank you for volunteering.
No, I'm not quite sure I have the proper answers to those questions, but actually one of the things the gentleman mentioned, when we talk about data free flow with trust, this is a kind of very conceptual level of discussion, and this is talking about the kind of regulatory framework or governance framework of data, which is not talking about the practical level of regulation. So the concept is, when we have some mechanisms to keep and promote trust about the data flow, then we have more chances to make data flow across borders freely. So we keep a kind of a balance, but if we take appropriate measures to protect the data, protect the privacy, we have more enabling space to make data flow easily flow across borders. So that is very conceptual level of discussion. But when we want to put such a notion into practice, we recognize there will be a lot of difference and gaps to be addressed across jurisdictions, and yes, government access is very difficult question, and also we have a cyber security convention or something like that.
Cybercrime convention.
Cybercrime convention, yes. So it is very sensitive and very difficult questions across jurisdictions, but This is something we have to address, and there is no single answer coming overnight. But relevant people, actually, when we started the discussion on government access to data, we were very much surprised to see, different people are gathering. People from, we are the digital economy policy people, but we had a group of intelligence people, police and law enforcement people, or even some lawyers and people from the court and the others. So we always have a widespread aspects of data regulation and governance, and this is something we have to tackle all together, and the answer is not always very easy. But when we talk about the bias of data for AI, we have also struggling the gap, and probably the Japan is also struggling with the development of the AI ecosystem, and most of the AI models and the AI technologies are based on English, and Japanese is very small language. So now we are trying to develop multi-language models using different kind of marginal, some small scale languages together, and we are working with different partners from Asia and other regions to develop our own language models to reflect different differences in not only in languages but also in cultures, which is very important when we talk about develop language models. So we share a lot of difficulties and the challenges together, and we hope we need to tackle. We hope we tackle these challenges all together, not only by the government but across different communities. Thank you very much.
If I may maybe address a little bit the question of Bertrand on the e-evidence, or let's say more generally the obligations, the regulatory obligations that, for example, operators have vis-à-vis law enforcement. I mean, it's a very tricky topic. It's from, if we're looking at it kind of purely from a data economy perspective without any societal responsibility, of course it is a cost to operators. It complicates things. I mean, recently we discussed the legal intercept obligations within Europe, and an operator from one of the bigger European countries said that it costs them 15 million a year just to comply with the legal intercept obligation. So it is not nothing. It is a big responsibility and obligation. But at the same time, for the society to work well and to put the criminals into jail and to all this, of course, this then is maybe necessary. But from the data governance and how do you fit it into the framework, of course, that's not an easy task, and from our side, I mean, we wouldn't want to go, of course, judging the rightfulness or the wrongfulness of it. For the moment, it is the way it is. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. I see that we have no comments online, and I don't see any hands up in the room. So I think we can move on to our last segment from the data conversation. I think we've thrown up quite a few high balls in this first two rounds, and these are the topics that we see not just individual governments or stakeholders struggling with, but when we look at the global level, when we look at the United Nations or various regional fora, we see quite a lot of struggle on how we actually make sense of the governance of all of this. How do we take all these issues and try and connect those who are working on the various policy frameworks on this, try to make them more aware of one another, and then what are some of the other structures that might or might not be necessary to help with not only the practical implementation, but the global governance discussions around all of this. So we had quite a significant process this year where Germany was holding one of the pen holders for the Pact for the Future, a huge feat, I think, in multilateral agreements on many issues, but we'll focus on digital today, complemented with the Global Digital Compact. And then we have a number of multilateral fora. We've mentioned the G7 so many times, and Canada now is taking up the baton, moving forward. So how do we deal with all of this in that context? And we also talked about taking the work of G7 and making it broader in other fora. So how do we move towards that idea? And then, of course, where does the private sector come in all of this? So that's what we're trying to figure out in the remaining 40 minutes or so that we have on this panel. Also keeping in mind that we are at the IGF, which is the product of the World Summit of the Information Society that is coming up to a very significant milestone next year. So in this context, I'm just going to ask first Irina to take a little bit of stock of what has happened this year with the Pact of the Future and the Global Digital Compact, and how do we move into moving all these discussions ahead, both in the GDC context, but also looking ahead to the WSS 20. So over to you, Irina.
Thank you very much. Indeed, internet governance is very important to us. And maybe it's not too much to say that it is a bit, in a sense, the basis of everything that we've been discussing so far. So we are really digging to the core now. And it's important decisions have been taken. Others are still about to be taken. And I think a lot is at stake. I mean, the internet as we know it is working incredibly well, also through the pandemic. On a technical level, at the same time, we see very challenging developments that are taking place on the internet, so to speak, like deepfakes, mis and disinformation, lots of phenomena that are deeply troubling, probably to all of us, and really go to the root of our democratic societies. All this makes clear that we need internet governance also in the future, and maybe it's not only internet governance but digital governance, but I know that an entire academic debate could turn around this question, so maybe I leave that out for the moment. But indeed, it's very important, and what I have to say is that for us, at the core of internet governance really is multi-stakeholder conversation, multi-stakeholder collaboration, and the IGF is really the prime example to show how this is done, as we can experience here during the day already and in the coming days still. And this is also, this is really the key for us, and really the basis that everything else is turning around. And we really think that we need, on one hand, to protect it, because I think it's not given that internet governance in a multi-stakeholder way is going forward. And on the other hand, I think it is also necessary to develop it further, because it would be, nobody would believe me if I said it's already perfect in every single way and we can't fix anything and we can't develop it further in any regard. So, and this has also been, so to speak, the guidelines for the processes that have already taken place, and will also very important for us in the processes that are coming. As you said, Germany was very much involved in the Pact of the Future, a little less in the Global Digital Compact, but that such a document, such a compact exists is really a major achievement, that countries at UN level managed to agree on a document. And we are happy with what we have as a product now. It's not yet implemented, and this process will all these processes rather will also be very important. But to have such a document, I think, is really of very big importance. Obviously, probably if we had a vote now, not every single country, not every single person or stakeholder is happy with every single bit of the Global Digital Compact, but I think this is also something that is probably not doable at all. So we are happy with what came out, that something came out, and it wasn't really clear from the start or also along the way that we would succeed in doing that. And there are some elements in there that are particularly important to us, and again, they go to the core, as I stated it. Multi-stakeholder model is mentioned. The IGF is an important forum of of multi-stakeholder discussion and involvement is mentioned in there. We have something really new, which is that internet shutdowns are not acceptable. So there's a lot of important things that we agreed to on a very broad basis. Well, as I said, implementation will be important now, and I think it's pretty challenging as well because, well, as is probably the rule on such a high level and with so many partners involved, that not everything is clear yet, but we need really to work hard to figure out how is all this working and how can all this fit together. And this is maybe the major challenge that we see, that it would not be helpful to have a bunch of new institutions, different fora discussing the same topics with different players, because I think that would make things more difficult and not easier. And in particular, if we want stakeholders really to participate, it won't be possible. I mean, it's hard already for governments to cover everything. Yuichi already hinted at it when he was talking about AI governance, which is really a complex picture by now. But it is even more difficult, especially for stakeholders, civil society, for example, to really cover all those different fora. So we really need focus. And as I said already, we really do think that the IGF should not only be one important forum for internet governance, but the important and the premier forum for that. And we try to work on that, work hard on that, and we have been having lots of discussions with different partners, different stakeholders on what it would need, how we could develop it further, what could be how a future IGF or maybe even DGF, Digital Global Forum, could look like. And this is really a process that we want to work hard on. And well, as you said already, this is one milestone, a major milestone, I would say. Implementation remains to be done and is a fragile thing, and things can go well and not so well maybe in this regard. And then there is another process coming up, the WSIS Plus 20 review. And this is also very important because there indeed we have to decide how we will go on with the IGF, how it will look like in the future. And this is very important to us as well. And therefore, well, we as a government try to be as involved, as engaged as possible. So we will be becoming next year, which is quite around the corner, a member of the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, who has quite an important role to play in this process. So we try to be involved there. But we also find important, and I think there is probably still room for maneuver or for improvement. If we look back to the GDC process, it's really important to involve stakeholders in this process. So if we talk about multi-stakeholder collaboration and how this can be done in a meaningful way in the future, we certainly cannot do it without involving all those players. So this is something we really hope to do, not alone, definitely not alone, together with partners. And well, I think as much conversations that we can have in this regard, also on how to convince really people and governments, but also outside governments, that this is really an important moment in time, and it's really counting whether we get it right or wrong now, not just for us or for something we find important, but for something that is so basic for everybody in the world. I think this is really important, and we're really looking forward to do our part of the job, but also to work together with partners, with stakeholders, to find a good solution there. And for that, obviously, it's also important, I mean, to have these conversations in as many fora as we can to really get a sense of what is important and what is maybe less important. And that is also why we are very much looking forward to the Canadian presidency of the G7, because I think this is one of the fora we really talk and also strategize of how we can get that right.
With that, I think it's best if I just give you the microphone.
Thanks. It's really good to be here. It's really good to be learning from multi-stakeholderism is really great for an education about what happens in all the different parts of society and business and government and all people in managing this this resource that we share collectively in the internet and the digital space. And quite frankly, it's exhausting to hear about it all. And I'm not going to repeat all the progress that has been made because you've heard about it all here. hear from people who have been part of the process or even leading the process. The contribution I'd like to make to this is from the perspective of where I sit. So I am Canada's senior official on cyber, critical tech, and I also have a responsibility for democratic resilience in the Government of Canada. And I sit in the international security branch of the Foreign Ministry. So I'm not a digital or development or anything. I'm in the international security branch of our Foreign Ministry, and I work for our political director. And so my perspective on progress and the year ahead is from that seat, and also in being in Canada, yes, from the seat of the next president of the G7. And I'd like to call our attention to sort of the context for the work over the next year. I think we're in a context where actually it ain't broke. The internet works. The internet, I think, is working a heck of a lot better than the technology in this room today. And it wasn't until I started this job that I realized just how much complexity there is to making it work. So there's we have many sayings about this problem that we're studying right now in English. It's, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Leave well enough alone. It's not to say, as my colleagues have said, that there isn't room for improvement, but we are in a context where we can all talk to each other. I have a trainer who lives in Kiev. I work out with him 3 times a week. The Zoom works, the encrypted texting works, and I can send him money once a month. And when I tried to send him money at an address that was of a bank that was in a part of Ukraine that is occupied, I wasn't allowed to send money. So we see every day in our lives that there are really that the internet works. So that's my first point. The second thing that has struck me is the extent to which geopolitical strategic competition is playing out in this sphere, and it's playing out at the most strategic levels, and it's playing out at the most practical levels. And what I'm very heartened to hear is actually when it comes to the practical, it works. This is an area where there is still trust. This is an area where countries that have very different ideas about how this universe should work still managed to cooperate because it's at that very practical level that we see what the benefit of the current system that we have is to all of us. We feel the benefits, but we also must pay attention. The third bit of context is that there's real urgency to this work. Like, there's serious urgency to it. Why? Because the technology isn't waiting for us to figure it out. It's not waiting for our policy frameworks or for our legislative frameworks or for us to figure out how we're going to do things together. The technology is actually dual-use technology. And as Thomas said, we've done this before, but never, I don't think, have we had the speed of the evolution of a dual-use technology. So it is imperative for us to deal with technology like AI. And thirdly, as the opening speaker said, we are living a crisis of the multilateral system. And over the next year, the multilateral system needs to figure out some of these questions, and whether that system breaks or survives will be borne out in these discussions. The last thing is that there's a real, even in something as hard-edged as the international security world, there's a real recognition that what we're talking about is a global public good that must be shared. That our security, the stability of the world, is not furthered unless we share the benefits of the technology and the benefits of connectivity, the benefits of the internet. And so ensuring participation of the global majority at all governance tables is really important, and certainly doing development differently with the tools, the new tools we have is the only option that we have. So the year ahead has lots of opportunities. Yes, Canada will continue to focus on AI in particular, and we really thank the Japanese and the Italians for making significant progress and working tirelessly in that urgent way that the subject matter demands. WIS is plus 20. You all know it better than I do. What's at stake there? There's another IGF. Then there is the definition of how we're going to implement the GDC commitments on AI, the scientific panel and the global dialogue. How those are defined, form will define function, and so this is a real opportunity. Going and in all of that, Canada will be active in because of the urgency of the situation. We will uphold fervently multi-stakeholderism. We will look to do things that advance the SDGs. We will advocate for transparency in all of these processes, and we will do it because we recognize that trust is absolutely critical. Trust between every aspect of the puzzle that sits on this stage, trust with our citizens, trust between different parts of the world. And I would just conclude by saying this: the next year is really an inflection point. There is an awful lot going on. It's going to test our resolve. It'll make or break some of the governance that we have that has done very well. And I think it's going to be a year where that geopolitical strategic competition continues to play itself out, and managing the pace of change, managing the urgency, the demands, and the commitments will continue to be exhausting, but we've done it before. We'll just keep doing it again.
Thank you so much, Larissa, for that. I'm going to ask you to please pass the microphone to the end of the road. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And, all good? Thank you. And I know that I'm the last speaker, so I will not take much of time, especially that I'm an engineer. So as an engineer, we usually don't manage to get so many words to speak about, but we like to talk in numbers. So just to share with you some kind of numbers that about the mobile industry that I am representing in this gathering, that currently 96% of the world population is covered by mobile coverage and mobile broadband coverage. Actually, 4.6 billion people, almost 57% of the global population, access the internet primarily through mobile broadband. And I believe that this percentage of 57% will go even higher when we are talking about developing countries where mobile coverage is much wider and much more reachable and affordable to people compared to fiber connectivity and other means for internet access. Yet we are facing a challenge that the original WASIS document reflects the time that it was written in the early days of the information society. So it doesn't really recognize the key role that mobile has to come to play in the community and businesses around the world. When we are talking about SDGs, again, using some numbers to describe the impact that the mobile industry is contributing to the SDGs, the figures that we have showed that the mobile industry achieved almost 58% of its potential contribution to SDGs, up from 31% in 2015. We are trying to measure what direction or what dimension that we were most impactful, where we were most impactful, and we found that the SDG 9 related to industry, innovation, and infrastructure is where we were most impactful, mainly driven by the reach of the mobile. By end of 2023, the share of the mobile population without internet broadband coverage is less than 4%, 350 million people, while 57% of the world population are actually using the mobile broadband, as we mentioned before. So use of mobile is not only limited to connectivity or accessing the internet, as you has mentioned. Financial services are actually a major area where mobile industry has made a impactful contribution with almost 3 billion people. More than 50% of the mobile subscribers are actually using mobile money and mobile banking services by 2023. Yet we hope that throughout the process there will be a real multi-stakeholder approach when it comes to the way forward in order to connect the rest of the people. Whereas the mobile operators and the mobile industry are projected to spend about $1.5 trillion over the period from now till the end of 2030, there remains a gap between the projected investment and that needed to realize the government's digital policy objectives, especially when we are taking into consideration the growing need for broadband. I mean, when we are talking about broadband now, it is completely different experience than the broadband that we will need to experience in 2030 when the metaverse will be realized and when we are talking about these new technologies. So in order to realize these technologies, we need to think about new means for financing this connectivity and for creating an environment that will enable that. And we hope that the review of the WSIS Plus 20 will recognize this and will encourage governments and other stakeholders to contribute to this investment gap that we are witnessing and we are trying to bridge in order to really leave nobody behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. So we've had 3 speakers talk about taking stock of the actual governance conversations that happened this year and looking ahead for WSIS Plus 20. So what I've noted here as you were talking is a couple of takeaways of how we look ahead and what is it that we would like to see done. So of course you've all talked about more cooperation, less new structures but better coordination of what is already out there. You have talked about the importance of informed policy making and the need to have stakeholders contribute to that. You've talked about making sure that we don't throw babies out with bathwaters and we actually make sure that we preserve the core of what is actually working, the technology, and adjust and make sure that our policy and regulatory frameworks enable the technology to continue on working and not pose extra barriers to that. And then you've all mentioned multi-stakeholderism and input to policy making, multi-stakeholderism and the multi-stakeholder approach to policy conversations, but also the multi-stakeholder approach to implementation, whether that comes in forging partnerships, whether that comes in making the investments that are necessary, or in making sure that the policy frameworks that we come up with actually enable the technology to work, enable those who don't have a voice to have a conversation, and also enable the innovation that we need to balance out with the potential areas where we want to address risks. So a lot of rich ideas coming out from the panel, but we have about 15 minutes to hear a little bit from the audience on how you see the road going forward. Are these the right elements that we should take away from this panel discussion to move into the WSIS Plus 20 process or the GDC implementation? Do you have other ideas? Do you have any remaining questions to our speakers? So I would like to turn it over to the audience. And with that, I hope that our technician colleagues are ready to also share the microphone with you all so that you can speak. Are there any questions or comments from the floor? Raise your hand, we'll get your microphone. Yeah, everybody, yeah. There's a question for Jorge and then for Desiree. There, a microphone please, there. Oh, Thank you. There in the back. Yes.
Hello.
I think we'll share the one up here.
I hope you hear me okay. So I just wanted to break the ice, but I saw that Desiree also raised her hand. So I'll be very brief. I think it would be really great, well, Jorge Cancio, Swiss government, to pass a very clear message coming from this IGF. And I think we've been hearing it in your panel. The first one is that we are still very deeply committed to the vision that was laid out in WSIS of a human-centric information society, a digital society, that we want to work towards that goal, that we have to update, of course, the substance of what we agreed 20 years ago, what we reviewed 10 years ago, looking into connectivity, what it means today, the human rights implications of our digital world, on data governance, on AI governance, and you cannot have the one without the other, and that we are eager to update also the structures we have to govern this, that we have a very good basis with WSIS, that there's a good impulse with the new chapter written by the GDC, but it's just a new chapter in a book we've been writing for 20 years, that we are ready to be innovative in how we update the multi-stakeholder approach of doing things. We have good ideas coming, for instance, from the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines that were agreed in Sao Paulo earlier this year, and that it's very important to commit to a non-proliferation of processes, because more processes, more governance kills inclusivity, and you wouldn't have two spoons in a Swiss Army knife. So let's be functional, let's respect the forms, and let's avoid duplications that are unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. We have the question there from Desiree first and then Bertrand.
Thank you. Name is Desiree Milosevic Evans. I listened to the takeaways of what's been discussed, and I think much of what you've suggested seems like a common sense. But also looking forward in terms of reviewing the WSIS action lines, bearing in mind that a lot of good things are already in the document laid out in the Tunis agenda and the Geneva Plan of Action. What does the panel think about gender as an issue? Was it there in 2003 and 2005? Because we're talking about inclusivity and digital inclusion. And I wonder whether that's something that the panel thinks should also be an issue to be discussed. The WSIS lines are good, and we'll see how much the progress is done. But I think I single out that particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Desiree. Bertrand, just behind you.
Hi, Bertrand de la Chapelle again. There's a lot of issues that are going to be addressed in 2025 in the context of the WSIS plus 20 and many other aspects. I like very much the comment about it's going to be an inflection point, and I hope it will be an inflection point. We are taking stock of 20 years, and some of us have been here for those 20 years. I even here have the bag of the first IGF of 2006, which is a testimony of the sustainability approach that they adopted, by the way. Kudos to Marcus Kummer. That's a private joke for those of you who were there. But more seriously, among all those issues, there is one topic that I think is of particular importance, which is what is going to be the future of the IGF. Not only just the continuation, but how do we improve it, restructure it? Isn't it time to have a serious discussion, maybe a little bit like the working group on internet governance back in 2004, to have a dedicated effort, not just a series of reports some of which were very good, but let's be honest, most of them have been filed the moment they were signed. Having a group that could, after the WSIS Plus 20 review, discuss seriously what is the new mandate for the IGF, what is the new structure, what is the institutional arrangement that will be set in place. We know, and I finish with this, that there will be no agreement from the start by all governments. And therefore, I think that there is a particular role for the governments who have hosted the IGF, who have made the effort to host the IGF, and that includes Japan, that includes Germany, that includes Switzerland, and to the countries who will be in presidency of different groups, and that includes Canada for the G7, to put their weight behind an effort that could take place at the IGF in Norway in the middle of the year, to send a clear message to the drafters of the resolution in the UN General Assembly that there needs to be a paragraph that says it is time to have a serious discussion on the new mandate. And we will have 2026 to really discuss this in a multi-stakeholder manner, and not just a discussion in New York among the governments. I think it's an important element in the agenda. It doesn't exclude all the different other topics, but I'm just taking the opportunity of having a few key governments here on the panel to raise the idea.
Thank you, Bertrand. Jacques, please, and then we'll go back to the panel.
My name is Jacques Pegelinger, and I'm speaking here with my hat as member of the board of Eurodic and co-chair of the Swiss IGF. And I would like to emphasize my question on the definition of stakeholder. So I thought it pretty demanding to follow what all has been said now in the past 2 hours, and explaining this to the stakeholders might be quite difficult. Now, what do we see as a stakeholder? Are stakeholders just saying, well, they are just different groups represented by the topmost possible understanding bodies, or is in the future of the IGF still the little citizen, the corporate citizen, the addressee of the multi-stakeholder process?
Thank you, Jacques. So I'm going to turn back to the panel, and we've had 4 types of intervention, four questions that I think all move in the same direction, really. And I like how Bertrand put it. Future doesn't have to equal only continuation. Future needs to mean some sort of progress or improvement. So how do we take that? And this is going to be my final question to the panel, and you can pick and choose which question you want to elaborate more on this. But what do we take from our discussions as a hope for improvement as we look into the future? How do we improve the existing WSIS action lines? How do we improve the inclusion of various stakeholders or definition of various stakeholders? How do we improve our governance models? How do we improve the IGF's mandate? And how do we improve inclusion, especially gender inclusion? So what are your one-sentence takeaways, or I know now the X limit is longer, so I can't 140 characters, but what are your short takeaways with views to improvement as we move to WSIS Plus 20? So I'm going to start, Flavia, you volunteered, so with you.
Yes, sure. So I want to start with the comments we just made about the WSIS and the interoperability, or getting all governments from groups together at IGF. This is a great idea. In fact, from what we understand is that Norway is planning to do that, similar to last time, to put a group together to have some documents to discuss at the IGF. As I spoke today, there are several international frameworks around AI, but it's not only on AI. There are several other international frameworks on several other issues. So it would be crucial for these groups to get together to see how a real interoperability can exist. of even the working methodologies, because for us, we don't have enough time or people to engage substantially in all various issues. In addition to that, I think it would be important for us to really give a voice for all stakeholders. Sometimes having frameworks that you invite only stakeholders to speak and provide an overview over like a session is not necessarily inclusive. We need to give time to our stakeholders to provide comments to what is being proposed and actually have feedback and then getting all together. A good example of this is Net Mundial, of course, a document that has existed and has been developed again early this year in Brazil. But how can we actually make that, then implement that? And so giving a real voice to stakeholders, getting groups, hosts of G7, G20, the OECD, and the UN and the IGF and others to come, what is it that we can do at the IGF together to address that?
Thank you, Flavia. Any volunteers? If I'm not, I'm just going to ask you to pass the microphone. Yeah, Larissa.
I think on the question of commit to non-proliferation of processes, I think it's really incumbent upon every process to be clear about what its comparative advantage is to all the other processes, because the decisions about what process survives and doesn't isn't going to be made by people who have participated in all of these, because we're all stakeholders in their continuity. It's going to be made by people who don't understand, and if the comparative advantage of a given process isn't clear, then it won't survive, and perhaps it shouldn't survive. So I think that's the incumbent upon, in this case, the IGF to make sure that that is clear. And I think that IGF should be as open as possible. So not just the topmost bodies, but whoever wants to come. It's kind of a low stakes environment. Come and participate. It doesn't crowd the space. There's lots of room here. And in terms of the future of the IDF, I really like the idea that we talk about what is the new mandate, because it puts the default at it is continuing. Right? The question isn't should it continue. It is continuing, and how do we make sure that it's fit for purpose? So however that goes forward is important. As for gender, I mean, gender at this point it should be mainstreamed through everything, and that's actually what we should be aiming for. That's how to future-proof the issue of gender. In Canada, we have a model that does that analysis of everything through a gender lens without putting up a lightning rod that says gender.
To Irina? Yes.
Yes, thank you. I can go on. Well, I have a lot of sympathy for many of the suggestions that I heard, and really have a deep discussion of where we want to go, who are going to be relevant actors, how we can also achieve this in practice. And I do also agree that probably it's a hard thing to do it next year, basically, or even in less than a year. And this is maybe the note of realpolitik that I want to finish with. I think our minimum goal should be that there is an IGF with an unlimited term, full stop. And then looking back at the GDC discussions, we have seen that there are very different ideas, and they're strong, and it's all about alliance building. So I would say we should have visions, and probably we can't convince others without having at least a little bit of it, or at least show a glimpse of it. But I also think we shouldn't overburden the discussion that we have ahead of us. So I think we should really focus on the core, as I said already, of what we want to achieve. And if the trick is by really having an ongoing process afterwards and really digging into the detail, that would be wonderful. But I really think, especially having followed New York discussions quite closely, I'm indeed a bit worried that things could also turn in quite different directions, and I would want to avoid that. And coming to the conclusion, it's maybe we have to be visionary, but we also have to be tactic in how best to move ahead, to build alliances, to convince partners. And I think I'm not decided on that yet, but I think we really have to think hard to find a good balance on that, to really achieve our major goal in continuing and building further this multi-stakeholder world that we do have.
Sorry. Yeah. Thomas, please.
Thank you. First to start with a reply to Jacques. I think, yeah, but we thought 20 years ago that the world was complicated and the internet was something complicated. Looking back now, it seems that things then were quite simple. So what I'm trying to say is we have to basically do the margin walk between trying to be inclusive, trying to be specific, at the same time trying to be understandable to an average person, although this is a little bit of an illusion if you're honest, because we don't have 5 billion average persons sitting here. But we have to try and like serve different levels of interest and knowledge. To Bertrand's question, I think something that actually struck me again came to my mind this morning. I think it's paragraph 72.g or whatever of the Tunis agenda. One of the key things of the IGF, and no matter what the latest emerging technology is, what we should not change is the IGF's mandate to look into emerging issues on internet and whatever you call it governance. Because if the latest thing today is AI, tomorrow there will be something else. And I think this is one of the deliverables that the IGF has always done. It has been one of the first platform to get new issues on the agenda, set it on the agenda of others. So this is, I think, in my view, one of the core deliverables. Inclusivity, of course, is another thing, although the question is how do we get those at the table that do not want to be at the table? Not those that cannot, we can fund them and support them. Those that do not want to be at the table is another thing. They may not want to be at the table because others are at the table, which I will not go into too much detail, but I think a good question is also on the new stuff that is being built around AI. If AI is part of everything, which it now is, what do you do with the rest? Do we just subordinate everything else under the new stuff that is created on AI? And with everything else, I mean everything else. Or what is the division of work between those new things that will be created on AI and the more legacy things like the IGF and the WSIS process, but also the even more legacy stuff that is looking into issues per se, whether it's health or climate or whatever. And I think, maybe not everything is yet fully thought through with the new institutions that we're about to create. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. All right, Ida-san?
Okay, so just quickly, the gender. I think, gender equality is very important. But now, look at the panel. The male is minority now. So I'm not talking, saying that, gender balance is not important. But probably we need to address some of the asymmetry points, because in the digital space, women, girls face different types of risks and challenges rather than males. So we need to address those challenges and risks, and then we may achieve a kind of very equally enabling space for both men and women. That is probably the central issue for in the future discussion on gender balance, gender equality. And comment by Bertrand really struck me. We often talk about the bottom line to keep, protect, and promote IGF, and also protect the multi-stakeholder approach. But we believe that will be the bottom line and minimum level, as Irina said. And of course, we want to achieve more because the condition and situation is very different in digital economy. We have AI, we have mobile, we have very, very many different factors compared to 2005. So, but we have to look, we have to see, because GDC negotiation was really difficult, and we saw a lot of gaps and differences and diversity from different, not only different governments, but also from different communities. So probably opening more open and enabling discussion space for different stakeholders would be very important. And then we need to think about our own strategy, probably to not only to promote IGF itself, but maybe reform and strengthen this framework for the future internet space, which I believe cover AI and other new technologies as enabling factors. So that's all I can say now. But thank you very much for the very productive questions.
Thank you, Ida-san. We have two more panelists left who haven't had their last words. Who wants to go first? Have the last to do? Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I can only but agree. Just maybe to Jacques' question, I mean, how to involve everybody and who are the stakeholders, and, you know, how can we make sure that everybody has a say, who wants to have a say indeed. I mean, I think it's all about preparation, and I think it's also important that although we're talking about the global internet governance, that we, you know, at the same time it comes bottom up. So, for example, in Europe, we have the regional initiatives on internet governance, and when we now look at the WSIS +20, for example, the European Commission, who is to some extent leading, of course, the European voice in there together with the member states. They have now put out open public consultations on internet governance so that European citizens can comment, etc. And of course, you can argue that, you know, you still need to be in the know, and maybe, you know, it's not available for everybody. But I think that, you know, at least in that way, you also open a little bit the discussion at the national and regional level, and you know, for people who want to have a say. Thank you.
Thank you. And Amer, for the last word.
Okay, having the challenge of saying something new after all what was said, my idea is that sometimes you need to turn this nice governance forum into a platform for actually taking some actions that would result in impactful action. I mean, the discussion and the open discussion and having everybody saying things are great, and it is nice to talk, and maintaining this multi-stakeholder approach is always welcome. But actually, you might like to start thinking about supporting reforms, supporting people, recognizing the efforts of countries who have done something right, something like that. I hope when you are thinking about the process for the +20, to think about it more from a private sector perspective rather than from a government perspective. In the private sector, we don't like to talk. We like to work and to achieve our objectives. So our KPIs are not that we went and we talked. No, our KPI should be resulted that we have improved our situation. We have changed this. So we hope that the forum will be more for private sector driven, more private sector inclusion, and all the best of luck.
Thank you, Amir. That only leaves me with thanking our panelists. We're already beyond time, so I will not share my takeaways, but I do want to thank you all for bearing with us, bearing with the technology issues. It's day zero. We always have kinks to work out. It will get better from here, I'm sure. But I do want to thank for all the rich contributions of industry, and with we can what we discussed here and actually contribute that we were to. So thank you all, and a big round of applause to all of you. Thank you. I hope I did not exhaust you with this session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was great.